Chapter 452, Infinitely Changeable Chosen. Chapter 452, Infinitely Changeable Chosen. Teeth gritted and eyes bloodshot, Zhao Tianzhou said, Tomorrow morning, I'll go through with your plan. Heart swelling with determination, he gave Bai Xiaochun a deep bow of thanks, and then turned and left. His two followers exchanged awkward glances, then bowed to Bai Xiaochun and hurried to follow Zhao Tianzhou back to deck 2. After Zhao Tianzhou and his followers left, Master God Diviner rose to his feet and looked over at Bai Xiaochun with a look of complete reverence, having been completely overwhelmed by Bai Xiaochun's mastery of the ways of love. As the expression goes, listening to the words of a wise man can be superior to 10 years of studying from books, and that was exactly how Master God Diviner felt now. If he could master Bai Xiaochun's consummate techniques, then after he got back to the river-defying sect, he would have the power to rebuke the heavens and rise to the pinnacle of all creation. Such thoughts left Master God Diviner completely excited, and he immediately stepped forward to refill Bai Xiaochun's drinking vessel with alcohol. Junior Patriarch, you must be tired from all that speaking, please quench your parched throat. Chin tilting up, Bai Xiaochun looked at Master God Diviner, and felt quite pleased to see how subserviently he was acting. Taking a drink of alcohol, he nodded approvingly. At first, Master God Diviner was a bit taken aback, but he quickly recovered and said, Junior Patriarch, your shoulders must be tired. Come, allow me to massage them. With that, he hurried over and began to knead Bai Xiaochun's shoulders. Junior Patriarch, he continued politely, if you want it softer or harder, just say the word. Feeling extremely pleased with himself, Bai Xiaochun laughed loudly and continued to fan himself. As far as he was concerned, he really was incredible. By consolidating and then revealing all of Imposter Nightcrypt's skills and knowledge, he had left everyone completely flabbergasted. Song Ke couldn't take this scene anymore, although secretly, he was quite shaken. He would never deign to reveal that fact to Bai Xiaochun though. Snorting lightly, he rose to his feet to leave when, all of a sudden, Master God Diviner asked a very interesting question. Junior Patriarch, I'm very curious about the advice you gave to Zhao Tianzhou a moment ago. What kind of clothes did you tell him to wear? Bai Xiaochun straightened out his sleeve and replied, Oh, you want to know that? At this point, Master God Diviner decided to go all in with the flattery. Junior Patriarch, you are consummately wise, intelligent, and courageous. I know that I'm not smart enough to hide my curiosity from you, sir, so I figured I might as well ask directly. Bai Xiaochun simply couldn't cover up how proud he was of himself. Laughing, he continued, Well, that's true. I'm Love Saint Bai Xiaochun. I dominated the field of love for decades. What is there that I haven't seen? Whatever. You can't go up to deck 2 to see for yourselves tomorrow, that would interfere with the plan anyway. With that, Bai Xiaochun slapped his bag of holding and produced his copper mirror. Kaer, why don't you deliver this mirror over to elder brother Zhao? Tell him to keep it on his person so that we can see what's happening, and I can give him instructions as needed. Song Ke hesitated, but caught the mirror as Bai Xiaochun tossed it over. Although he was inclined to refuse, he was also curious about the plan with Zhao Tianzhou, and therefore, gritted his teeth and left to deliver the mirror. Nothing happened during the night. The following morning, Bai Xiaochun, Master God Diviner, Song Ke and Chen Manyao were all gathered around a jade slip, which emanated a soft light above it in the form of a screen. The images on the screen were very clear, and revealed a room that was vastly larger and more luxurious than Bai Xiaochun's. In addition to the room, Zhao Tianzhou was there, although only his face was visible at the moment. He was frowning, apparently vacillating about what to do, and also clearly aware that Bai Xiaochun could see him. Finally, after a long moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, This is all for the sake of junior sister Xiaochun. I'm gonna put everything on the line, Zhao Tianzhou took a moment to gather his focus, and then, without any hesitation, performed an incantation gesture with his right hand. Instantly, a field of mist appeared around him, from within which could be heard loud rustling sounds. Since Bai Xiaochun and the others were observing through the copper mirror, it was impossible to see through that mist unless they used some special techniques. Considering that, Master God Diviner, Song Ke, and Chen Manyao were all extremely curious about what was happening. Soon, the rustling sounds faded away, but the mist remained in place. Apparently, Zhao Tianjiao wasn't willing to emerge from inside. Time passed. A lot of time. Finally, Zhao Tianjiao's eyes could be seen from within the mist, shining as brightly as stars. "Xiaochun, you can hear me, right?" he said, his voice quavering a bit. "Based on my observations, every day at about this time, junior sister Xiaochun emerges from her cabin. Therefore, I'm going to do just as you asked. I'm going to walk out and make sure that she sees me." Zhao Tianjiao seemed very nervous, so nervous in fact that even having a higher cultivation base wouldn't have enabled him to control it. And yet, in addition to that nervousness, there was also a hint of excitement. A moment later, Zhao Tianjiao's eyes narrowed, and then the mist began to vanish, and he strode toward the door. By the time the door opened, the mist had vanished, revealing a sight that left Master God Diviner, Song Ke, and Chen Manyao's eyes as wide as saucers. He was wearing a pink outfit, including pink trousers, a pink hat, and pink robes. Everything was pink. Even his face seemed pink, although that was likely from embarrassment. Most noteworthy of all was that he held a pink, feathered fan in his hand. Zhao Tianjiao looked absolutely nothing like he usually did. Usually, he was cool and aloof, a higher being of sorts, a person with no expression on his wooden, ice-cold face. But now, he was completely pink, almost as if he were trying to be flirtatious. It was a shocking transformation, and even by Xiaochun, who had come up with this idea to begin with, felt like his mind was being struck by lightning. As all the observers reeled in shock, Zhao Tianjiao gritted his teeth and, according to the plan put in place, he strode out the door with a coquettish look on his face. He fanned himself slowly, his eyes narrowed, and even went so far as to pull out a pink flower and bite it between his teeth. As he strolled in the direction of Chen Yueshan's cabin, he looked like the picture of an important government official on his way to take some liberties with women. That's really elder brother Zhao?" Master God Diviner stammered. Song Ke was just as shaken, and Chen Manyao's eyes were wide with shock. It was in that very moment that the door of Chen Yueshan's cabin opened, and she walked out into the open. She stood tall and straight, clad in a green robe, apparently having just bathed. There were even a few beads of moisture on her neck that made her look as beautiful as a water lily. Although it wouldn't be correct to call her one of the most beautiful women in existence, she was definitely the type to catch the attention of any male. Apparently, she was on her way to the deck to enjoy the sea breeze, but even as she slowly pushed open the door to her cabin, her eyes fell upon Zhao Tianjia. In that instant, her eyes went so wide they became completely round. Her jaw dropped, and she forgot to keep pushing the door open. As for Zhao Tianjiao, he was so nervous that he couldn't think of anything to say, and before he could think of what to do, Chen Yueshan recovered her senses. Eyes going blank, she stepped back into her cabin and slammed the door shut. The slamming of the door struck Zhao Tianjiao senseless for a moment, and the flower even fell out of his mouth. Then, he hurried back into his own cabin and pulled out the copper mirror. "Well, how did it go, Xiaochun?" he said. I feel like things were a bit off." As of this moment, the crestfallen Zhao Tianjiao didn't seem at all like the eldest brother of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. Instead, he seemed more like a confused teenager. "Stand firm, elder brother Zhao," Bai Xiaochun said solemnly, projecting his words through the copper mirror to Zhao Tianjiao. "Did you forget what I said to you about keeping your mortal heart calm? I saw everything that happened just now." Elder sister Yueshan's reaction was completely normal. "Don't worry at all. We just need to keep doing things as planned." Bai Xiaochun seemed to be struggling to sound confident, but Zhao Tianjiao didn't notice. After hearing Bai Xiaochun's words, he steeled himself, took a deep breath, and nodded solemnly. "I'll do whatever you say." "Trust me," Bai Xiaochun said, slapping his chest, "what happened just now is no problem at all. The truth was he was feeling a bit guilty about what had happened, but did his best to sound encouraging. Gritting his teeth, he became more determined than ever to help his elder brother Zhao win over the beautiful Chen Yueshan. The following morning at dawn, Zhao Tianzhou paced back and forth in his room, building up his courage. When he was ready, he swished his sleeve and summoned the mist. When he pushed open the door and dispelled the mist, he was wearing a completely different set of clothing. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 453, I'll do whatever you say, Xiaochun. Chapter 453, I'll do whatever you say, Xiaochun. In the same moment that Zhao Tianzhou walked out of his room, Chen Yueshan's door opened and she slowly walked out, dressed exactly the same as she had been the day before. Even as she walked out, she subconsciously turned to look at Zhao Tianzhou. Today, Zhao Tianzhou wasn't wearing pink. This time, he wore a long white robe and a scholar's hat, making him look completely different than before. He seemed refined and learned, a man of erudite knowledge, righteous instead of cold, and even smiling broadly. The smile was a bit stiff, but compared to his usual self, he seemed much warmer. Most astonishing of all were the deep emotions which swirled in his eyes, emotions that Zhao Tianzhou didn't need any help from by Xiaochun to put on display. As he stood there outside of the door of his cabin, he looked like the picture of a young scholar preparing to go take the imperial examinations. As soon as Chen Yueshan looked over, she saw him, and their gazes met. At that point, Chen Yueshan's jaw dropped, and she gasped. Without even thinking about it, she took a few steps back, and appeared to be on the verge of hurrying away down the corridor. However, the strangeness of the situation caused her to turn and walk back into her cabin, after which the door slammed shut behind her. Doing his best to control his nervous breathing, Zhao Tianzhou hurried back into his own cabin. He seemed to be a lot less flustered than the day before, though, and was continuously reminding himself to remain calm. She doesn't like playboys and doesn't like scholars. Xiaochun was right. I really need to try out multiple angles here. On the third morning when Chen Yueshan walked out, she couldn't help but look over in the direction of Zhao Tianzhou's cabin, whereupon she instantly caught sight of him standing there. This time, he was wearing a full suit of armor, with a great sword strapped to his back. The way he bristled with a murderous aura made him seem like a matchless hero, a general ready to charge into the thick of battle. Yet again, Chen Yueshan was completely taken aback. However, instead of being confused, she was more curious about what was happening, and even thought about asking Zhao Tianzhou what was going on. However, the strangeness of the situation made her a bit embarrassed to do that, and after a moment of hesitation, she went back into her room. Keep up the good work, elder brother Zhao. Xiaochun said excitedly via voice transmission. You'll succeed in no time. It seems that elder sister Yueshan has abandoned any plans to go up to the deck. That indicates that you've attracted her attention. Zhao Tianzhou was also getting excited, as he could sense that things were already a bit different between him and Chen Yueshan. Feeling more confident in by Xiaochun than ever, he hurried to prepare the following morning's attire. On the fourth day, Chen Yueshan hesitated in her cabin before finally deciding to go outside at the same time she usually did. This time when she opened the door, it wasn't with the intention of going to the main deck, but rather, to see what crazy antics Zhao Tianzhou would get up to. As soon as she emerged, she didn't even have a chance to look over at his cabin before she realized that the corridor was filled with the dazzling twinkle and glow of pearls and gold. Today, Zhao Tianzhou looked like the epitome of a rich and powerful person. He was festooned with countless spirit pearls and other treasures, including at least 3 rings of holding on every finger on both of his hands, for a total of more than 30. His forearms were also completely filled with bracelets of holding. He seemed proud and arrogant, as if he were the richest person in all the world. As soon as Chen Yueshan saw him like this, her eyes went wide, and she was convinced that something was wrong with Zhao Tianzhou. Frowning, she hurried back into her room, her eyes sparkling a bit, and her heart pounding for some unknown reason as she thought back on the events of the past few days. Crestfallen, Zhao Tianzhou paced back and forth in his room. I'm finished, Xiaochun. Finished? I told you that junior sister Xiaochun wasn't so lowbrow. I should never have dressed up like that. Calm down, Bai Xiaochun said sternly. We want to give Chen Xiaochun just enough rope to hang herself with. Only by dressing up in this fashion could you provide the perfect foil for tomorrow, and leave her truly shaken. Don't worry, I've already decided what you're going to wear. It's time to pull out our trump card. Trump card? Shivering, Zhao Tianzhou looked at the copper mirror, his eyes shining brightly. That's right. After the past few days of observation, I, Love Saint Bai Xiaochun, can draw upon my decades of experience to see through all of elder sister Xiaochun's defenses. With that, he laughed loudly. However, inside, his confidence was beginning to waver a bit. So far, the plan had not quite gone as he had expected. Based on his original assumptions, it should have only taken 4 days of dressing up to identify what Chen Xiaochun liked. However, as of this moment, she was completely unreadable. It almost seems like she likes all of them, and at the same time, none of them. After some more thought, he was convinced that it was time to deal the finishing blow. The night passed quickly. Zhao Tianzhou was too nervous to do any meditation, and kept pacing around, thumping himself on the chest. When the appointed time came, he rushed out of his cabin under the careful observation of Bai Xiaochun and his Dao protectors. Outside, he stamped his foot down and then began to remove his clothing. One piece at a time fell to the ground until he was almost completely unclothed, revealing his strong, muscular body. He even pulled out a vial of medicinal oil that Bai Xiaochun had provided and spread it out on his skin, making him look even more athletic than before, as if he were on the verge of unleashing explosive and shocking power. He had an almost perfect physique, with tight muscles bulging out everywhere, making him almost like the ultimate representation of manly attractiveness. This was the trump card that Bai Xiaochun had prepared for Zhao Tianzhou. Zhao Tianzhou wasn't quite thinking straight at the moment, otherwise he would never have agreed to do something like this. However, he had already followed the plan up to this point, so there was no going back now. He could only grit his teeth as he placed all of his hopes on Bai Xiaochun's plan. He even began to practice a few poses that Bai Xiaochun had taught him. Chen Xiaochun's door opened, and she cautiously stepped outside, looking slightly scared. Then she looked over in the direction of Zhao Tianzhou's cabin, and saw him standing there bare-chested, shifting from one pose to another. At that point, her mind began to spin as she was shaken to the core. After seeing all of Zhao Tianzhou's strange transformations over the past few days, Chen Xiaochun finally couldn't hold back anymore. Overwhelmed by curiosity, she finally said, Elder brother Zhao, what are you doing? To hear her speak was almost too much for Zhao Tianzhou to take. Thankfully, he had been practicing remaining calm, and thus, he stuck to the plan. Maintaining the pose he had just struck, he turned his head and looked deeply into Chen Xiaochun's eyes. His eyes burned in a way that caused her heart to begin to pound, and suddenly, a flush spread out over her face. Seemingly flustered, she suddenly rushed back into her cabin. When Zhao Tianzhou saw that, he got so excited he couldn't control himself anymore. I did it, Xiaochun. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? Not only did she talk to me, but she actually looked me up and down a few times. And she blushed. Back in his own cabin, Bai Xiaochun slapped his thigh and exclaimed, now that's more like it. This indicates that elder sister Xiaochun likes it when you look strong and enticing. He couldn't be more excited that the plan he had designed and executed had finally made some major progress. Moments later, Zhao Tianzhou was back in his cabin, pacing back and forth in excitement, his eyes shining brightly. How could I have never noticed that junior sister Xiaochun liked me when I look like that? You're awesome, Xiaochun. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I know, Bai Xiaochun said. Like I said, this was a trump card designed by Love Saint Bai Xiaochun. Clearing his throat, he continued in a stern tone, however, it's too early to get excited. This is only the first step. You've got elder sister Yueshan's full attention, but now we need to solidify things. We need to make sure that she gets even more attracted to you than ever, and that your face is burned indelibly into her heart." Zhao Tianjia immediately nodded. Looking very serious, he said, "What do you want me to do?" Bai Xiaochun rubbed the bridge of his nose as he sat there in thought. After a long moment, he looked up, and his eyes were shining even more brightly than before. "Elder brother Zhao, we can't delay our next move. We get to work tomorrow. It's been a few days since elder sister Yueshan has gone up to the main deck. If she doesn't see you out in the corridor tomorrow, then she'll probably go outside. Therefore, you need to be there waiting for her, in a place where there are a lot of waves crashing against the side of the ship. Remember, you need to wear some really thin clothes. Once elder sister Yueshan appears, make sure some of the heavenspan sea waves splash on you and soak your clothes. That way, your strong, muscular body will again be completely revealed to elder sister Yueshan. That will make her even more attracted to you than ever." Master God Diviner, Song Ke, and Shen Manyao all stood off to the side, strange expression on their faces as they listened in on the conversation. After a moment of silence, Zhao Tianzhou said, "I'll do whatever you say, Xiaochun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 454, Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Chapter 454, Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Early the next morning, Bai Xiaochun rushed up to the main deck. The past few days, he had become completely wrapped up in helping Zhao Tianzhou pursue Chen Yueshan. He took great pleasure in the sense of accomplishment it gave him, and as for his Dao protectors, they were also part of the whole effort, so it was with no little curiosity that they also headed up to the deck to see how events would play out. It was early in the morning, and was somewhat of a stormy day. Great golden waves would occasionally slam into the ship, sending golden water spraying onto the deck. Heavenspan sea water could be very dangerous to ordinary cultivators, but top chosen could endure it for quite some time. Superstars such as Zhao Tianzhou wouldn't be harmed in any short period of time. A bit of water splashing on someone like him wouldn't corrode his skin at all, and he wouldn't truly be harmed unless he was submerged in the water itself. Time ticked by, and soon it was noon. As Bai Xiaochun waited, the wind and the waves began to die down. Not a cloud could be seen in the sky. Bai Xiaochun was just starting to get nervous, and was even thinking of changing his plan, when Zhao Tianzhou finally appeared. He looked over at Bai Xiaochun and smiled, but then put a serious expression on as he strode confidently toward a place on the deck where the waves splashed especially vigorously. Standing there, he looked back in the direction of Deck 2. Just when Bai Xiaochun was about to transmit some reminders to Zhao Tianzhou, Chen Yueshan appeared on Deck 2, strolling along, a slight frown on her face. Apparently, she was a bit disappointed at not having seen Zhao Tianzhou out in the corridor like she usually did. As soon as she emerged into the open and headed to the main deck, she saw Zhao Tianzhou standing there at the prow of the ship, his eyes burning with passion. Instantly, their gazes locked. By this point, even Bai Xiaochun could see that there was something different between Zhao Tianzhou and Chen Yueshan. "Don't miss this opportunity," he murmured, feeling shaken. If Zhao Tianzhou didn't strike while the iron was hot, then all of their work so far would have been a waste. They might be able to continue on with other plans in the future, but they would never be able to recover their original momentum. Worst of all was that because of the sudden calm in the wind and the waves, there was no ocean spread, which caused Bai Xiaochun's heart to begin to pound with anxiety. He wasn't the only nervous one. Zhao Tianzhou's anxiety was also mounting. Seeing that the opportunity was about to slip through their fingers, Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth and then drew upon the full cultivation base power of his gold core, as well as his undying live forever technique and blood qi, to summon an enormous blood sword. Simultaneously, he sprang into motion, shooting toward Zhao Tianzhou at high speed. Even as he flew through the air, the blood sword materialized, and he grabbed it, swinging toward the water outside of the ship. "Don't even think of trying to escape, you weird old fish." His blood sword screamed through the air, piercing into the seawater and, backed by the full force of Bai Xiaochun's power, causing a huge wave to swell up. As the wave smashed into the side of the ship, it turned into countless droplets, some of which splashed onto Bai Xiaochun, while the others drenched Zhao Tianjiao. Zhao Tianjiao had already been wearing somewhat thin garments, and now that they were soaked with seawater, they became almost completely translucent. Furthermore, they stuck to his skin, revealing his perfect physique and bulging muscles to everyone gathered on the deck. The glittering sunlight which fell from above made Zhao Tianjiao look almost like he was made from gold. The shocking sight was made even more unique because of the fact that Bai Xiaochun had also been soaked. Bai Xiaochun was a bit thin, but handsome, and considering that the sun was also shining down on him, it made him look like an immortal. As he turned his head, his hair swung through the air, making him look completely beyond the ordinary. Although he and Zhao Tianjiao looked completely different, both of them were the type that numerous female cultivators would swoon over, and in fact, all such young women on deck were staring at them. Chen Yueshan's heart began to pound as she looked Zhao Tianjiao up and down, her face flushing. Some of the other cultivators present were looking at Bai Xiaochun, curiosity rising up in their hearts. Not only did Bai Xiaochun look almost otherworldly, but the fact that an attack backed by his late core formation cultivation base was powerful enough to cause waves to rise up on the surface of the heavenspan sea showed what incredible battle prowess he possessed. Suddenly, people recalled the fight between Bai Xiaochun and the statue of Gongsun Wan'er, and thoughtful expressions appeared on their faces. Excitement surged in Zhao Tianjiao's heart as he saw Chen Yueshan looking at him, and noticed the flush on her cheeks. Before meeting Bai Xiaochun, nothing like this had ever happened before, and at the moment, he was filled with such boundless gratitude that he felt as if he had no choice but to give voice to it. However, that was when Bai Xiaochun grabbed him. "You need to quit while you're ahead," hissed. "Did you forget what I told you before? Don't get impatient." Zhao Tianjiao nodded, and the two of them quickly turned to leave. Many eyes followed them as they walked away, and numerous hearts were shaken at the realization that Bai Xiaochun and Zhao Tianjiao seemed to be quite close with each other. Lots of people want to be friends with elder brother Zhao, but he's too lofty. You just can't get close to him. How did Bai Xiaochun do it? Plus, you can tell from the look on his face that elder brother Zhao really trusts Bai Xiaochun. Even as murmured conversations broke out, Bai Xiaochun dragged Zhao Tianjiao back to his cabin. After changing clothes, they sat down across from each other to confer. Zhao Tianjiao was bursting with excitement. The events of the past few days had been too special and important for him to maintain his calm. "Xiaochun, as of this point I'm absolutely sure that junior sister Yueshan is attracted to me, and not just perfunctorily either. So, what's the next step?" The look in his eye as he faced Bai Xiaochun was one of utter sincerity and anticipation. "Don't worry," Bai Xiaochun said with a confident smile, "I'll take care of everything." Then his expression turned somber. "Getting her attracted to you is just the first step. We'll definitely get her to fall in love with you as well. However, don't get overconfident. A good start doesn't necessarily guarantee the perfect outcome. There are a lot of important things left to do, and you have a long way to go to reach your goal. Are you ready for that, elder brother Zhao? I'll do whatever you say, Xiaochun." Zhao Tianjiao said, looking equally as somber. Bai Xiaochun nodded in satisfaction. "Remember what I said about a sense of security? That's the most important thing to think about right now. You have to make sure that you give elder sister Yueshan that sense of security. When she is in danger, you have to thrust yourself in harm's way, perhaps even being injured, to keep her safe." Zhao Tianjiao frowned thoughtfully. "A sense of security?" Considering junior sister Yueshan's cultivation base and status, there isn't much on this ship that could make her feel insecure, but... Apparently angered that Zhao Tianjiao was falling short of expectations, Bai Xiaochun slapped the table and said, "Not much that could make her feel insecure? Have you forgotten about that unclean thing? Listen, you can secretly set up a spell formation just outside elder sister Yueshan's cabin door. Then when that unclean thing shows up again, it will get trapped, and you can be the first person to jump out and attack it. Not only will that show how mighty you are, but it will also show that you will always be there to protect elder sister Xiaochun. With you there, she will definitely have a sense of security. Zhao Tianjiao apparently wasn't very impressed by this plan. I can easily set up a spell formation, but I can't control when the unclean thing shows up. What happens if it never comes back, or never goes near junior sister Xiaochun's cabin? Bai Xiaochun felt a headache coming on. Recently, he had come to find that although Zhao Tianjiao was cold and proud, he was not very flexible, and always tended to think of things one way. Come on, don't be stupid, he said. You're the number one chosen in the sect, right? Don't tell me you don't have some confidants? Have your confidants dress up like the unclean thing? Then you show up, an invincible knight in shining armor there to save the princess. Also, he continued, you need to remember the right thing to say in the critical moment. You say, junior sister Xiaochun, as long as I'm around, I'll never let anyone harm a hair on your head, but Zhao Tianjiao thought it sounded a bit corny, and initially hesitated. However, considering how much he trusted Bai Xiaochun's sense of judgment, he finally nodded. Producing a jade slip, he sent a message to summon his followers. Before long, 8 of his followers showed up at Bai Xiaochun's cabin, one after the other. All of them clasped hands and bowed to Bai Xiaochun and Zhao Tianjiao, expressions of utter respect on their faces as they wondered why they had been called. Xiaochun, which ones do you think would do best? Zhao Tianjiao asked. Bai Xiaochun looked the group over. Eventually, his eyes came to fall upon the 2 cultivators from the Hall of Devil Slayers on Sky Quarter Rainbow, the same ones who had offended him not too long ago. Even as they shivered, he said, these 2 junior brothers look familiar, how about them? The 2 followers already had bad feelings about what was to come. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 455, Elder Sister, Hear Me Out. Chapter 455, Elder Sister, Hear Me Out. Seeing that Bai Xiaochun had already made his choice, Zhao Tianjiao dismissed the others, then turned to look at the 2 who had been selected. This is one of the most important things in my entire life, he said to them, and it all depends on you too. The 2 cultivators immediately got nervous, and at the same time, felt ill premonitions about what was to come. They exchanged a quick glance, but knowing that they had no choice in the matter, they both nodded and asked what they were supposed to do. After Zhao Tianjiao explained everything, the followers' eyes turned blank with shock. Upon hearing that they were to dress up as villains and then allow Zhao Tianjiao to beat them up, they couldn't help but grumble inwardly at how Bai Xiaochun nursed his grudges. How could he still be interested in getting revenge over a minor event from so long ago? However, Zhao Tianjiao was obviously very serious about the matter, and they were his followers, so they had no choice but to agree. Clasping hands, Zhao Tianjiao bowed and said, don't worry. When I attack you, it will look quite fierce, but I won't hit you very hard. You'll have plenty of time to just run away. The 2 followers gritted their teeth as they glanced furtively at Bai Xiaochun. By this point, they had both determined to never again do anything to provoke him. It was truly frightening how he never let anything go, and wreaked his revenge in the most complicated ways. Bai Xiaochun stood off to the side, all smiles. Inwardly, he was snorting coldly. The truth was that he really had nursed that grudge, and when he thought about how one of these cultivators had asked for 1 million merit points to help him, and the other had told him to wait for 5 years, he couldn't help but feel angry. After going over the plan several times, the 2 followers left miserably. As for Zhao Tianjiao, he was filled with anticipation. According to Bai Xiaochun, they couldn't delay at all, and would carry out the plan that very night. Upon success, Zhao Tianjiao would have made significant progress in getting closer to Chun Yueshan. It will definitely work, Zhao Tianjiao said to himself as he left to get ready. As the sky grew dark outside, Zhao Tianjiao set up a whole series of spell formations outside of Chen Yueshan's cabin, using all the power of his cultivation base to do so. Considering how he truly loved Chen Yueshan, it didn't matter that this was all part of an act. he was meticulous in how he set up the spell formations, not holding anything back. He even used some special materials to make the spell formations especially effective against illusory spirit entities. Before long, it was the dead of night. Master God Diviner and the other Dao protectors wanted to come along to watch, but having so many people present would attract too much attention, so the only person Zhao Tianjiao brought along to deck 2 was Bai Xiaochun. "I have to be here," Bai Xiaochun said quietly. "That's the only way for me to direct things properly. Tonight is too important to leave things up to chance." Zhao Tianjiao was fully convinced. Without Bai Xiaochun here, he wouldn't have the faintest idea what to do. Therefore, he led Bai Xiaochun to a corner with a clear vantage point of the entire corridor, and then used a Deva-level magical device to cloak him in invisibility. Finally, he took a deep breath and stood there to wait for the next phase of the plan. Time passed, and the two of them remained in place, unspeaking. As the moments ticked by, Zhao Tianjiao got more nervous, as did Bai Xiaochun. Of course, Bai Xiaochun was nervous about seeing his meticulously scripted plan come to life. "The time has come for Love Saint Bai Xiaochun to shine," he murmured to himself, eyes glittering. They waited in silence for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, after which two shadowy figures suddenly appeared, dressed in voluminous black robes with deep hoods that covered their faces. Faint mist surrounded them, making them seem almost like illusory spirit creatures. Of course, these were Zhao Tianjiao's two followers, and considering that their faces were covered, it was impossible to see the bitter looks on them. Gritting their teeth, they headed at full speed toward Chen Yueshan's cabin. As they approached, they did as they had been instructed by Bai Xiaochun, and emitted bizarre shrieking noises that echoed out in all directions. The next part of the plan was for Zhao Tianjiao to leap out with a roar, looking like he would fight to the death rather than allow Chen Yueshan to be hurt. But then, even as the two followers began to shriek, and Zhao Tianjiao tensed in preparation to take action, his expression turning into one of rage. There was an unexpected turn of events. All of a sudden, the door to Chen Yueshan's cabin was violently kicked open from inside. Then, Chen Yueshan herself appeared, her eyes flashing with bluish-green light as she transformed into a series of afterimages. Right hand flashing with an incantation gesture, she sent a gale-force wind surging out toward one of Zhao Tianjiao's two followers. Blood sprayed out of the young man's mouth, and he staggered backward as if he had been struck by a mountain. At the same time, Chen Yueshan snorted coldly and took a step forward to appear in front of the other of the two followers. Clenching her right hand into a fist, she unleashed a powerful and even somewhat manly punch. Cracking sounds reached Bai Xiaochun's ears, whose eyes went wide as he watched the two cultivators being beaten backward by the shocking power of Chen Yueshan's fleshly body, blood spraying out of their mouths. Gasping, he said, This. Zhao Tianjiao was equally struck mute. Things were not playing out how Bai Xiaochun had planned, and as of this moment, he had absolutely no idea what he should do. Chen Yueshan's eyes were flickering with killing intent. She had a profound cultivation base, and although she had pretended to not pay much attention to Ji Fang's death, the truth was that from that moment on, she had been extra vigilant. Zhao Tianjiao had been able to get close to her cabin undetected because of his own incredible cultivation base, but as soon as his two followers got close, she noticed them. Zhao Tianjiao's two followers were already soaked with blood, and were shedding so many tears of sorrow that they could form a new heavenspan sea. From what the two of them could tell, if the fight went on much longer, they would both be killed. Therefore, even as Chen Yueshan was about to press the attack, the two of them both threw back their hoods to reveal their faces. "Elder sister, hear me out. Don't hit me, elder sister." Even as the words escaped their lips, they couldn't help look over at Zhao Tianjiao, who was standing there with his jaw hanging open. The lamentations shining within the eyes of the followers couldn't have been more clear. "You said it was just an act. You said it would only be fake blows. You said we would have plenty of time to run away." Eyes flashing, Chen Yueshan snorted and looked in Zhao Tianjiao's direction. Beads of sweat were running down Zhao Tianjiao's forehead, and his heart was pounding wildly with alarm. Without even thinking about it, he turned to look at the place where Bai Xiaochun was hiding in the cloak of invisibility. Bai Xiaochun's heart was also pounding. Never could he have imagined that the seemingly soft and gentle elder sister Xiaochun, who so often had blushed at the sight of Zhao Tianjiao, would be so explosively violent and terrifyingly fierce. Most nerve-wracking of all was the thought of what would happen if Qin Yueshan found out that he had been directing Zhao Tianjiao in his attempt to seduce her. Would she fly into a rage and vent her explosive temper on him? Bracing himself, Zhao Tianjiao said, "Junior sister, I." However, before he could continue with any sort of explanation, a blood-curdling scream echoed out from Deck 3, a scream filled with the utmost terror and indescribable fear. Everyone who heard it was immediately shaken. Bai Xiaochun's face fell, Zhao Tianjiao's pupils constricted, and Chen Yueshan looked similarly serious. Zhao Tianjiao's two followers gasped. Before any of them could react, a white, shadowy figure flew up from Deck 3 to Deck 2. It was impossible to see clearly, but it had a freezing aura that spread out in all directions, causing ice to build up on everything, and causing everyone's souls to suddenly feel as if they might turn to ice. On this very night, the unclean thing chose to make a comeback. As soon as that white shadow appeared, Zhao Tianjiao, being the one with the highest cultivation base among the group, quickly took action. He was not acting in the heroic way that Bai Xiaochun had asked him to, but instead, was immeasurably grim. A murderous aura burst out from him, making him look like a god of death as he strode toward the white shadow. Rumbling sounds echoed out as Zhao Tianjiao attacked with incredible power. Lightning bolts appeared, each thrumming with incredible power. Such lightning bolts would cause even nascent soul cultivators to frown, and as they converged onto Zhao Tianjiao's person, they emitted heaven-shaking, earth-shattering power. Before the white shadow could reach Chen Yueshan, Zhao Tianjiao slammed into it, causing a huge boom to echo out. Bai Xiaochun gasped. He had been aware that Zhao Tianjiao was strong enough to kill nascent soul experts, but to see him in action personally was quite a different experience. Elder brother Zhao, I can't believe you're so strong. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 456, Mysterious White Shadow. Chapter 456, Mysterious White Shadow. Even as Bai Xiaochun looked over, Zhao Tianjiao threw his head back and roared, performing a double-handed incantation that caused the countless lightning bolts to converge on his palms in the form of a pair of 1-meter-wide spheres. Although the lightning started out as silver, in the blink of an eye, it turned golden, and then shot directly toward the white shadow. Be destroyed! Zhao Tianjiao shouted, his energy surging in such shocking fashion that Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but gasp at the sight. So badass! Bai Xiaochun thought, completely shaken. The dazzling balls of lightning were blindingly bright, and pulsed with a terrifying power that was incredibly astonishing. The white shadow was difficult to make out clearly, as if it weren't even corporeal, but rather, a glob of light. But suddenly, it twisted and distorted, transforming into a white hand that shot forth toward Zhao Tianjiao with incredible speed. Intense rumbling sounds echoed out into the dark of night, filling the entire ship, which was when Bai Xiaochun realized that Zhao Tianjiao's goal was actually to arouse everyone on board. If he could get more people to come and join the fight, they could pool their power to eradicate the white shadow once and for all. However, Zhao Tianjiao had underestimated the power of the white shadow. When the huge hand came into contact with the balls of lightning, a huge boom rang out, and blood sprayed out of Zhao Tianjiao's mouth as his lightning spheres collapsed into pieces. Bai Xiaochun had never seen lightning destroyed like this before. It transformed into countless sparks which scattered around in all directions, accompanied by crackling, pitter-patter sounds as it hit the walls of the corridor. The white shadow was powerful, but was still shaken by Zhao Tianjiao's full power attack, which shoved it backward a few meters, and even caused it to dim a bit. But then, it shivered, splitting up into 9 different parts that all shot toward Zhao Tianjiao, apparently intent on either possessing or consuming him. Simultaneously, a frigid coldness spread out from the shadow that seemed capable of freezing the soul. When Chen Yueshan saw the danger Zhao Tianjiao was in, her face fell, and she leapt forward, right hand clenched into a fist that rocketed toward the incoming white shadows. Simultaneously, her left hand flashed in an incantation gesture, causing bursts of moonlight to gather around her, merging together into the image of a full moon. Bizarre light streamed out from the moon which, under the direction of another incantation gesture, poured into Xiaochun herself as she shot toward the white shadows. Shockingly, as she passed along, the power of time erupted out, as though the moonlight itself were causing everything it touched to age. Zhao Tianjiao's eyes were burning with anger in this critical moment of danger. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly shoved his hands out in front of him, causing thunderclaps to echo out as a whole series of golden balls of lightning began to build up around him. However, things weren't over yet. Zhao Tianjiao's two followers also joined in the fight, gritting their teeth as they bravely leapt toward the seemingly illusory white shadows. As everyone joined forces in the fight, Xiaochun gritted his teeth off to the side. He knew that, considering everyone was working together, if he didn't join in, he would never have the face to appear in front of Zhao Tianjiao and the others later on. Roaring, he emerged from his cloak of invisibility and charged toward the white shadows. In his anxiety, Xiaochun couldn't help but wonder why no one else had shown up to help. However, the truth was that from the moment the white shadow had appeared up until now, only about 10 breaths of time had passed. Even as everyone joined forces, the 9 separate white shadows which had just sprang into motion changed directions. 2 of them shot toward Zhao Tianjiao's followers, 2 headed toward Xiaochun, 2 headed toward Xiaochun, and the remaining 3 continued toward Zhao Tianjiao. More rumbling sounds echoed out. The white shadows slammed into the 2 followers, causing blood to spray out of their mouths as they staggered backward, trembling. Not only were their lips turning purple, but the hair all over their body was turning white. However, what was most shocking of all to Xiaochun was that their eyes were turning blank, as if their souls were flickering on the verge of being extinguished. Xiaochun also noticed that, and let out a furious shout. At the same time, her moontime disc slammed into the 2 white shadows, causing a boom to ring out, and leaving Xiaochun shuddering in place. Cracks even spread out across the floor beneath her feet. At the same time, numerous frigid ice spikes appeared all around her, blocking her path and making it impossible for her to move. Blood oozed out of the corners of her mouth as she shouted, "Watch out, elder brother Zhao! It's a soul attack." Simultaneously, she performed numerous incantation gestures and pressed her finger down on various acupoints to prevent her injuries from worsening. As for Xiaochun, he closed in on the 2 white shadows, performing an incantation gesture with his right hand to unleash the frigid school will evolving incantation. Instantly, frigid master power spread out in all directions. He was fighting cold with cold. As rumbling sounds spread out, Xiaochun trembled visibly. He was currently in the late gold core stage, making his frigid chi incredibly shocking. By this point, he would even be able to cause ice to build up on heaven-span river water. However, the frigid coldness being utilized by the white shadows was different than his own, and also different than the type he remembered the statue of Gongsun Wana using. This was a type of coldness that could cause the soul to fall into a deep slumber. It truly was a soul attack. Xiaochun's face fell as he sensed the frigid chi pouring into him and rushing toward his head. In that moment of crisis, he let out a powerful roar, simultaneously drawing upon his undying live forever technique as he lifted his left foot up and then slammed it down into the ground. What he was unleashing was not incredible fleshly body power, but rather, the undying hex. Furthermore, he wasn't using the undying hex on his opponent, but rather, himself. Cracking sounds echoed out as rifts spread out across the surface of his skin, apparently coming from the inside of his body to the outside. In the blink of an eye, they had completely covered him, and also prevented the frigid chi from invading his soul. Everything happened so quickly that Xiaochun really had no time to react. Everything he was doing came from instinct alone, even his use of the undying hex. Battle instinct was something that Xiaochun had learned about back in the Luochun Mountains. Perhaps it was his terror regarding death, or his intense obsession with being able to live forever, but either way, in moments of crisis such as this, his instincts were more on point than ever. As the effects of his undying hex spread, Xiaochun found that the invading frigid chi was blocked outside of him, and what was inside of him was being forced out. Even as Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief, his face suddenly twitched as he looked over at Zhao Tianjiao, who was currently under attack by 3 white shadows. The shadows easily destroyed all of the spheres of lightning that Zhao Tianjiao had unleashed, and then formed together into a white sword that stabbed toward his forehead. Zhao Tianjiao's face fell as, at the same time, the ground beneath his feet began to freeze up. In that moment of ultimate danger, Xiaochun opened his heaven-span Dharma eye, causing control power to erupt out toward the flying sword. "Stop right there!" he shouted as violet light streamed out from his third eye, backed by his late gold core stage cultivation base. The light then wrapped around the white sword, which lurched to a stop right in front of Zhao Tianjiao. That slight pause was the opportunity Zhao Tianjiao needed. Before, he had been sure that he wouldn't be able to avoid the blow, and had planned to let the sword stab his forehead, and then take advantage of the moment in which his opponent attacked his soul to use some other method to fight back. Although he had been confident in being able to succeed, it still would have been a dangerous move. But now that Xiaochun was helping him, it was without the slightest hesitation that he took action, causing his eyes to become completely replaced by flickering, golden lightning. Lightning detonation! He roared. Instantly blinding lightning erupted from his eyes, spreading out in all directions. The white sword instantly began to fall to pieces. Then it retreated, and all of the other white shadows flew toward it, taking a human shape that seemed to look deeply at Zhao Tianjiao and then Xiaochun before fading away. It almost seemed as if it could come and go as it pleased. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 457, Elder Brother Zhao, You're Hurt. Chapter 457, Elder Brother Zhao, You're Hurt. After the white shadow vanished, Zhao Tianjiao's 2 followers coughed up more mouthfuls of blood. However, because the source of the frigid qi was gone, they were finally able to suppress it, leaving them as ashen-faced as death and looking around with lingering fear. Both of them felt overwhelmed with grief at how unlucky they were. First, they were attacked by Xiaochun, only to be surprised by an actual spirit creature, whereupon they nearly lost their lives. Of course, the reason for it all was Xiaochun, and as of this moment, they yet again swore to themselves that they would never do anything to provoke him. And in fact, they were already trying to think of ways to curry his favor. After all, if they got swept up in any more of Xiaochun's sudden brainstorms, they might end up getting killed before they even got to the wildlands. As for Xiaochun, after looking around to confirm that the white shadow was gone, and the ice spikes surrounding her were fading away, she turned her attention to Zhao Tianjiao. Zhao Tianjiao was sweating and gasping for breath. Ever since reaching the mid-gold core stage, it had been rare for him to encounter anyone who was a match for him in a fight. And then he reached the great circle of the gold core stage, after which the only opponents who could cause problems for him were nascent soul experts. As such, he had come to be quite confident in his abilities. But at the moment, his heart was pounding with fear. From what he could tell, the cultivation base power unleashed by that white shadow was definitely less than the nascent soul stage. It had battle prowess comparable to the great circle of core formation. And yet it was so formidable that not even nascent soul experts could match up to it. Breathing deeply, Zhao Tianjiao looked around the area and realized that, up to this point, they were still alone. No one had come to investigate the sounds of battle. Apparently, that white shadow had sealed down the entire area just before the fighting broke out. Now that the shadow was gone, though, the ceiling had been removed. As Zhao Tianjiao got his breathing under control, he prepared to go track down the white shadow. As for Xiaochun, she moved to follow. Off to the side, Xiaochun was wiping the sweat from his brow and pondering how he was willing to go the extra mile for Zhao Tianjiao, when suddenly he realized that Zhao Tianjiao seemed to want to go chase after the shadow. Xiaochun immediately cleared his throat loudly. When Zhao Tianjiao didn't notice, Xiaochun's anger spiked, and he cleared his throat even louder. Thankfully, Zhao Tianjiao hadn't reached the point of being completely beyond hope. After hearing Xiaochun clear his throat, he stopped in place, suddenly remembering that the point of tonight's mission wasn't the spirit entity, but rather, to make sure that Xiaochun felt a sense of security. Suddenly, his heart swelled with gratitude for all the help Bai Xiaochun had given him. Glancing over at him, he couldn't help but think that Bai Xiaochun really was a true friend. Putting a somber expression on his face, he abandoned any thoughts of chasing after the white shadow, and instead held his arm out to prevent Chen Yueshan from proceeding any further. "Junior sister Yueshan," he said calmly, "there's no need to chase after it. Since the spirit entity decided to flee, I doubt it can be tracked down anytime soon. If we go running off into the night, it could easily cut us down one by one. If only father were back." Chen Yueshan said through gritted teeth, both fear and anger visible in her eyes. Then that damned spirit would definitely have been destroyed in body and soul. Based on what she knew of her own battle prowess, if she had been alone just now, she would have been no match for the white shadow. Without Zhao Tianjia there, she might have met a similar fate as Ji Feng. The mere thought of Ji Feng's grisly death left Chen Yueshan's heart pounding with fear. "Many thanks, elder brother Zhao," she said softly. Zhao Tianjia's heart leapt with excitement, but he didn't let it show on his face. Turning to Chen Yueshan, he spoke in the deep voice that Bai Xiaochun had instructed him to use, making sure it was coupled with a look of complete sincerity. "Junior sister Yueshan, as long as I'm around, I won't let you get hurt in any way." Clearly, Zhao Tianjia was willing to brave countless spears and swords, even seas of flame for Chen Yueshan's sake. He would face countless dangers, and go through hell and high water without even a single frown. He would die for her without regret. His words, the expression on his face, the way that he had fought heroically against the white shadow, and most especially the sincerity in his eyes, made him seem to thrum with both veins of steel and tender sentiments. When he looked into Chen Yueshan's eyes as he spoke, it was like molten lava pouring into her heart. Chen Yueshan instantly began to breathe more rapidly, and her heart started racing as wildly as a frightened baby deer. The sensation she got from looking at Zhao Tianjia made her almost dizzy, and as she heard his words ringing in her ears, and saw him standing there like an indomitable hero, she thought back to everything they had experienced just now, and for some unknown reason, suddenly felt a strong sense of security. Gradually, her face began to flush, and she bowed her head, her mind blank, as if she wasn't even sure of what she was thinking. Zhao Tianjiao's two followers gasped, and their faces went pale. Although they had already recovered from being injured, when they saw Chen Yueshan's expression change, they couldn't help but think back to the instructions Bai Xiaochun had given earlier, and all of a sudden, he became more godlike to them than ever. "I can't believe it actually worked," the first one thought. "Heavens," thought the other. Elder sister Chen's affections have clearly been aroused. The two followers exchanged a shocked look. Zhao Tianjia was already going wild with excitement, and had to struggle to keep himself under control. He almost couldn't restrain himself from throwing his head back and roaring to the sky. As of this moment, everything he had done was worth it, and his gratitude toward Bai Xiaochun couldn't be greater. At the moment, he wanted to reach out and embrace Chen Yueshan, but then he hesitated, nervous about the fact that he didn't know what to do next. He quickly looked over at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun immediately sighed inwardly. How can Zhao Tianjia be so dense? He thought. Even at this point he still has to ask me what to do? What a headache. For a moment, he simply rubbed his forehead and thought about how much of a good person he was. Then he dropped his hand, and at that point, his expression was one of utter anxiety. Leaping forward toward Zhao Tianjiao, he suddenly shouted, "Elder brother Zhao, you're injured." Heavens! It looks bad. Elder brother Zhao, are you alright? Almost immediately, Bai Xiaochun's voice pierced into Chen Yueshan's daze, and she looked over with concern written on her face. Zhao Tianjia turned to Bai Xiaochun, shocked, and was about to say that he wasn't hurt at all, when Bai Xiaochun suddenly reached out to support him by the elbow, and simultaneously jabbed him hard in the back. Zhao Tianjia finally realized what was going on. Letting out a miserable groan, he caused his face to drain of blood and then said, "I'm hurt. I'm hurt, and it's bad." He suddenly lurched to the side as if he might fall over. Chen Yueshan was in a bit of a daze, but when she saw what was happening, she leaped forward to support Zhao Tianjiu by the other elbow. This time, Zhao Tianjiu didn't act dense at all, and managed to fall into her arms. "Junior sister Xiaochun, it doesn't matter if I'm injured, I still won't leave your side. I'm staying right here to protect you." Chen Yueshang's flush deepened, and her heart quivered. Not bothering to check whether he was really injured or not, she cast a glare at Bai Xiaochun and then began to lead Zhao Tianjiu in the direction of her cabin. Zhao Tianjiu leaned up against her, and as he passed Bai Xiaochun, looked over and winked. By this point, his admiration for Bai Xiaochun was like the crashing of the waves of the heaven-span sea, ceaseless and unending. Bai Xiaochun chuckled inwardly as he watched Chen Yueshang and Zhao Tianjiu head into her cabin. As of this moment, he felt so pleased with himself that he could hardly stand it. Without even thinking about it, he stuck his chin up, waved his sleeve, and assumed the pose of a lonely hero. With the snap of a finger, Bai Xiaochun, never mind. No reducing anything to ashes today. After all, it was a wonderful day for Zhao Tianjiu. Motioning to Zhao Tianjiu's two followers to come along, he turned to leave deck 2. The two followers didn't dare to ignore Bai Xiaochun's gesture, and immediately followed along. Upon returning to deck 3, which was the origin of the original scream that had preceded the arrival of the white shadow, Bai Xiaochun mingled with the crowd to see if he could figure out what had happened. Soon, he found that the victim was one of the 8 chosen whose cabins were on deck 3. His happy mood quickly dissipated, to be replaced with nervousness. He quickly hurried back to his own cabin, although even after closing the door, he still felt unsettled. Everyone who has died so far has been from deck 3. Plus, I actually attacked that white shadow just now. What if it comes back for revenge? The more he thought about the situation, the more anxious he got. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 458, I Can't Take It Anymore, Xiaochun. Chapter 458, I Can't Take It Anymore, Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun felt jittery all the way until late in the night, until he eventually called over Master God Diviner, Song Ke, and even Chen Manyao to have a little chat. Eventually, Chen Manyao and Song Ke closed their eyes to meditate, leaving only Master God Diviner and Bai Xiaochun awake to give each other cultivation advice. Whenever Bai Xiaochun started to brag about something, Master God Diviner would respond very enthusiastically, which made Bai Xiaochun feel wonderful. Eventually, he even started to explain some of the tips and tricks he'd learned from Imposter Nightcrypt. Previously, Bai Xiaochun had assumed that the death of the cultivator the previous night would lead to another situation like before, in which a long period of time went before tragedy struck again. However, it was only the next evening when another scream ripped through the night, causing Bai Xiaochun to nearly leap up into the air in fear. "What was that?" he shouted. Master God Diviner, Song Ke and Chen Manyao were all alarmed, but went out nonetheless to find out what had happened. Soon, they learned that one of the more than 50 chosen assigned to Deck 4 had been completely drained of blood during the night. Bai Xiaochun's fear continued to mount. Things weren't over yet. Over the course of the next few days, the deaths continued to occur on Deck 4, and with greater frequency. After a half a month had gone by, the nightly screams and deaths had all of the cultivators on board shaking with fear. Based on the look of the corpses after they were discovered, everyone came to the conclusion that the killer had incredible battle prowess that core formation cultivators were defenseless against. Terror gripped the hearts of all aboard. As for Bai Xiaochun, in his anxiety, he set up more and more spell formations both inside and outside of his cabin. He wasn't the only one to do that. No one on Deck 4 dared to sleep alone anymore, and huddled together in groups of between 3 to 5. After that, the deaths seemed to slow down. A few more days went by, and although no one died, the shadow of dread still loomed large, and Bai Xiaochun continued to fear that the white shadow he had fought would come back for revenge. Considering that there seemed to be safety in numbers, he finally asked for help from Gong Sun Waner. He told her that if she came to his room, everyone from the river-defying sect would be in one place, ready to brave the crisis together. Upon receiving his invitation, a strange look appeared on Gongsun Wanner's face. Covering his smile with her hand, she followed him back to his room to join the group. When everyone was assembled, Bai Xiaochun felt a little better. With me and Wanner here, and Master God Diviner, Song Ke, and Chen Manyao to back us up, even if that white shadow shows up, we'll definitely be able to break free and cry for help. 7 days later, not a single additional death had occurred. Bai Xiaochun was finally starting to relax, and once again began to think back to everything which had occurred with Zhao Tianjiao. That was actually just about the time that Zhao Tianjiao actually came to see Bai Xiaochun, his face a bit flush and clearly in high spirits. A smile covered his face, as if he had just experienced some wonderful, life-changing event. Xiaochun, I think things are pretty much taken care of. Junior sister Xiaochun definitely doesn't look at me like she used to. Ha ha ha. Upon looking around the room, Zhao Tianjiao realized that there was a new addition to the group, that being Gongsun Wanner. He had never paid much attention to Gongsun Wanner before, but gave her a nod as he walked in and sat down cross-legged in front of Bai Xiaochun. Okay, Xiaochun, he continued excitedly, what do we do now? What's the next step? Am I supposed to reveal my true feelings to junior sister Xiaochun? Zhao Tianjiao had never felt more blessed than he had during the past few days. He had visited Chen Xiaochun every day in her cabin, where the two of them would sit down and spend the whole day chatting. In fact, they had spoken more to each other in the past few days than they had in the past 10 years combined. Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat and then cast a very serious look at Zhao Tianjiao, complete with a bit of a glare. What happened? Did a few days of happiness knock all the sense out of you? Let me ask you, elder brother Zhao, are you looking for a momentary burst of youthful passion, or a love that will last as long as the world itself? Bai Xiaochun's words hit Zhao Tianjiao like a club to the face. Suddenly, his heart trembled, and a serious expression overtook his face. I don't want youthful passion, he said earnestly. I want love that will last as long as the world. Bai Xiaochun's expression softened, and it was with heartfelt sincerity that he continued, Elder brother Zhao. I know that you want to make elder sister Xiaochun your Taoist partner as quickly as possible. But that's the wrong way to look at it. Have you forgotten the wind charm that I taught you, and how you have to keep calm? I already told you before, once you get her attention and give her a sense of security, the next thing to do isn't to push things forward, it's to back off. You need to make yourself seem mysterious. You need to advance things by backing away. Make elder sister Xiaochun incapable of resisting the urge to get near you. Leave her hanging, and make her take the initiative to reach out to you. You have to remember this point. Keep your distance, and don't seem too excited. Accept her a little bit at a time, that's all. Only then, after enough time has passed, can you provide her with a hard-earned reward. Bai Xiaochun explained things meticulously, but couldn't prevent his words from revealing how disappointed he was that Zhao Tianjiao hadn't learned his lesson already. As for Zhao Tianjiao, he was fully persuaded, and after Bai Xiaochun was done speaking, he gritted his teeth and said, All right, I'll do whatever you say. Filled with determination, he rose to his feet and left. Over the following several days, Zhao Tianjiao did exactly as Bai Xiaochun had asked him to do. He started to back off from Chen Xiaochun a bit, even disappearing for days at a time. When he did show up, he acted a bit coldly. Occasionally, when Bai Xiaochun directed him to, he would revert to giving her enthusiastic attention. Sometimes he was distant, sometimes he got close to her. At first Chen Xiaochun was confused by this, but soon, she started to get angry. Eventually, her confusion and anger combined, and she came to the conclusion that something was wrong. After that, she decided that she had to figure out exactly what was going on, and why Zhao Tianjiao seemed so different than she remembered. At that point, she started to seek him out with the hopes of figuring out exactly why they had been going back and forth as if fighting. The process went on for about a month, during which time, the mysterious deaths aboard the ship resumed. Yet again, they occurred on Deck 4, where some of the cultivators had stopped sticking together in groups, and had gone off on their own. It was those solitary cultivators who ended up being killed. Once the screams and the corpses returned, fear yet again rose up in the hearts of everyone on board. As the death toll rose, terror mounted to an almost unbearable degree. No matter what types of investigations were carried out, no one could come up with any clues whatsoever. Furthermore, suspicions were running high, and few people trusted each other. Plus, it soon reached the point where 2 or 3 people were dying at a time. Most shocking was one instance when a total of 13 people died, all of their blood drained away until they were nothing more than desiccated corpses. Everyone on board was shaken to the core. Xiaochun was completely terrified at how dangerous this ship was, and couldn't stop hoping that the three-eyed Chen Hufan would return. If this keeps up, there won't be anyone left to reach the wildlands. Scowling on the verge of tears, he even called Zhao Tianjiu and his 2 familiar followers over to his room, hoping to have safety in numbers. Those 2 followers were also scared out of their minds, fearful of the white shadow coming to exact vengeance. They had been spending their days shaking in their boots, so when Xiaochun asked for them to join him, they were actually elated, and couldn't help but rejoice at how wonderfully he was treating them. They immediately began to fawn over him and seek favor, offering to do anything he wished without the slightest complaint. A few more days went by. By this point, the voyage was more than half over, and Zhao Tianjie was reaching his breaking point. He felt like he was boiling inside. After all, he clearly loved Chen Yueshan dearly, and yet wasn't able to get close to her. As for Chen Yueshan, she persistently tried to get to the bottom of the strange situation. Zhao Tianjie very much wanted to give voice to his true feelings, but whenever he reminded himself of Xiaochun's plans, he swallowed his words. Even still, he eventually couldn't take it anymore. One evening, he returned to Xiaochun's cabin to find his own followers next to the reclining Xiaochun, massaging his shoulders and legs. One of them was even quietly asking Xiaochun if the massage was comfortable. Zhao Tianjiu looked haggard and thin as he stared at Xiaochun and said, "Xiaochun, I can't take it anymore. I can't count how many times I've wanted to reveal my true feelings. If things keep going like this, I don't see how I can be with junior sister Yueshan for as long as the world exists. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 459, Confession of Love. Chapter 459, Confession of Love. Xiaochun was currently staring in shock at Zhao Tianjie. His recent days had been spent in abject fear as he thought non-stop about how to defend himself if the white shadow returned. Having not talked with Zhao Tianjiu about the matter for some time, he'd almost forgotten about the whole situation. Zhao Tianjiu's words immediately jolted him out of his reverie. Feeling guilty, he forced a smile onto his face and made a show of calculating some things on his fingers. Then he slapped his thigh. "Perfect timing," he said loudly. "Elder brother Zhao, tomorrow at noon you will confess your love to elder sister Yueshan. This is the final move. It won't be long now before you can take that beautiful woman in your arms and never let her go for the rest of your life." Zhao Tianjie seemed instantly enlivened, and began to pace back and forth in the room, his expression that of both excitement and anxiety. Hands clenched into fists, he seemed to be completely wrapped up in thinking about what was going to happen. At one point, he suddenly stopped in place. "What happens if she rejects me?" he asked nervously. "What then?" Xiaochun sighed. Considering Love Saint Xiaochun's decades of experience dominating the field of love, I can tell you the main reason why declarations of love tend to fail. They're too rushed. But you're different, he continued, gesturing grandly. You've spent a lot of time with elder sister Yueshan, and therefore, what you need to worry about most is your wording. Fear not. I, Xiaochun, am extremely adept at such things, and can definitely provide you with some help. Zhao Tianjie was completely convinced of Xiaochun's skills, and therefore, would do anything he said. As far as he was concerned, with Xiaochun there to help him, any difficulties he faced would be resolved as easily as a sharp blade could cut through bamboo. I'll help you come up with a comprehensive plan, Bai Xiaochun said with a calm smile that made him look more enigmatic than ever. Then, he and Zhao Tianjiao spent the entire night discussing the matter. In the morning, Zhao Tianjiao left, in high spirits and brimming with confidence. Noontime came, and it was a beautiful day. A gentle breeze blew across a calm sea that had only slightly rolling waves. From a distance, the sea almost looked like a huge golden mirror. Off in the distance were some of the unique seabirds that lived in the heavenspan sea, soaring about and letting out occasional cries. Zhao Tianjiao stood at the prow of the ship, dressed in a long cyan robe and looking particularly handsome. His eyes shone with profound light, and from a distance, he looked as imposing as a mountain. His back was straight, and he seemed to brim with an intense energy that would cause him to instantly stand out in the eyes of anyone who came to look at him. He was looking off into the distance, his hands folded at the small of his back, his chin raised, his hair fluttering in the breeze. He looked as attractive as a perfectly sculpted statue, seemingly divine and mighty in an otherworldly way. Of course, no one could possibly know that Bai Xiaochun's voice was actually speaking in his ear. No, no, no. Put your left hand on your hip. Yes. Yes. Hold your chin up as you look off into the distance. Keep that same look in your eye. Don't change it. Move your left foot half a pace forward. Aha. Yes, that looks good. Wait, you seem too somber. This is a confession of love, not an interrogation. Soften up a bit. Bai Xiaochun was tucked away in a nearby corner where he could see Zhao Tianjiao, and was transmitting instructions via divine sense. Whatever instructions he gave, Zhao Tianjiao followed immediately. He was nervous about what was to come, but had complete confidence in Bai Xiaochun, so he simply steeled himself and waited for the moment of truth. Okay, that's perfect. Don't move. The time you agreed to meet elder sister Xiaochun is almost here. Bai Xiaochun was also excited. All of his meticulous plans with Zhao Tianjiao recently came down to this moment. All the preparations were set. It was time for the final move. It has to work. He murmured, clenching his hands into fists. Even as he waited in anticipation, Xiaochun slowly walked out from her cabin on deck 2. She seemed different than normal, and had clearly dressed up a bit. She looked entrancing in her long, cyan robe, with her hair coiled up in braids to reveal her snow-white neck. Her skin was fair beyond belief, and as the noon sun shone down on her, she seemed pure, holy, and dazzlingly beautiful. There was a bit of a flush to her face, something almost shy. She also seemed nervous, as was evidenced by how she unconsciously fiddled with a jade ring on her finger. After stepping onto the main deck, she noticed Zhao Tianjiao at the prow, and slowly began to walk in his direction. Bai Xiaochun ducked his head down and excitedly transmitted the news to Zhao Tianjiao. She's coming. Don't look back. She's walking right toward you. Zhao Tianjiao trembled imperceptibly, and did his best to maintain his pose, simultaneously sending some divine sense out to confirm that Xiaochun was walking in his direction. Before long, she was standing there at his side, and her fragrance caused his heart to skip a beat before beginning to race. Why did you want to see me, elder brother Zhao? She said softly, clutching at the insides of her sleeves with her delicate hands. For some reason, she found this version of Zhao Tianjiao to be somewhat strange, and yet at the same time, attractive. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened as he looked on, nervous that a mistake might be made. Zhao Tianjiao slowly took a breath, but didn't turn to look at her. Instead, he kept his gaze fixed on the sea beyond, quickly reviewing the words Bai Xiaochun had instructed him to speak. Suddenly, he pointed up into the sky and said, Xiaochun, see how pure and blue the sky is? My feelings for you are just like that, pure and free from the contamination of the mortal world. Eternally unchanging. In response to his words, Xiaochun looked up at the sky, and her heart suddenly began to beat a bit faster. Even her breathing turned a bit ragged. Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but praise Zhao Tianjiao inwardly. At long last, he was finally getting into the swing of things. From Bai Xiaochun's perspective, his wording just now had been perfect. It took me a long time to come up with that, Bai Xiaochun thought, feeling very pleased with himself. However, in the same moment that Chen Yuashan looked up at the azure sky, the muffled rumble of thunder could be heard as, for some unknown reason, the weather suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds began to form, and before Bai Xiaochun could even react, more thunder echoed out. As of this moment, the sky was no longer blue, but rather had been contaminated into a grayish-black color. Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped, and Zhao Tianjiao's eyes went wide. Even Chen Yuashan seemed taken aback. What's going on? Bai Xiaochun thought, gasping. Something about the situation definitely seemed strange. Zhao Tianjiao didn't say anything, and even Chen Yuashan appeared to be at a loss for words, and even a bit embarrassed. After a long moment passed, Zhao Tianjiao gritted his teeth and decided to proceed. Yuashan. With that, he raised his voice and pointed out at the sea. Look at how calm the sea is. It is like my heart, now that I have you in my life. Henceforth, I swear to the mountains and pledge to the seas that you and I shall share both honor and disgrace. Not a single woman in the entire world could ever cause my heart to even tremble in the slightest. It is just like this endless, tranquil sea, unmarred by the slightest wave. A tremor ran through Chen Yuashan as she followed the line of Zhao Tianjiao's finger to look out at the sea. However, even as the words left his mouth, more thunderous rumbling echoed out from the clouds, and huge raindrops began to fall, splashing down noisily onto the ship and the sea alike. Suddenly, huge waves appeared on the water, which was no longer calm at all. Bai Xiaochun almost leapt to his feet, and was instantly covered in cold sweat. The events of the day were far too strange, and had Bai Xiaochun's mind racing with all sorts of crazy thoughts about what was causing them. Could it be that I misjudged the destiny of these two lovers? He thought in surprise. Zhao Tianjia was on the verge of tears. It was almost as if heaven and earth were directly opposing him, and intentionally turning his words against him. His fury began to mount, and yet, it was in that moment that Chen Yuashan suddenly laughed softly. She was beautiful to begin with, but when she laughed, her eyes turning into twin crescent moons, she was even more exquisite. Reaching out her delicate, jade-like hand, she clasped Zhao Tianjiao's hand in hers, and immediately, her feelings were made clear. Zhao Tianjiao shivered as his eyes met hers, and in that instant, a memory was created that would last for all eternity. Chen Yuashan had fallen in love with Zhao Tianjiao long ago, back when her father had first taken him in as an apprentice. She had always been charmed by how bumbling and inarticulate he was in daily life, only to become a fierce tiger in critical moments. She had even tried to get close to him in the past, but Zhao Tianjiao had never seemed to respond to her. He spent most of his time in training, and eventually, Chen Yuashan got disheartened, and buried her feelings away. Occasionally, she would think back to those emotions and sigh. After the journey on the battleship began, and she saw Zhao Tianjia walk out in a pink outfit, she had been shocked. Then, everything that happened after that had seemed something like a dream. Bai Xiaochun let out a long sigh. Seeing what was happening now between Zhao Tianjia and Chen Yuashan, he mused that even if he had misjudged their destiny, there was nothing he could have done differently. Chuckling, he reveled in his status as a love saint, and then stuck his chin up and assumed the pose of a lonely hero. Waving his sleeve, he murmured, with the snap of a finger, bye. However, even in that moment of self-satisfaction, and before he could finish speaking, the thunderous rumbling in the sky grew more intense, and several figures appeared, all of them flying at high speed toward the battleship. At the head of that group was none other than that three-eyed Chen Hatian. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 460, The One with the Spine. Chapter 460, The One with the Spine. The Deva was back. Father. Master. Zhao Tianjiao and Chen Yuashan immediately backed away from each other, as if they had just been caught doing something wrong. At the same time, feelings of embarrassment and anxiety rose up in both of them. Three-eyed Chen Hatian wore a grim expression as he glared at Zhao Tianzhao. Behind him, the 5 nascent soul cultivators all seemed exhausted, and yet, were still exchanging enigmatic smiles. Strange expressions could also be seen on their faces as they sized up Zhao Tianzhao and Xiaochun. Because of Chen Hatian's glare, and the odd expressions on the faces of the nascent soul experts, Zhao Tianzhao and Xiaochun immediately realized that these old-timers had heard the entire confession of love from moments ago. Furthermore, the strange phenomena in the sky and sea almost certainly had something to do with Chen Hatian. Off to the side, Xiaochun felt a chill running up his spine. All of a sudden, he was struck by a very bad feeling. He thought about trying to sneak away, but decided that wouldn't be appropriate. Instead, he looked in a different direction and tried to pretend that he was just a passerby taking in the scenery. He even took out a flask of spirit alcohol and began to sip it slowly. Zhao Tianzhao was sinking into his nervousness. The person he feared most in life was his master, and at the moment, not only was he anxious, he was also embarrassed. However, Xiaochun was not. After the initial shock of her father's arrival, she reached out again to grab Zhao Tianzhao's hand, then looked up with an expression that said she wouldn't back down an inch. Finally gruesome spine, Zhao Tianzhao? Chen Hatian said. Giving Zhao Tianzhao another good glare, he snorted coldly and looked over at Xiaochun's hiding spot. His gaze was like a razor-sharp knife that cut right down to Xiaochun's heart. Xiaochun looked up and thought for the briefest of moments, then caused his face to flush as if from drinking. Staggering a bit, he slurred, "Nice stuff, dot." Swaying back and forth, he retreated backward and then ducked around the corner to escape Chen Hatian's gaze. Once out of sight, he began to hurry down the corridor. Chen Hatian snorted again. Paying no attention to Xiaochun, he led the 5 nascent soul cultivators up to the cabins on deck 1. Zhao Tianzhao and Xiaochun exchanged a look. Then, Zhao Tianzhao forced himself to calm down. Bracing himself, he went off to offer formal greetings to his master, as well as an explanation. He didn't want his master to have any ill feelings toward Xiaochun or Xiaochun. Xiaochun jogged all the way back to his cabin. Once inside, an anxious expression could be seen on his face. If I had known this was going to happen, I would have had him confess his love yesterday. What a weird coincidence. How come old Three Eyes had to return today? If he finds out I'm the one who got Zhao Tianzhao together with his daughter, it could turn out to be a real disaster for me. The more he thought about the situation, the more nervous he got. And yet, there was nothing he could do other than sigh and try to come up with a contingency plan. After a few days passed, Xiaochun still hadn't seen Zhao Tianzhao. However, Chen Hatian hadn't come looking to cause problems, so Xiaochun's anxiety started to ease. However, that was when Chen Hatian actually issued an order throughout the ship. All disciples are to remain confined in their assigned cabins until they are called up to deck 1 for questioning. Chen Hatian's voice sounded very somber, even angry. Not a single person aboard dared to disobey his orders, so Song Ke and the other Dao protectors all returned to their assigned living quarters. Soon, Chen Hatian and the nascent soul experts began to make the rounds, inspecting each and every cabin. Obviously, they had been informed about the numerous deaths which had occurred while they were away, and were now making a thorough investigation. The inspection was very meticulous. Next, all disciples, regardless of their ranking, were questioned thoroughly by Chen Hatian and the nascent soul cultivators. Soon, it was Xiaochun's turn. Xiaochun nervously headed up to deck 1, and as soon as he was in the presence of Three-Eyed Chen Hatian and the other top experts, he clasped hands in greeting. Disciple Xiaochun offers greetings, seniors. You're Xiaochun, huh? Chen Hatian said, eyes shining brightly. Xiaochun nodded nervously, keeping his eyes fixed on the three-eyed old man. Chen Hatian looked at him closely, then coolly said, "So you're the one with the spine." Then he closed his eyes and let the nascent soul cultivators proceed with questioning him. One of those nascent soul experts had a gaze like lightning that seemed capable of piercing all illusions. Xiaochun answered all of their questions, and was soon dismissed. As he left, sweat dripping down his forehead, he sighed and thought, what did old Three Eyes mean when he said I'm the one with the spine? Was he praising me? Or insulting me? I was obviously just trying to make sure his apprentice and his daughter are happy for the rest of their lives. What am I supposed to do if he makes things difficult for me later on? Bai Xiaochun couldn't quite make heads or tails of the situation, and even after much thought, he was forced to sigh and give up any efforts to figure things out. It took half a month for all of the disciples on the battleship to be questioned. Even after the investigation, though, no amount of analysis on the part of Chen Hetian and the nascent soul cultivators could lead them to any conclusion on the subject. They also inspected the corpses, of course, but the only result was that their expressions turned very grim, and they were left completely at a loss. Thankfully, after Chen Hetian returned, no more deaths occurred. Time passed. 2 more months went by, during which time Bai Xiaochun never caught sight of Zhao Tianjie or Chen Yueshan. He really had no idea what was happening with them. It was only in the 6th month of the voyage, when land appeared on the horizon again, that he finally saw them. After all the time which had passed, Zhao Tianjiao's cultivation base seemed to have improved. His eyes sparkled as he appeared on the main deck, and it was the same with Chen Yueshan, who walked at his side. In fact, there was a faintly discernible aura on both of them that seemed to indicate that, with the necessary items to form a nascent soul, both of them could advance to the next cultivation stage. Quite a few people noticed that, and were immediately envious. Obviously, Chen Hetian had returned with good fortune for his apprentice and daughter. Bai Xiaochun was in the middle of moping along on the main deck when he saw Zhao Tianjia. He in turn saw Bai Xiaochun, and his expression brightened. Hurrying over, he pulled him off to the side and handed him a white bottle. Your sister-in-law and I saved this for you. It's a bit of silver dragon blood. Consume that, and your cultivation base will advance quite a bit, but... Remembering that Chen Hetian and the nascent soul experts had gone chasing after a silver dragon, Bai Xiaochun was immediately excited and quickly took the white bottle. Seeing that Zhao Tianjiao still trusted and liked him, Bai Xiaochun felt very relieved. You already want me to call her sister-in-law? He said with a smile. Does she know? Now that he knew everything had been settled, he could sigh with relief. Obviously, old Three Eyes wouldn't be causing problems for him later. Looking a bit awkward, Zhao Tianjiao cleared his throat and said, Yeah, she knows. Your sister-in-law told me to express her profound thanks to you. Then he clasped Bai Xiaochun's shoulder, and a serious expression appeared on his face. Xiaochun, you need to focus on your cultivation. From the look of things, you've been slacking off recently. That's definitely not the right attitude. We're going to reach the shore soon, and once we do, your battle prowess is going to be the crux of everything. I'm guessing you don't know much about the wildlands, so let me explain a few important details, so you'll know what's going on once we get there. These are some things that even I just recently learned from my master. With that, Zhao Tianjiao pulled Bai Xiaochun further away from anyone else, apparently not caring at all that people realized how close they were with each other now. Lowering his voice, he said, the Heavenspan Sea lies in the very middle of the Heavenspan realm. 4 rivers stretch out from it, which all break up into smaller branches. In that sense, they are almost like the branches of a tree. The areas near the water have spiritual energy, but the lands themselves are too vast, far larger than can be reached by all of the rivers. That is why there is so much land out there with no spiritual energy, the places which we call the wildlands. The wildlands don't just exist far beyond the rivers, they also exist in the areas between each of the 4 main rivers. There are plenty of locations there that have no spiritual energy. That's why the Great Wall was built. A very serious expression could be seen on Bai Xiaochun's face. He took the Great Wall very seriously, and had even asked Chen Manyo about it. As a result, he knew how important it was to the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. Therefore, despite having heard information similar to this before, he was still paying rapt attention. After all, this pertained to a 10-year trial that could very well result in his death if he wasn't careful. The Great Wall is like a circle of protection that ensures that the main branches of the Hebenspan River can thrive in safety. It's like a border of sorts, beyond which are the wildlands. The wildlands are barren and infertile, and constantly at war. Furthermore, within those wildlands are not only vengeful souls, but also savage giants. Savage giants? Bai Xiaochun exclaimed. He couldn't help but think about the powerful organization that backed Chen Manyao. I don't understand too much about them myself. But apparently, the savage giants practice cultivation in much the same way that we cultivators do, except that most of them cultivate body refinement exclusively. They're savage and brutal, and whenever they get their hands on a disciple of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect, they eat them alive. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide, and he gasped. Eat them alive? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 461, Disembarking. Chapter 461, Disembarking. The wildlands are completely barren, so they absorb soul power from the souls they collect. Of course, they also thirst for spiritual energy, so whenever cultivators go into their lands, they try to capture them to drink their blood and absorb the power it contains. The barbaric savages have been our enemies since ancient times, and are always trying to get closer to the Heavenspan Sea to get spiritual energy. Our job is to keep them out. Zhao Tianjiao seemed a bit surprised at how Bai Xiaochun had suddenly turned pale in the face, but didn't think too much of it. That's why the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect built 3 cities between the Heavenspan Sea and the Great Wall itself, to keep off the savages and the vengeful souls. Worried that Bai Xiaochun needed more than just a general introduction, he continued, in a few days, we'll disembark, and arrive at the first city. It's called East Sea City, and has strong spiritual energy. Obviously, it's the safest location behind the Great Wall. The further you get from East Sea City, the weaker the spiritual energy gets. The second city is called World City, where a large military force is garrisoned. It can be considered a transfer hub on the way to the Great Wall itself, but is also a major line of defense. By this point, Bai Xiaochun had suppressed his terror at the thought of being eaten alive, and was listening carefully to all the new details Zhao Tianjiao was providing. Beyond World City, the spiritual energy gets even weaker, until you reach the Great Wall itself. That's the location of the third city, which is simply named Great Wall City. That is where the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect's most terrifying, steel-veined cultivators are stationed. Any one of those cultivators can be viewed as a god of death. Even I wouldn't dare to provoke any of them. As soon as Zhao Tianjiao mentioned Great Wall City, his eyes shone with respect and passion. Those cultivators form an army which is called the Hall of Steel Veins. They are the true defenders of the Great Wall, and are at constant war with the wildland savages. Of course, the casualty rate among them is very high. According to what I've heard, the Hall of Steel Veins is broken up into 5 legions. Anyone who achieves the rank of captain in one of those armies will be very famous upon returning to the sect. After all, such a person would be backed by the Hall of Steel Veins, which surpasses even the Devas. After all, the Hall of Steel Veins is the only hall in the sect, personally overseen by the demigod patriarch. Bai Xiaochun continued to nod in response to everything he was hearing, and couldn't help but think that the name of the Hall of Steel Veins was particularly impressive. As for me, Zhao Tianjiao continued, my first goal is to go take a look at the wildlands, maybe get some experience, and then join the Hall of Steel Veins. After that, I'll make some impressive military contributions and fight to reach the rank of colonel. 1. Ha! Bai Xiaochun said, looking in surprise at Zhao Tianjiao. For some reason, it seemed to him like Zhao Tianjiao was essentially talking about putting himself right in the path of death itself. Zhao Tianjiao clasped Bai Xiaochun's shoulder again, and his eyes were warm as he continued, the only place where a David is stationed is in Great Wall City itself. Actually, one of the purposes of this journey is for my master to relieve Senior Zhou from his position there. For the next 100 years, my master will be stationed on the Great Wall, tasked with repelling any invasions. Although Zhao Tianjiu was actually older than Bai Xiaochun, the recent events caused him to view him as a very close friend. Zhao Tianjiu didn't have very many friends, and once he made one, that person was a brother for life. Xiaochun, getting a Deva soul is only a secondary goal for me. My main purpose is to get into the Hall of Steel Veins. But you're different. You need to fight hard to get one of those Deva souls. Remember, there are a lot of souls in the wildlands. Every living entity that dies in the lands of Heavenspan ends up there, as long as their soul isn't destroyed. They travel along the underworld river all the way through the wildlands, which is one reason why the wildlands represent death and hell. By this point, Zhao Tianjiu's voice was so low that he was clearly talking about secret matters, things that could not be spread to outsiders. And yet, fearing that Bai Xiaochun might end up pursuing the wrong path, he decided to clarify things a bit more. Because souls have been building up there for years and years, it can be stated with certainty that there are definitely some Deva souls there. Unfortunately, they only appear once every few thousand years, and are as rare as phoenix feathers or qilin horns. According to my master's calculations, the number of Deva souls that exist in all the wildlands can probably be counted on 2 hands. Furthermore, the number of people who have used Deva souls to become a Heaven-Down nascent soul expert are even fewer than that. There is only one, the Celestial. Bai Xiaochun had often wondered exactly how many Deva souls there could be in the wildlands, so this new information left him quite shocked. Considering that he already had 2 Deva souls, he had often wondered if he could potentially reach the legendary Heaven-Down nascent soul stage. However, after what Zhao Tianjiu had just told him, he realized that such a task would be far too difficult to accomplish. He had 2 Deva souls in his bag, the value of which likely surpassed even his own imagination. The thought of those 2 Deva souls made him think of who had given them to him. One had come from Patriarch Frigid Sect, and the other had come from Du Lingfei. So, you shouldn't try to pursue the path of the Heaven-Down nascent soul. It's a dream, a fantasy that could never become reality. You should aim for Deva beast souls. They are rare, but are more plentiful than Deva souls. According to my master's calculations, there are probably 50 or so Deva beast souls in the wildlands, although nobody can be completely sure. After offering a few more warnings and reminders, Zhao Tianjiu finally left, leaving Bai Xiaochun standing there alone, looking at the distant shore growing closer and closer. We're almost there. 10 years. What am I supposed to do for 10 years? Bai Xiaochun sighed. 3 days passed by in a flash, and the battleship continued to near the shore. One afternoon, virtually all the cultivators on board spontaneously began to gather on the main deck. From there, it was possible to see an enormous green city rising up where the land met the ocean, part of which was a huge harbor. The power of spell formations filled the area, as well as the flicker of magical symbols. Waiting on the docks were quite a large number of cultivators. The ship began to slow down, and 2 hours later, the cultivators on board were close enough to see the people on the dock with their naked eye. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the huge battleship slowly came to a stop roughly 5 kilometers away from the harbor itself. At that point, 8 somber-faced nascent soul cultivators flew out from the city to receive them, followed by large numbers of core formation cultivators. Greetings, Senior Chen. Please accept our congratulations, Senior Chen. Voices rolled out like waves as Chen Hatian and the 5 nascent soul cultivators appeared. After nodding in response to the greetings, they simply flew off into the city. Some formalities were exchanged, and then Bai Xiaochun and the rest of the hundreds of starry sky Dao polarity superstars flew out over the 5 kilometers of the Heavenspan Sea into the East Sea City. The entire way, the core formation cultivators who had emerged from the city were sizing up the starry sky Dao polarity superstars, and made no attempt to conceal their disdain. Obviously, these were seasoned veterans who were looking at a group of new recruits. Bai Xiaochun also took the opportunity to measure up the core formation cultivators from East Sea City. It didn't take long for him to realize that, without a single exception, they all had intensely murderous auras, even those who were in the early core formation stage. These were people who were no strangers to killing, and their eyes even had a crimson tinge to them. According to what Bai Xiaochun had heard, that crimson tinge came after killing large amounts of vengeful souls. Apparently, it was the outworking of some sort of natural law, and there was no harm to it whatsoever. Furthermore, it made a person seem quite threatening. Before long, they were in the city, and unexpectedly, nobody came out to receive them. However, one of the East Sea City cultivators who was in the great circle of core formation handed everyone a command medallion. Welcome to the sect outpost. This is your one and only authentication device, so don't lose it. If you go out into the wildlands and try to come back into the Great Wall without it, you will be refused entrance. Be very careful with it. There are no official arrangements for any of you. This is a trial by fire that is set to last for 10 years. During that time, you have to go out into the wildlands at least 3 times. Make sure records are kept of any such outing. If you don't meet that requirement, then when the 10 years are up, you won't be allowed to return to the sect. Finally, let me remind yourself to take good care of yourselves. Remember, you are only allowed to stay in East Sea City for a single day. For every day beyond that in which you remain, the total length of your trial by fire will be increased by an entire month. After leaving East Sea City, be very careful to control your usage of spiritual power. With that, the man turned and flew off into the city. Bai Xiaochun was already very anxious. This unfamiliar East Sea City had actually seemed like a pretty nice place, and he had initially planned to stay here for as much of the 10-year period as possible, only to find out that he couldn't. The starry sky Dao polarity superstars exchanged glances. Obviously, everyone had their own plans and goals in this unfamiliar location, and it only took moments before people began to disperse and head off in different directions. 1. In Chinese, the names of these military ranks make it clear how many soldiers are under the command of a given rank. A captain leads 100 men, and a colonel leads 1,000. The details about the ranks will be recorded in the AWE glossary for future reference. Included in the info on the glossary is a super minor spoiler in terms of a lower rank that isn't mentioned in this chapter, but will come up fairly soon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 462, You People Just Wait. Chapter 462, You People Just Wait. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath as a very serious expression played out on his face. Back when he was on the eastern Heavenspan River, he had always felt as the river-defying sect were still nearby. But now, he was in a completely strange place, with virtually no familiar faces around whatsoever. It was with a very somber expression that he looked over at Song Ke and his other Dao protectors and said, "In a strange place like this, we have to stick together more than ever. Song Ke, Master God Diviner, Shen Manyao, as my Dao protectors, the time has come to show your true skill and ability." With that, he flicked his sleeve, eyes shining brightly. "For the most part, I have been the one to protect the lot of you, whether it was in Sky City or on Sky Quarter Rainbow, and even on the battleship. But now, the time has come for you to protect me. Here's the plan." Before he could finish speaking, Shen Manyao cleared her throat. "I need to leave now, Xiaochun." "Ha?" Bai Xiaochun blurted. "It's not that I don't want to stay and help you out. But, you know the situation. I want to go home." She gave him a profound look that seemed to say she didn't wish to part with him. It even contained other, unique implications. A long moment passed. Then she sighed and took a curtsying bow. "We'll meet again if destiny will have it." With that, she turned and disappeared into East Sea City. Although her departure was a bit sudden, it wasn't completely unexpected to Bai Xiaochun. He knew that her home lay beyond the Great Wall, and that one of main reasons for coming with him was because she wanted to return there. She had said as much even back in the river-defying sect. Bai Xiaochun sighed and looked over at Song Ke and Master God Diviner. Just when he was about to explain his plan to them, Song Ke snorted coldly. Looking around at East Sea City, as well as the lands beyond, he thought to himself, this is the perfect place for me. I, Song Ke, am the type of person who likes to live in the middle of extreme danger. The more brutal a place is, the more opportunities there will be for deadly training. That is the only way to get more powerful. This is my chance to crush Bai Xiaochun 10 times over. Heart surging with heroic aspirations, and face covered with a look of utter determination, he didn't even deign to look at Bai Xiaochun as he said, Bai Xiaochun, whether it was in the Bloodstream sect, the River-defying sect, the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, or on that battleship, I was never able to measure up to you. But this time, in this place, I will finally surpass you. This is my last opportunity, and I won't let it slip by. With that, he transformed into a beam of light that shot off into the distance. Care. Bai Xiaochun said, his eyes wide, his body trembling. The scene which was playing out seemed very familiar. Suddenly very nervous, he looked over at Master God Diviner. Master God Diviner, you Junior Patriarch, I don't really want to part ways, but I've been given some assignments by the Hall of Defenders. See you in 10 years, alright? Master God Diviner looked a bit embarrassed, but was actually not being deceptive at all. The Hall of Defenders really had given him some assignments. After blinking a few times, Master God Diviner clasped hands and bowed, then flew away. As of this point, Bai Xiaochun was left standing alone with Gong Sun Wan'er. She looked over at him, smiled faintly, then left. Bai Xiaochun looked around at the enormous East Sea city, stunned. Nothing looked familiar, and he felt completely alone, and at the same time, angry. He also couldn't help but recall what had happened upon arriving at Sky City in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, how Song Ke and the others all abandoned him. Fine. Want to spread your wings? Go ahead. If you have what it takes, you can come looking for me later. He was both furious and depressed, a mixture which actually got his fighting spirit quite worked up. I'm definitely going to live it up here, and that's when you people will realize that abandoning me for the second time was the worst mistake of your lives. Bai Xiaochun really was very angry at how everyone had just disappeared without a trace, leaving him completely unprepared. Considering what had occurred last time, he had assumed that his Dao protectors would never again abandon him. You eat my food, drink my alcohol, use my stuff. Fine, you people just wait. Gritting his teeth, he looked around, scowling on the verge of tears as he tried to decide what to do and where to go. That was when one particular group of 6 people who had been just about to leave changed directions and headed toward the lonely Bai Xiaochun. Xiaochun! Someone called out. It was none other than Zhao Tianjiao. Bai Xiaochun turned and saw him, as well as Chen Yueshan, who were flanked by 2 male cultivators and 2 female cultivators. The 2 male cultivators were the very same followers of Zhao Tianjiao who had been so impressed by Bai Xiaochun recently. As for the female disciples, Bai Xiaochun didn't recognize them, but based on what Zhao Tianjiao had told him early on about Chen Yueshan, he assumed that they were the 2 good friends of hers who already lived in East Sea City. Elder brother Zhao, Bai Xiaochun called out. Laughing heartily, Zhao Tianjiao landed next to Bai Xiaochun and clapped him on the shoulder. What are you doing here alone? If you don't have anything else to do, why not join us? It's probably better to stick together anyway. I'm planning to go do a bit of sightseeing and eventually head out past the Great Wall. Smiling faintly, Bai Xiaochun said, I told my Dao protectors to go their own way. They have their own destinies, and I don't wish to block their paths to the future. As for me, it's only natural that I want to tackle the world on my own. Only in that way can my heart be as tranquil as the sky, and my mind as broad as the earth. That is the key to the Tao of the heavens. Chen Yueshan landed next to Zhao Tianjiao, and although she was smiling as she looked at Bai Xiaochun, there was a hint of anger in her eyes. Clearly, Zhao Tianjiao had told her about all the things Bai Xiaochun had taught him. Zhao Tianjiao's 2 followers immediately bowed with great respect toward Bai Xiaochun, whom they didn't dare to offend in any way. As for Chen Yueshan's 2 friends, they merely sized him up curiously. When Xiaochun spoke, her voice was soft and pleasant. Junior brother Bai, we were just about to leave, but elder brother Zhao was worried about you, so we came back to look for you. We were planning to go exploring a bit as well, and it's always safer to travel in numbers, so why don't you join us? Bai Xiaochun very much liked what he was hearing. Zhao Tianjiao laughed and grabbed his arm, leaving Bai Xiaochun incapable of refusing no matter how much he tried. With that, the group shot up into the air and left East Sea City. As soon as they left the city, Bai Xiaochun could tell that there was a difference in the spiritual energy, but it wasn't very noticeable. After all, they were still very close to the heaven-span sea. What was noticeable was that the hard-packed soil outside the city was a blackish-violet color. It almost looked like it was suffused with countless volumes of blood, making it very sinister in appearance. They also saw many craters, one of which had turned into a lake filled with black liquid. Chen Yueshan looked around at the blackish-violet lands and said, "My father told me that from the time the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect was founded until now, the Great Wall has only been breached once. A huge army of wildland savages invaded, and the resulting slaughter caused rivers of blood to flow through the lands." Bai Xiaochun already felt a bit uneasy. In addition to the odd-looking soil, there were also strange and terrifying flora and fauna. There were 25-meter-tall trees that, instead of foliage, had huge human heads growing at their tops. Any small creatures who happened to pass by the sinister-looking trees would instantly be gobbled up. At one point they happened to see a cloud of black, cottony seeds floating into the air off of a willow tree. When Zhao Tianjiao saw that, his expression flickered. "Let's take the long way around," he said. "Those are the larvae of bloodsoul ticks. If they get into your skin, they'll burrow into your body and start feasting on your blood and soul. The only thing that can stop them are city-level spell formations. We would be powerless to defend ourselves." Bai Xiaochun opened his third eye and instantly confirmed that they were indeed not floating seeds, but rather, densely packed insect larvae. Everyone was shaken, and quickly fled in the opposite direction. It took them a few days to pass by the area, and despite having avoided the tick larvae, Bai Xiaochun was still trembling in shock. Along their way avoiding the larvae, they had passed what at first appeared to be a pile of rotting bones, but was actually a flock of undead birds which stunk like carrion, and were indescribably ferocious looking. Just as the flock of undead birds seemed to notice the group of cultivators, and was preparing to attack them, a crevice opened up in the seemingly empty ground beneath them. A powerful gravitational force erupted out, and the entire flock of undead birds was sucked into the crevice. As the crevice closed up, crunching and cracking sounds filled the air. By that point, Bai Xiaochun's heart was pounding, and his face was as ashen as death. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 463, World City. Chapter 463, World City. And we're still inside the Great Wall. Bai Xiaochun thought. Everything he had seen so far was giving him a much clearer understanding of this area. If things are like this inside the Great Wall, then, what is it like on the outside? The truth was that he didn't even want to know the answer to that question. The group flew along for quite a while, passing through 3 teleportation stations. Eventually, they were getting close to the halfway point across the area that was inside of the Great Wall. That was the location of World City. They had faced dangerous situations along the way, but nothing they couldn't handle. After all, the lands between East Sea City and World City were relatively safe. Occasionally, they saw other cultivators, most of whom traveled in groups of between 3 to 5. Very rarely did they ever encounter someone alone, and when they did, they were people with cold faces and vigilant expressions, who gave Bai Xiaochun's group a wide berth. There was also an exhaustion visible in their eyes that caused Bai Xiaochun's heart to grow even colder than before. This place is even more crazily dangerous than I thought it would be, he thought, heart pounding. The closer they got to World City, the more such feelings within him intensified. Time passed. As they got closer to World City, Bai Xiaochun realized that the soil around them was growing blacker, and the vegetation was becoming even more bizarre. Even the birds and the beasts were growing stranger, and more black in color. Besides all of that, the most telling change that Bai Xiaochun could sense was the spiritual energy, which was getting weaker and weaker. Zhao Tianjiu and the others in the group had a hard time adjusting to it, but it wasn't as bad for Bai Xiaochun. At the moment, the spiritual energy levels were about the same as they were back in the lower reaches. To people who were only used to the spiritual energy in the starry sky Dao polarity sect, it was a huge difference, but Bai Xiaochun didn't find it very shocking. A few more days went by and, at long last, they reached the second of the three cities, World City. It was different than East Sea City, enormous, like a gigantic cube made from black bricks. Black light shone out from it in all directions, and just barely visible on the walls were patrolling cultivators. Enormous magical cannons that were clearly defensive weapons could be seen on the walls, and as for the enormous stone slabs that made the bricks, they were all inscribed with sealing marks, indicating that the entire city was itself a spell formation. Although that spell formation was only partially active, it still kept the city perpetually sealed. This was the second major line of defense inside the Great Wall. If Great Wall City ever fell, then this place would serve as its replacement. There were many cultivators in the city, and the resources available were plentiful beyond belief. The truth was that, in addition to acting as a backup defense location, this place existed as a supply depot for Great Wall City. In the dim light of evening, World City looked like a hulking beast, sinister and predatory. It was the type of place that would leave someone shaken even looking at it from a distance, as if it had its own murderous aura. "That's World City up ahead," Zhao Tianjiu said. "We'll rest up a bit here and then begin the second leg of the journey. We will definitely be facing some dangerous situations on the second part of the journey, so all of you need to prepare mentally." The faces of the others in the group were extremely somber, and as for Bai Xiaochun, he was wailing inwardly. There were bones scattered about outside of the city, some of which were bleached by the sun and had clearly been laying there for a very long time. The entire area seemed very wild and desolate. Bai Xiaochun could tell that many of the bones were clearly not those of cultivators, and yet, were not beast bones either. They seemed humanoid, but much thicker and longer, as if they belonged to giants of some sort. Such bones were very resilient, and even among those which were scattered about, almost none were broken. Bai Xiaochun's heart started pounding at the implication. Don't tell me that those are the bones of wildland savages from beyond the wall? He thought. When Zhao Tianjiu noticed Bai Xiaochun looking at the bones, he said, "When the Great Wall was breached, World City was besieged. Although it happened a long time ago, these bones were intentionally left out in the open so everyone would understand the brutality of war. We cultivators pursue our Tao, but at the same time, we have to defend our sect, and the world around us. We can't let the wildlanders through to the heavenspan sea." With that, he and Shen Yueshan flew along toward World City. Zhao Tianjiao's followers and Shen Yueshan's friends went too, leaving Bai Xiaochun to be the last to catch up. What's with all the fighting and killing? He thought. Whatever. Now that I've seen for myself how dangerous this place is, I have to agree with Du Lingfei. I need to find a place to hole up for 10 years, then I can trade one of my Deva souls for some Deva beast souls. Having made his decision, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and hurried forward, keeping a somber look on his face. Although he was inwardly terrified, he obviously wouldn't let such feelings show. Quickly catching up to Zhao Tianjiu, he declared, "You're absolutely right, elder brother Zhao. We cultivators have to put our lives on the line to fight the wildlanders." Zhao Tianjiu laughed heartily in response. Soon, they arrived outside the city gates, where their identity medallions were examined before they were allowed inside. World City seemed large on the outside, but after entering, it seemed even larger. The streets were packed with cultivators going this way and that, and yet, there was no din of conversation, almost as if no one wanted to speak out loud. Bai Xiaochun could tell that resources were definitely abundant in World City. Whether it was medicinal pills, magical items, or paper talismans, goods were available everywhere. Furthermore, the prices weren't too outrageous. In fact, many of the medicinal pills were cheaper here than they would be in other places. Another thing that stood out to Bai Xiaochun was the garrison in the city. It was packed with cultivators, all of whom radiated murderous auras, and also wore unique clothing that was decorated with a blood-colored hand. That hand pulsed with the power of a spell formation that made each and every one of those cultivators seem like the type of person who had climbed mountains of corpses and swam through seas of blood. Whenever cultivators from the garrison went out into the city, everyone else treated them with the utmost respect. Those cultivators are members of the Hall of Steel Veins, Zhao Tianzhou explained, but they're different from their compatriots in Great Wall City. These people only go beyond the walls to fight occasionally. Most of the time, they're on guard here in World City. When Zhao Tianzhou looked at the cultivators from the Hall of Steel Veins, his eyes shone with respect and anticipation. They go beyond the walls occasionally? When Bai Xiaochun thought about the fact that these people only occasionally went beyond the wall, and yet seemed completely shocking, he couldn't help but wonder what the cultivators stationed in the third city were like. As he wallowed in his anxiety, the group found an inn to stay at for the night. As for Zhao Tianzhou and Xiaochun, they went to visit the elders in the garrison. Considering their status, that was a right that only they possessed among the group. Zhao Tianzhou invited Bai Xiaochun to come along, but after some thought, Bai Xiaochun decided that he would explore the city instead. Evening fell, and the sky turned dark. Despite that, World City was just as busy as it was during the day, and all the shops remained open. Bai Xiaochun walked along looking at the crowds and window shopping. The crowds were very quiet, even when people spoke, it was in a near whisper. It was a very strange environment, to say the least. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 464, Bones of Giants. Chapter 464, Bones of Giants. Since everyone was either not talking, or talking in whispers, Bai Xiaochun decided that the best thing to do was follow the ancient wisdom of imitating the locals. Therefore, he tried to look as cold and aloof as possible, even a bit sinister, all in the hopes of blending into the crowd. Before long, things didn't seem as strange as they had been. Bai Xiaochun felt like he was just like everyone else, and was soon strolling around happily. After a bit of time passed, he stopped in place and looked over at one particular nearby shop. Scattered Souls Pavilion? After looking at the name of the shop, he peered inside, and saw that the walls were stacked with countless strange-looking bottles. There were also quite a few cultivators inside browsing through the bottles. Curious, Bai Xiaochun turned, headed into the shop, and picked a bottle to look at. As soon as he saw what was inside, his eyes widened. The bottle contained a mist that was at first tranquil and calm. However, as soon as he looked closely at it, the mist shrank down into the form of a face that glared out murderously at him. It was the face of a young woman, viciously contorted into a ferocious expression. A moment after it formed, it banged into the side of the bottle as if it were trying to get at Bai Xiaochun. That face was none other than a vengeful soul. It happened with no warning whatsoever, and Bai Xiaochun had been completely unprepared for such a reaction, so he couldn't hold back from letting out a yelp of surprise. Almost immediately, the surrounding cultivators looked over at him with frowns on their faces. Simultaneously, all of the other bottles in the shop began to tremble and vibrate as the mists inside of them turned into faces that looked at Bai Xiaochun with glaring eyes. To see so many vengeful souls staring at him caused Bai Xiaochun's scalp to tingle with fear. He could also hear strange noises that resembled a mixture of laughter and weeping. There were even some voices that seemed to be singing. The sounds swirled and mixed together, seemingly boring all the way down into his soul. Release me. Hey, big bro, remember me. We know each other. I've eaten plenty of little kids just like you throughout the years. Ha ha ha, wah ha ha ha. The voices grew louder and louder until they echoed in Bai Xiaochun's mind like thunder. At that point, a cold glow appeared in his eyes, and frigid qi began to swirl within him. His right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and he unleashed the undying hex onto his own chest. Instantly, all of the sound died away, and everything returned to normal. The vengeful souls in the bottles were still staring at him, but apparently, they could sense that they were incapable of affecting his mind, so they looked away and began to transform back into spheres of mist. The other cultivators in the shop also began to look away and returned to browsing the bottles. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and looked around, his gaze eventually coming to rest on a man in the corner of the shop. He was old, and wore a gray robe that matched the color of his hair. Hands clasped behind his back, he walked forward and smiled at Bai Xiaochun. "You new here?" he asked quietly. Bai Xiaochun nodded, a bit depressed as he realized that he was pretty sure he now knew why the people here didn't like to talk much. In World City and the lands beyond it, you need to keep your voice down to avoid getting tangled up with vengeful souls. The best thing to do is transmit your voice with divine sense. There are far too many vengeful souls out there. Some of them you can see with your eyes, and some not. What you see in these bottles are none other than the souls of the dead. You see, both inside and outside of the Great Wall, souls are the most valuable resource. Whether it's for cultivation, concocting medicine, or making magical items, you have to use souls. With another smile and a nod, the old man turned and walked away. Bai Xiaochun offered his thanks, and then took a bit more time to look around at the souls. What he found was that foundation establishment level souls were the cheapest and most plentiful, with core formation souls being more expensive. He didn't see any belonging to nascent soul experts. Eventually, Bai Xiaochun left and melted back into the crowd. This time, he was even more careful than before as he walked along the moonlit streets. Eventually, he reached another shop that caused him to stop and stare. Within that shop, they were selling savages. Just as the bones outside the city had indicated, the savages looked very much like cultivators, except bigger and taller. Most of them were 3 meters tall or more, and were extremely muscular. The savages on display were packed into coffins, and had sealing marks on them rendering them immobile. There were both men and women, and each and every one of them had very impressive fleshly bodies. As Bai Xiaochun approached, he was noticed by one of the salesmen, a man with a foundation establishment cultivation base and a waxen face. After looking Bai Xiaochun up and down, he clasped hands respectfully and quietly said, "Senior, our Wildlander servants might not be the absolute best available in World City, but they're definitely top of the line." Bai Xiaochun looked curiously at the savages, and was shocked to find that they had teeth as sharp as wild animals. "You see," continued the salesman, "even down to their teeth and bones, their fleshly bodies are very powerful, making them excellent servants. Furthermore, they've been sealed with restrictive spells, so that you can control their life or death with a single thought. They don't look like Chen Nanyao at all." Bai Xiaochun thought curiously. He considered purchasing one, but in World City, the only currencies accepted were spirit stones and battle credit. Merit points were completely useless. "They're so incredibly expensive," he thought. Considering how many years the salesman had been working here, he could tell what Bai Xiaochun was thinking. Chuckling softly, he said, "Senior, I'm guessing you're relatively new to World City. Let me explain, these savages aren't really very expensive at all. Outside the Great Wall, in the cities inhabited by the savages themselves, captured foundation establishment cultivators sell for a price 10 times as large as savages of a similar cultivation level." "What?" Bai Xiaochun said, a look of shock appearing on his face. "The savages sell cultivators out there?" "Of course." The salesman replied coolly. To the savages, cultivators from inside the Great Wall are like the most nourishing type of food available. They don't have spiritual energy out there, and inside of every cultivator is a spiritual sea. To them, cultivators are like living spirit stones. Bai Xiaochun's scalp prickled with fear. The mere thought of being captured by savages outside the Great Wall, and then sucked dry like a spirit stone, left him trembling inside and out. This place is way too dangerous, he thought. Looking quite displeased, he left the shop, and instead of exploring the city more, went back to the inn. Before long, dawn arrived, and Zhao Tianjiao came looking for Bai Xiaochun. It was time to leave World City and head toward the Great Wall itself. They moved slower than before. The spiritual energy was getting weaker, making traveling more strenuous, and increasing the amount of time it took to recover from exertion. Furthermore, this leg of the journey was clearly more dangerous than the previous one. The lands were actually losing their black tinge, and were almost completely violet, as if they really had been soaked through and through with blood. It was the same with the water in the rivers. It was a completely shocking sight to Bai Xiaochun and the others in the group. There were mountains here and there, all of them bare of vegetation, as well as the occasional abandoned village. There were also mobs of vengeful souls that flew about, which usually had at least a few dozen that were as powerful as the core formation level. Thankfully, the vengeful souls weren't particularly aggressive. Generally speaking, they would just fly by without stopping. Even still, Zhao Tianjiu and the other kept a close eye on them, and obviously, Bai Xiaochun was even more cautious. He kept his mouth sewn shut tight, refusing to utter even a peep. Only after the vengeful souls were completely out of sight would he let out a sigh of relief. As they proceeded forward, they rarely saw any other cultivators. There were almost no signs of life in this barren wasteland, and even the flora and fauna were few and far between, and were the type that put everyone on guard. Each plant or tree they encountered seemed stranger than the last, and more ferocious. Bai Xiaochun even saw one huge tree that was literally running along the ground as it chased after a pitch-black, 9-meter-tall spiked leopard. After catching the creature, the tree devoured it alive. At one point, an enormous, undead hand shot out of a ravine to grab a passing black eagle, which it crushed into a pulp as it extracted its blood. The squishing sounds were enough to cause one's heart to prickle with shock. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 465, Wild Lens Cloudgyre. Chapter 465, Wild Lens Cloudgyre. The strange things they were seeing far surpassed anything they had seen during the first part of the journey. The trip from East Sea City to World City had been like a romp through the park compared to this. Although they had faced some tricky situations, overall, everything had gone quite smoothly. The path from World City to Great Wall City was much more tempestuous. Whether it was the vegetation or the animals, everything was bizarre to the extreme, and of course, left Bai Xiaochun completely terrified. Even Zhao Tianjiao, with his incredible cultivation base and extraordinary courage, proceeded with extreme caution. Chen Yuishan seemed a bit pale in the face, and the others in the group were shaken terribly on numerous occasions. Even the slightest breeze left them jumpy. This was a very different world than the one they were used to. The spiritual energy was weak, leaving everyone feeling stifled. They even had to rely on magical devices and spirit stones to sustain flight. As for the spiritual energy within their bodies, they didn't dare to use it. In fact, to prevent it from seeping out, Zhao Tianjiao magically sealed himself. Everyone else took similar actions. Of course, Bai Xiaochun had taken such precautions much earlier. Although sealing one's own body would slightly reduce one's spiritual senses, it would solve the problem of leaking spiritual energy. That was important in a place where spiritual energy was scarce, and one was essentially adrift alone, unconnected to heaven and earth. That method was useful for solving the problem of spiritual energy leakage, but did nothing to alleviate the danger. Whether it was because of the souls flying about, or the bizarre entities which inhabited these lands, they had to proceed with extreme caution. Despite their carefulness, an incident occurred about 2 months after they left World City. They were all sitting cross-legged on the magical skiff that Zhao Tianjiao had purchased, when suddenly, a terrifying howl split the air. The deafening cry pierced through the skiff's sealing shields to batter the minds of everyone on board. Zhao Tianjiao's eyes opened, and Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled. Everyone looked up in the sky to see what appeared to be clouds converging together. Within moments, they had taken the shape of an enormous beetle, fully 3,000 meters long, which quickly turned pitch black. Clearly, this 3,000-meter-long pitch-black beetle was attempting to block their path, and its intense howls caused everything in the area to shake. A wildlands cloudgyre, Xiaochun blurted. Zhao Tianjiao's face fell, and the others in the group seemed equally shaken. The origin of wildlands cloudgyres are unclear, Zhao Tianjiao said, and no one knows exactly how they form. If I remember correctly, they can pop up anywhere in the wildlands, whether that's inside the Great Wall or outside. They have no predefined form, and can take almost any shape, even that of plants or vegetation. Clearly, this cloudgyre has taken the form of a beetle. Cloudgyres aren't really animals, they're a manifestation of the weather, and one this big will surely attract the attention of Great Wall City. Without any hesitation, he steered the flying skiff to the side in an attempt to avoid the black beetle. As the skiff veered off course, an intense sensation of danger filled by Xiaochun, and his heart leapt up into his throat. However, even as they tried to change directions, the 3,000-meter-long beetle stopped roaring and then looked over at them with a cold gaze. That gaze in and of itself was enough to drive Xiaochun wild with fear, and send his mind spinning. Everyone else was also sweating in fear. Before anyone could react, the black beetle once again let out a deafening roar, then opened its mandibles. Instantly, a gravitational force spread out, accompanied by thunderous rumblings and screaming winds. It was almost as if the black beetle's mandibles had become a black hole. Everything began to shake, causing dust and pebbles to rise up into the air, and even distorting the clouds above. A nearby flock of vicious-looking birds screamed as they were sucked toward the beetle. The ground was shaking so hard that a hill in the area was ripped off of the ground and began to spin toward the beetle. Everyone's minds were being battered by waves of shock, and as they did their best to remain firmly attached to the skiff, their hair and garments whipped in the wind. If they weren't already being protected by the spiritual power of the vessel itself, they would have been pulled out into the air and ripped to shreds. In fact, the skiff was already twisting and distorting on the verge of breaking. From high above, it looked like the black beetle was the center of an enormous vortex sucking in everything around it, even the trees. Zhao Tianjiao, Xiaochun and everyone else were extremely nervous, and didn't think for a moment about conserving spiritual energy. They immediately unleashed the full power of their cultivation bases to power the skiff as it flew out of the vortex. As the skiff struggled through the air, the spirit stones which had been placed into its power slots glittered with bright light, then turned dark and transformed into ash. The spirit stones having been fully drained, and with the extra power from the cultivation bases of the entire group, the skiff seemed to roar with rage as it pulled out of the gravitational vortex and then shot off into the distance. Behind them, the black beetle howled in rage, but didn't pursue them. Xiaochun sat there in taciturn silence, his mind a blank. All of his cultivation base power was being poured into the skiff, and it was the same with everyone else. Only after they had gone all out to flee, and were some distance away, did they slow the skiff and stop near a random mountain. There, they breathed long sighs of relief, and exchanged awkward glances that were tinged with lingering fear. That cloudgyre was at least as powerful as the great circle of the nascent soul stage. Cloudgyre. Xiaochun looked over his shoulder in the direction they had fled from. He felt like he had just barely made it out of that situation with his poor little life. If the flying skiff hadn't been able to rip free from the gravitation vortex, what would have happened? There was no answer to the question. In the wildlands, cloudgyres didn't just cause problems for cultivator, but the savages as well. They were manifestations of the weather, not the power of humans, and nothing that entered their jaws ever came back out alive. Therefore, no one really knew what happened to the things that they consumed. I can't believe that freakish thing even exists, Xiaochun said with a frown. Trying to sound comforting, Zhao Tianjiao said, with our command medallions, we should be mostly safe as long as we're careful. As long as we don't go beyond the Great Wall. Xiaochun was a bit ashen, but she nodded. The only thing they could do in this sparsely populated land was hope that the power of the command medallions truly would keep them safe. That was what they were designed to do, considering that they were disciples of the Starry Sky Tao Polarities sect. You sure about that? Bai Xiaochun said, scowling on the verge of tears as he pulled out the command medallion. He already regretted coming along with Zhao Tianjia to this place. It would have been a much better idea to stay holed up in East Sea City for 10 years. Better and safer. Evening was falling. Unfortunately, draining the spirit stones to gain a burst of speed had damaged the power slots on the skiff, and they couldn't use it anymore. However, Zhao Tianzhou and his group had begun the journey well prepared. After a bit of rest, Xiaochun produced another flying skiff, which they set up with new spirit stones and then resumed their journey. Along the way, they were even more cautious than before. They had wasted a lot of their own cultivation base power, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was very weak. Therefore, they had to use spirit stones to recover, a process which was long and difficult. 2 more months went by. During that time, they faced some dangerous situations, but passed through them all safely. Even still, the mental strain was growing. Thankfully, the slow and steady recovering process of their cultivation bases had pushed them close to their peak level. As a result, Bai Xiaochun felt a lot safer than before. At one point, Zhao Tianjiao shook his head and said, "Even I still can't believe that things are so dangerous inside the Great Wall. I wonder what it's like on the other side." "Xiaochun, our main goal still hasn't changed. After we get to the Great Wall, we're going outside to get some experience. Are you going to join us?" Bai Xiaochun looked out wistfully at the lands around them, and then shook his head. "I don't think so," he replied. I think I'll explore Great Wall City a bit. The better I get to know the city, the less trouble I'll have later on. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 466, The Incredible Great Wall. Chapter 466, The Incredible Great Wall. "Xiaochun," Zhao Tianjia said, his tone serious, "as you know, everyone participating in this 10-year-long trial has to go out on at least 3 missions beyond the wall. You can choose when to do that, but there is no way to get out of the responsibility. In other words, you have to go out of the Great Wall at some point." Zhao Tianjia clasped his shoulder. "When the time comes, you'll have to go, even if you don't want to. Otherwise, you'll fail the final test, and won't be able to go back to the sect." Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled. The thought of going out 3 times on missions made the world seem like a much darker place. Although he had heard of that arrangement, he hadn't given it much thought before, and had assumed it wouldn't be anything worth worrying about. But after seeing the dangers on the journey so far, he realized that the slightest misstep could lead to him losing his poor little life. Then he contemplated going outside of the Great Wall on 3 different occasions, and couldn't help but think that it was nothing less than a deadly trap. However, he didn't let any of his fear show on his face. In fact, he even stuck his chin up, as if he didn't care at all about the subject. "It's only 3 times, right? Not a big deal at all. You don't need to remind me, elder brother Zhao. When the time comes, of course I'll do what needs to be done." Zhao Tianjia laughed loudly and smacked Bai Xiaochun's shoulder. "Good. That's how Zhao Tianjiao's junior brother Bai should act. Very well, I won't go on and on about it. Based on our current speed, we should catch sight of the Great Wall itself within about half a month. That's where we will part ways. I hope that by the time we meet again, whether it's inside the Great Wall or out, that both of us will have made names for ourselves." With that, he took out a flagon of alcohol, took a long drink, and then handed it to Bai Xiaochun. As of this moment, Zhao Tianjiao seemed tall and mighty, and absolutely impressive. Behind him, Xiaochun looked on with sparkling eyes. Bai Xiaochun slapped his chest, took the flagon, and drank a big mouthful. Despite how grand he was trying to look, it was to his disappointment that he realized that Xiaochun and the others in the group all had eyes fixed on Zhao Tianjia. Ahem, he thought to himself. Low profile. I'm the type who keeps a low profile. Half a month flew by. One morning, when the first rays of dawn were peeking out from the east, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes and looked over at the horizon to see something that looked almost like a mountain range. It was the Great Wall. The sight left Bai Xiaochun completely shaken, and was almost impossible to describe with words. The Great Wall was like a hulking dragon lying on the horizon, snaking back and forth for as far as the eye could see. It was fully 6,000 meters tall, a barrier that completely separated the lands on either side, and completely prevented anything on the outside from getting in. In addition to the physical structure of the wall, there was a black, shimmering shield of light that rose from the top of the wall into the heavens. With that shield in place, everything on the other side was completely sealed out. The wall and the shield together created what seemed like an impassable barrier. As for the wall itself, it wasn't black, but violet. Bai Xiaochun was even able to detect the reek of blood coming from it. It was possible to imagine that, years in the past, the wall had actually been black, but over time, had been stained by the endless flow of blood which ran down it. The lands leading up to the wall were completely barren and devoid of life. There was a bleakness to the area that even seemed to affect the clouds above, staining them violent and spinning them into a wild vortex that emitted occasional rumbling sounds. Red lightning danced in that vortex, almost like red dragons flitting about and roaring. The wall was violet, and the shield was black. Each tile and brick that formed the wall emanated incredible pressure, and all of that together created the ultimate division between the lands of Heavenspan and the Wildlands. Currently visible atop the wall itself were over 100 magical cannons, ferocious weapons that seemed mighty enough to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Right in the middle of the Great Wall was a city that was fully 10 times larger than either East Sea City or World City. That city formed the gate which led into and out of the Great Wall. Countless auras could be detected within that city, each and every one of which seemed to pulse with the blood of countless battles, and were suffused with complete and utter determination. Based on what Bai Xiaochun could sense, there were millions upon millions of such auras. Furthermore, in addition to the numerous nascent soul auras, there was something else, something that could shake heaven and earth, something powerful that it seemed to be a part of creation itself. It was a deva. Deva were rare, but there was one here. Furthermore, it was a deva that neither Bai Xiaochun nor Zhao Tianjiu were unfamiliar with. It was Chen Yueshan's father, three-eyed Chen Hatian, who had arrived in the city much earlier than them. In the following years, he would be tasked with leading the defense against the Wildlands. In the very middle of the city was a 5-sided pagoda, a tower that stretched 30,000 meters into the sky. From the top of that tower, everything on either side of the Great Wall was clearly visible. The intense light which flickered inside of it was enough to shock anyone who laid eyes on it. At the very top of the pagoda was a huge pearl fully 300 meters wide, inside of which was a mysterious, swirling mist that occasionally formed together into an eye with 2 pupils. Anyone who that eye looked at would instantly begin to shake, as if the will of the heavens were focusing on them. Even as Bai Xiaochun was looking at the tower in shock, Zhao Tianjiao whispered, "Starry Sky Pagoda, When Zhao Tianjiao looked at the pagoda, it was with utter fervor and deep respect. "It's a holy object of our Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. The Starry Sky Pagoda. I heard that sealed inside of that pearl is a true spirit." "True spirit?" Bai Xiaochun said, a look of shock appearing on his face. "Even I don't know what a true spirit really is. But my master told me that with that true spirit in place, the Great Wall is no longer an inanimate object. Instead, it possesses a life force of its own. The pagoda not only possesses all types of strange defensive powers, but also forms the heart of the Great Wall. All matters pertaining to battle credits and resource distribution are under the control of the pagoda." Suddenly, Zhao Tianjiao took a deep breath and pointed his finger out. "Xiaochun, look! Surrounding the Starry Sky Pagoda are the banners of the 5 legions." Sure enough, 5 banners could be seen flapping in the wind, a dazzling and eye-catching sight that made it possible to distinguish the 5 legions of the army, even from a distance. The 5 banners were all a different color, and all had different sigils. All of them were very unique, but one of them seemed to stand out in particular to Bai Xiaochun. The sigil on that banner depicted a wildlands savage that had been skinned alive. The sigil was extremely lifelike, and it was even possible to see the skinned savage howling from the pain. Xiaochun was almost sure that he could hear a blood-curdling scream when he looked at the banner. Those banners represent the 5 legions that make up the Hall of Steel Veins, each one of which has accomplished incredible things during the wars throughout the years. The 5 legions are the Skin Flayers, the Black Demons, the Bane Stars, the Savage Butcherers, and the Soul Slaughterers. The Skin Flayers, Xiaochun said with a gasp. For some reason, that name really caused his mind to tremble. Each legion has their own banner, which not only represents what they've accomplished in battle, but also demonstrates how incredible they are. See the Skin Flayers banner? I've heard that their legion is incredibly bloodthirsty. Whenever they march to battle, they skin their enemies alive. Their name alone causes the savages outside the Great Wall to tremble in fear. From the way Zhao Tianjiao's eyes glowed with reverence, it was obvious that he very much wanted to join one of the 5 legions. Xiaochun swallowed hard. After seeing the 5 banners, he thought more than ever that he should keep his distance from them. Zhao Tianjiao was almost breathless as he revealed everything he knew. Xiaochun, did you know that beyond the Great Wall, the savages have something called the execution list? Once your name gets on that list, everyone in the wildlands will do everything they can to kill you. The generals of the 5 legions are all in the top 10 of that list, the highest among them being the general of the Skin Flayers, Lin. He has the same surname as you, and is highest on the list at 6th place, surpassed by only the Devis. The more Xiaochun learned about the Great Wall, the more dangerous and unsafe it seemed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 467, The Skin Flayers. Chapter 467, The Skin Flayers. As the group neared Great Wall City, they reached a certain point where a rippling fluctuation appeared, surrounding them and locking them in place. It was impossible to detect with the naked eye, and almost immediately surrounded them with indescribable restrictive power that made it almost impossible for them to move. Even Zhao Tianjiao suddenly lurched to a stop and couldn't move a muscle. The same thing happened to Xiaochun, Xiaochun, and the others in the group. All of them were suddenly as stiff as boards, completely incapable of movement. Next, the rippling power used some unknown method to examine their identity medallions and confirm that the medallions belonged to them. Even Xiaochun, daughter of 3-eyed Chen Hetian, was examined thoroughly. After that, another fluctuation passed through them, and they could sense their souls being examined. It only lasted for a moment, but even that short bit of time left Xiaochun and the others all trembling as if they had just had a brush with death. After all, they had just been immobilized and scanned with divine sense. If they had harbored any ill intentions at all, they would have been killed beyond the shadow of a doubt. After the rigid examination, the fluctuations locking them in place slowly faded away, and they regained the ability to move. Expressions flickering, they continued on toward Great Wall City. Moments before, when the small group was being stopped and inspected, a door had opened somewhere in Great Wall City, and a middle-aged cultivator had stepped out, clad in a black suit of armor. He emanated the fluctuations of the Great Circle of Core Formation, as well as a bleakly murderous aura which grew more intense by the moment. The man took only 4 steps, and yet, that placed him right in front of the newly arrived group. Even Zhao Tianjiao could sense that this man's murderous aura was unusual and unique. When his eyes fell upon Xiaochun, he immediately clasped hands and bowed. "I am your humble servant, Colonel Li Hongming of the Skin Flayers. The inspection you underwent just now was merely protocol. Great Wall City spell formation has a special function which strictly inspects every person who comes in. I hope you can forgive me for the unexpected inconvenience." From the way Li Hongming was speaking, it was clear that he didn't expect a response from any of them, but rather, wanted them to listen carefully. It is not permitted to tarry inside of Great Wall City, and in fact, the other trial takers won't even be allowed inside. They can only pass in and out of the Great Wall via a side gate, and must take no more than the time it takes an incense stick to burn to do so. However, the Deva Patriarch passed down orders that your group would be allowed in the city, albeit for only a single day. After that, you must leave. I've been tasked with overseeing your stay, and therefore, you are not allowed to leave my sight. Please do abide by that arrangement. With that, he turned and began to walk off. When Bai Xiaochun examined Li Hongming, he could tell that the man's cultivation base was only a bit higher than his own, and yet, his murderous aura was vastly more intense. Furthermore, his eyes seemed to radiate a feeling of blood, as though he had killed too many souls to even count. The fact that a person like that was a mere colonel in charge of 1,000 soldiers left Bai Xiaochun even more shaken regarding the 5 legions. After a moment of silence, Zhao Tianzhou hurried after Li Hongming and asked, "Brother Li, why did the inspection from before even go as deep as our souls?" Without even turning his head to look at Zhao Tianzhou, Li Hongming said, 160-year cycle ago, the vengeful souls outside the Great Wall devised a unique possession technique that allowed them to masquerade as cultivators. They used that technique to try to infiltrate Great Wall City and assassinate the generals. From that point on, we took precautions against such methods. Everyone who wants to enter the city must first undergo a soul inspection. Zhao Tianzhou nodded and didn't ask any further questions. Bai Xiaochun followed along cautiously with the rest of the group as Li Hongming led them into Great Wall City itself. He could instantly tell that the place was different from East Sea City or World City. First of all, there were no shops anywhere to be seen. Although there were a lot of people present, most of them wore suits of armor and had cold, expressionless faces. This wasn't really a city, it was a huge military base. The cultivators were all members of the 5 legions, each of which had their own section of the city to themselves. There was a harsh, stern atmosphere that weighed down everywhere, leaving Bai Xiaochun and the rest of the group feeling somewhat unsettled. Even Zhao Tianzhou was affected. When Li Hongming saw the reactions of Bai Xiaochun and the others, a cold smile appeared on his face, and a bit of scorn could be seen in his eyes. He obviously didn't have a very good opinion of them, and were it not for the orders of the Deva Patriarch, he would never have lowered himself to the point of giving them a tour of the city. As far as he was concerned, his current task was simply taking him away from fighting or cultivation. They're nothing but a bunch of highfalutin kids from the sect, here to see what war looks like. Although his heart was filled with scorn, he kept his face expressionless as he led them through Great Wall City. Along the way, various cultivators from the 5 legions looked over at Li Hongming, and when they saw the type of armor he was wearing, would clasp hands and offer respectful greetings. "Greetings, Colonel." "My respects, Colonel." Bai Xiaochun heard many such greetings being called out, and when he saw the looks of respect on the faces of the other cultivators, couldn't help but be curious about the rank of Colonel. Zhao Tianzhou and the others were all wrapped up in their own thoughts as they looked around at the violet walls of the city. Everything in the city was violet, including the buildings, and emanated a reek of blood. Great Wall City is divided into 5 districts, corresponding to the 5 legions. We are currently in the district assigned to the Skin Flayers, which is itself larger than all of World City. The Skin Flayers district is further subdivided into 10 garrisons. As for that area over there, it belongs to General Bai Lin. Li Hongming was currently pointing to an area with a vast, 300-meter-tall building that looked like a violet coffin. The coffin was emblazoned with the sigil of the Skin Flayers, and emanated a very sinister air. As he looked around, Bai Xiaochun could see the looks of zealous devotion in the eyes of the cultivators when they looked at the huge coffin. It was the same even with Li Hongming. The other areas are similar, so I won't take you to look at all of them. Having led them on a rather circuitous route through the city, Li Hongming finally took them into a rather ordinary-looking courtyard. Li Hongming looked up at the noon sun and then coolly said, "It's getting late, so why don't you rest up a bit? There's a curfew at night, so remember that, and be careful." Bai Xiaochun looked up at the sun, and could tell that it was actually very early, and not anywhere close to night time. Li Hongming clearly didn't want to waste any more time showing them around. "I'll escort you out tomorrow morning at first light. With that, Li Hongming turned to leave. Zhao Tianjie was frowning, and seemed to be on the verge of saying something when Chen Yueshan took a step forward and said, "Brotherly, please wait a moment." Li Hongming stopped in place. If anyone else in the group had spoken up, he would have ignored them, but Chen Yueshan's status was different. Frowning slightly, he turned to look at her. "Brotherly, would you mind taking us up to the Great Wall to look around?" she said lightly, giving voice the words that Zhao Tianjie had just been thinking. After a moment of silence, Li Hongming slowly said, "There's currently a battle going on, making it quite dangerous. If we go up, I can't guarantee your safety. Are you sure you want to go?" "Yes, we're sure," Zhao Tianjie said, nodding his head. Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a moment, but seeing how everyone else was nodding, he decided to go along. "We definitely want to go have a look." Li Hongming did nothing further to dissuade them. Turning in a different direction, he began to lead them toward the Great Wall itself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 468, Savage Giants. Chapter 468, Savage Giants. It was some distance to the edge of the city where it connected to the wall. Even with Li Hongming leading them, it took the time it takes an incense stick to burn before they arrived. As Bai Xiaochun stood there, looking up at the enormous wall, he felt so truly insignificant that it was suffocating. Zhao Tianjie and Chen Yueshan had the same feeling, as did the others in the group. The imposing pressure of the wall caused their hearts to race, their blood to boil, and their cultivation bases to spin rapidly. Their reaction only served to increase Li Hongming's disdain. "All right, get onto the stairs. In a moment you'll get to feel what war is like." As soon as Li Hongming stepped onto the stairs, ripples spread out in all directions, revealing what appeared to be more than 10,000 steps leading up to the top of the wall. Zhao Tianjie immediately stepped forward, and Chen Yueshan followed, pausing briefly on the first step before hurrying after Li Hongming. From where Bai Xiaochun was standing, he couldn't hear anything that was happening beyond the wall, but as soon as he stepped onto the stairs, he could instantly hear screaming and yelling. At the same time, his heart began to thump as if with the desire to do battle. "Something's off," he thought. After looking around for a moment, he quickly hurried after the others. Soon, the stairs were blurring by beneath his feet, and the sounds of screaming and yelling were getting more intense. Before long, he had reached the final stair, and was on top of the wall. At that point, the sounds of battle rang loudly in his ears. He could hear agonized screams, enraged roars, and maniacal laughing, along with booms and rumbling that could shake lands and rock mountains. The wall was so wide at the very top that 100 people could patrol it in formation. And yet, it was still packed with cultivators, all of them wearing black suits of armor emblazoned with the sigil of the skin flayers, their murderous auras rising high into the heavens. Some of them were operating the enormous magical cannons, sending destructive beams of light down the area beyond the wall. Others were at the ramparts, unleashing magical techniques and powerful attacks. There were some who had flown off the wall and were fighting the mist-like clouds that were hordes of vengeful souls. The deafening sounds of battle instantly assailed Bai Xiaochun's mind, leaving him gasping in shock. However, he quickly recovered, and looked over to find Li Hongming staring at him in shock. As it turned out, he was the first to regain his senses. Neither Zhao Tianjie nor any of the others had recovered from the shocking sight of the field of battle. Bai Xiaochun was the first of the group to recover, which was apparently quite a surprise to Li Hongming, who had been standing there with his arms crossed, looking at the small group. Throughout the years, he had seen many such trial-takers come to the Great Wall, and whenever they saw true battle for the first time, they always needed a bit of time to recover. At the minimum, it usually took them several breaths of time to do so, and yet this nameless cultivator in front of him had only required a single breath of time. In fact, from the look of it, it might have been even slightly faster than that. Apparently, this young man was no stranger to war. Of course, compared to Zhao Tianjie and the others in the group, Bai Xiaochun had a lot more experience on the field of battle. Thanks to everything that had occurred in the lower reaches and the middle reaches, he was very familiar with large-scale conflicts. However, despite his familiarity, it was still a shock to see all of the cultivators atop the wall fighting, and especially with the magical cannons. Furthermore, all of that quickly tore his attention to what was happening outside the wall. Beyond the wall, the sky was crimson, as though it had been stained red by countless years of flame. Even the ground outside was bright red, a sharp contrast to the black soil inside the Great Wall. Down below the wall were vast numbers of vengeful souls, their faces twisted into vicious expressions, and they screamed and howled, doing everything in their power to try to destroy the wall itself. They were the souls of men and women, old and young, all of them vicious beyond compare, and charging forward in tide-like waves of attack. The number of souls was mind-boggling. Wherever Xiaochun looked, he saw nothing but vengeful souls, whether it was on the ground or in the air. It was as if he were looking out at a massive sea of souls. Some were attacking the black glowing shield, and others were gnashing and biting at the wall itself. Many were flying up and trying to attack the skin flayers who were out in the open. Although the vengeful souls could attack and retreat at will, the black shield and the wall held strong against them. For the skin flayers, things were different. Most of them were on the wall, and even if they did charge out into the open for an offensive, they always had to return to the wall at some point, and rely on the protection of the shield to weaken the souls for a period before beginning another offensive. In addition to the vengeful souls, there were occasionally giants visible within the enemy forces. Most of them were about 3 meters tall, and despite being physically imposing, seemed emaciated and sickly. Even still, they were crazed, bloodthirsty and completely vicious, and their eyes radiated with unfathomable hatred whenever they looked in the direction of the Great Wall. Xiaochun instantly recognized those giants. They were none other than wildland savages. Most of them held back, looking for opportunities created by the Sea of Souls. Once such an opportunity presented itself, they would call upon their fleshly body power to rocket through the air like meteors. The attacks of the savages were what the skin flayers on the Great Wall would get most nervous about. Whenever they happened, the cultivators would fly off of the wall to counterattack with full force. Rumbling booms filled the air, and crimson blood and gore filled the battlefield as the bitter fighting went on. Even as Xiaochun looked around to take everything in, the savages outside seemed to take notice of him. They could tell that he and his group were new arrivals, and one of them, who happened to be a bit larger than the others, suddenly launched himself into the air toward them. Howling, he sped along in a beam of light, simultaneously performing a double-handed incantation gesture, which caused numerous vengeful souls to join him in his charge. In the blink of an eye, Xiaochun saw blackened, yellowish teeth and an emaciated body hurtling madly in his direction. Li Hongming's pupils constricted, and he strode forward, right hand flashing in an incantation gesture before waving his finger in the direction of the savage. At the same time, numerous nearby skin flayers also began to charge forward. To see the savage staring at him in such bloodthirsty fashion caused Xiaochun's heart to prickle in fear. And yet, the more danger he was in, the more explosively he would react. Having no time to considering the situation, he opened his heaven-span Dharma eye, causing a violet beam of light to shoot out. The violet light almost instantly landed on the savage, wrapping around him. The effect only lasted for a moment before he freed himself, but within that time, Xiaochun performed an incantation gesture, causing shocking frigid qi to roil out. Cracking sounds could instantly be heard as layers of ice sprang up around the attacking savage. Simultaneously, Li Hongming and the other soldiers attacked, causing booming sounds to echo out in all directions. That was when Zhao Tianjiu and Chen Yuishan recovered. Expressions flickering, they also joined in the attack. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the savage let out a miserable shriek, and was torn to shreds. Black blood burst out in all directions, but was too far away from the wall and the shield to hit them. Instead, it splashed down onto the ground below, where it hissed and sizzled as it dissolved the soil. The savage's blood is filled with various toxins, Li Hongming explained, and is strong enough to erode the wall itself. It's a new development from within the last 100 years, and is why we can't let the savages even get close to the Great Wall. From the look in his eyes, the disdain he had felt toward Bai Xiaochun seemed to have lessened significantly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 469, Necromancers. Chapter 469, Necromancers. Bai Xiaochun looked down wide-eyed at the crater which had been melted by the savage's blood, and his heart trembled. They're not savages, he thought, they're more like pill furnaces on the verge of exploding. I can't believe that's what happens when you kill them. Despite the fact that he was even more nervous than ever, he could tell that Li Hongming was looking at him differently than before, so he forced his chin up and coolly said, "It's been quite some time that I've hoped to feast my eyes on fighting like this. Presumably, battles like this don't happen very often." Li Hongming's derision for Bai Xiaochun was continuing to lessen, so he smiled and explained, "Of course they do. Small-scale skirmishes like this happen every 2 or 3 days." Bai Xiaochun would rather have not heard such an explanation, and his heart immediately began to thump. Looking out beyond the wall, he saw a sea of souls, the countless savages, and even certain locations where there were huge, ferocious battle beasts. This is a small-scale skirmish? He thought in surprise. What are the big battles like? Not only did everything look very dangerous, but it reminded him that he had to go outside of the Great Wall on at least 3 missions. What a headache! Smiling faintly, Li Hongming looked at Zhao Tianjiu and the others and said, "Very well, it's dangerous here on top of the wall. Now that you've had your look at war, why don't we head back down?" Bai Xiaochun was just about to agree when Zhao Tianjiu took a deep breath. Eyes sparkling, he looked down at the fighting and said, "Brotherly, how long will this battle last?" Li Hongming looked around for a moment to assess the situation, then replied, "From the look of things, I'd say the soul tide will recede tonight. Then there will be a day or 2 of peace and quiet. In that case, I'll wait here. Once the battle is over, I'd like to immediately go out into the wildlands to begin my training." Bai Xiaochun had known all along that Zhao Tianjiu would think in this way, and wasn't surprised at all. However, Li Hongming seemed quite taken aback. "You want to go outside of the Great Wall? That's why I came here. To go out into the wildlands." Li Hongming looked at Zhao Tianjiu a bit more closely for a moment before clasping hands and bowing deeply. "In all the years I've been stationed here in Great Wall City, I can't count how many people have gone out into the wildlands, never to return. Fellow Daoist Zhao, the fact that you have such a goal despite your incredible status is truly worthy of respect. I truly hope that your journeys are safe, fellow Daoist." Zhao Tianjiu laughed heartily, then looked over at Xiaochun. Placing her hand over her mouth to cover her smile, she walked over without a word to stand at Zhao Tianjiu's side. Her message was clear: she would stay with Zhao Tianjiu wherever he went. It might be dangerous on the outside, and she might have a reputation as being one of the most beloved young women in the sect, but at the moment, those things didn't matter to her. As for Zhao Tianjiu's 2 followers, and Chen Yuoshan's 2 close friends, none of them said anything. Originally, they had planned to go along with Zhao Tianjiu and Chen Yuoshan, but after seeing the deadly fighting just now, they were left so shaken that they could only look down at the ground in an attempt to hide the shame on their faces. Zhao Tianjiu didn't seem to care. Smiling broadly, he looked at Bai Xiaochun. "Xiaochun, will you be joining us?" Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat. Considering that he was only in the late gold core stage, he didn't feel that going out into the wildlands would be a very good idea. Perhaps once he reached the Great Circle, then he would go out. At least at that point, he would be more capable of defending himself. By then, he could just make a quick trip outside and back, and hopefully, wouldn't find himself in too much danger. By enduring the next 10 years in such a fashion, he could then go back to the sect and trade his Deva soul for a set of 5 elements Deva beast souls. Taking the safe and easy route to the nascent soul stage was the way for him. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Xiaochun felt more confident in his decision than ever, and was just trying to decide whether or not to explain his decision, when suddenly, cries of shock could be heard from the surrounding skin flayers. Many faces in the area filled with astonishment, and despite the fact that the spiritual energy was so weak, many people unleashed the power of their cultivation bases. The sudden development left by Xiaochun, Zhao Tianjiao, and everyone else stunned. Looking out at the battlefield, they saw that the seemingly endless tide of souls had suddenly stopped moving. In fact, they even began to back up. At the same time, there were no vicious expressions on their faces anymore, but rather, what appeared to be flickers of intelligence. It was a very odd-looking sight. Such expressions seemed very out of place. If that were all there were to the situation, it might not have been a big deal. But then, the vengeful souls threw their heads back and let out ear-piercing howls, and at the same time began to rush toward each other and clump into groups. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 300-meter-tall soul emperors had formed on the battlefield. They had broad shoulders and seemingly muscular bodies made up of countless souls, and each one of them wielded different magical weapons. The mere sight of them was enough to shake heaven and earth. The more than 10 enormous soul emperors let out terrifying howls as they brandished their magical weapons in shocking fashion. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide at the sight of the soul emperors, and he couldn't help but think of the soul emperor he had seen in the Cyan trial by fire back in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. That soul emperor there looked almost exactly like these ones. The terrifying soul emperors out on the battlefield seemed incredibly powerful, almost as if they were comparable to nascent soul experts. In addition to the more than 10 soul emperors, Bai Xiaochun could also see that there were certain souls out on the battlefield that were different from the others. The ordinary vengeful souls weren't intelligent, and couldn't use magical items. For the most part, they acted on instinct, and were mostly illusory, like smoke. But now, 7 or 8 figures could be seen on the battlefield, clad in voluminous black robes complete with deep hoods that obscured their heads and faces. It was impossible to say when they had appeared, but now they hovered in midair, surrounded by crackling black lightning. There were also some vengeful souls that were beast-like in appearance, and held enormous weapons in their hands as they strode forward. In addition, at one point off in the distance, swirling smoke formed into the shape of a warhorse with blood-red eyes and flames surrounding its hooves. Seated on the back of the warhorse of smoke was a gray-robed man. Clearly, that man was no vengeful spirit, and neither was he a savage. He was a cultivator. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that he was like a cultivator. He was tall and thin, and the skin of the hand which held the reins of the horse was pure white and seemingly devoid of any dirt or filth whatsoever. There was something elegant about him, something that made him seem beyond ordinary. Furthermore, he wasn't alone. Flanking him were 7 or 8 men and women wearing dilapidated clothing, yet who were very good-looking. As they stood there staring at the Great Wall, eyes flickering coldly, the cultivation base fluctuations rolling off of them placed them in the core formation stage. Immediately, the nearby emaciated savages bowed their heads and clasped hands, expressions of awe and reverence on their faces. When Bai Xiaochun saw the black warhorse, the first thing he thought of was Bruiser. Then he looked more closely at the figure in the gray robe mounted atop it, and realized that there was definitely something different about him. He almost seemed like a king to the vengeful souls and the savages, as if he could single-handedly control all of them. For some reason, Bai Xiaochun found himself thinking about Chen Manyao and the group she represented. When Li Hongming saw the gray-robed figure, his expression flickered. Who would have thought that a small-scale skirmish like this would see the appearance of soul cultivators and necromancers? Zhao Tianjiao stared at the gray-robed man, coldness rising up in his heart as he asked, "Soul cultivators? Necromancers?" In the Wildlands, vengeful souls are considered to be the lowest ranking and least powerful of all entities. Then come the savages, and after that, the soul cultivators. At the top are the necromancers. As for the soul cultivators, they are powerful cultivators who treat the savages like nothing more than servants. There is no spiritual energy for them to cultivate, so they settle for the next best thing. They use soul vitality instead of spiritual power, and that is why they are called soul cultivators. The people responsible for capturing the most powerful vengeful souls, the masters of soul manipulation techniques, and the ones who extract soul vitality for the soul cultivators to use, are rare in the wildlands, and are highly valued. They are the necromancers. Necromancers are terrifying beings. Each and every one is a powerful expert who can control souls, merge them together, and even contain souls inside their bodies to be unleashed with devastating power. Li Hongming said in a low voice. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 470, Who Said I'm Scared? Chapter 470, Who Said I'm Scared? Even as Li Hongming was explaining about soul cultivators and necromancers, the gray-robed man on the black warhorse extended his right hand and pointed at the Great Wall. In response, the more than 10 gigantic soul emperors roared and began to charge across the battlefield, followed by the numerous battle beasts in the area. Of course, not all of the vengeful souls on the field of battle had been used to make the soul emperors, so there were plenty of ordinary vengeful souls to accompany them in their charge. There were also the pitch-black souls in midair, surrounded by black lightning, and the souls with special magical weapons. As the charge began, intense rumblings echoed out that were enough to topple mountains and drain seas. The savages also howled as they began to run toward the Great Wall, with only the gray-robed man and the 7 or 8 soul cultivators remaining unmoving as they watched the scene play out. The battle was ramping up, and deafening rumbling sounds were already filling the air. As for Zhao Tianjiao, he stood looking out at the battle, listening intently to Li Hongming's explanation. Although Zhao Tianjiao knew quite a bit about the wildlands, Li Hongming had personally been here fighting battles for many years, so clearly, his understanding was much deeper and clearer. Bai Xiaochun stood there licking his lips as he looked at the soul cultivators and the gray-robed man. He had a bit of a different perspective than Zhao Tianjiao. He had been dealing with the wildlands for a long time now, and was very glad to have this additional information from Li Hongming. Neither the vengeful souls nor the savages are the true rulers of the wildlands, he thought. The real ones in charge are the so-called rebels who have been forced to live out there. Originally, there probably weren't very many of them, but after all the years that have passed, they've multiplied and become many. Considering how barren the place is, they have no choice but to use soul vitality to practice cultivation. And that's why they're called soul cultivators. The necromancers must just be outstanding figures among soul cultivators. He said they're adept at manipulating souls, so I wonder if the process is similar to how medicine is concocted or magical items are forged? Even as Bai Xiaochun was wrapped up in these thoughts, Xiaochun frowned. 1. Even if soul cultivators are strong, and necromancers are rare, what are they doing here? What gives them the courage to take on the entire Great Wall with just that small group? Aren't they worried that we will charge out and kill them? Xiaochun wasn't the only one pondering that very question. Zhao Tianjiao had also been thinking about it. Even Bai Xiaochun looked over expectantly at Li Hongming. Li Hongming didn't respond. Instead, he extended his right hand, within which appeared a jade slip that he apparently used to transmit some orders. Next, 10 enormous magical cannons suddenly began to power up on the Great Wall, sending powerful fluctuations out in all directions. Moments later, rumbling sounds could be heard as bright beams of light shot out from the cannons out onto the battlefield. The air distorted around the beams of light as they shot toward the Soul Emperors, some of whom let out miserable shrieks as they were destroyed. The beams of light cut through them like a hot knife through butter, and then proceeded onward to destroy more savages and souls behind them. In an instant, the light was closing in on the necromancer. Those 10 beams of light were powerful enough to destroy nascent soul cultivators, and yet, when they hit the necromancer and the soul cultivators, their bodies simply faded away. Obviously, they hadn't been killed, but rather, had visited the battlefield via projection, and not with their true forms. Chen Yueshan's jaw dropped, and Zhao Tianjiao's pupils constricted. Even Bai Xiaochun was completely taken aback. Apparently, Li Hongming wasn't at all surprised by Chen Yueshan's question, and had even been expecting it. Back when I first arrived at the Great Wall, I had similar questions. Unfortunately, no one provided me with any answers, and I only learned the truth after seeing things with my own eyes. Turning to face her, he said, I suspect you don't know as much about the wildlands as you think you do. The wildlands are huge, much larger than the Heavenspan River that we come from. The vengeful souls there are so numerous that they are without end. For countless tens upon tens of thousands of years, the savages there have been born with the power of gods running in their veins. After they grow up, some of them become giants that are thousands of meters tall. There are also countless vicious beasts in the wildlands, the type that would shock you to hear them described. Remember, it's not just the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect who resists the wildlands, it's all of the sects in the Heavenspan River Basin. Furthermore, we aren't the only ones who have devas. Nor are we the only ones to have demigods. As Li Hongming continued with his explanation, Bai Xiaochun looked out at the spot where the necromancer and the soul cultivators had been standing, as well as the terrifying battle which was playing out. Even as he was sighing and cursing about ending up in a place like this, Zhao Tianjia threw his head back and laughed uproariously. If the wildlands were filled with weaklings, then what would be the point of going there for training? The lands out there are filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons, which make them the perfect place for me. Besides, the wildlands might be strong, with even devas and demigods, but we have the celestial. With the celestial on our side, the wildlands will be the wildlands for all eternity. They will always be stuck outside the Great Wall, and will never pollute our Heavenspan Sea. Zhao Tianjia seemed very grand as he stood there and uttered such words, so much so that Li Hongming also joined him in laughing. That's right. We have the celestial, so the wildlands will always and ever be stuck on the outside. That's how things have always been. A strong gleam of approval could be seen in Li Hongming's eyes as he looked at Zhao Tianjia. As the two of them laughed together, Zhao Tianjia looked over at Bai Xiaochun, and could see that he was nervous. Xiaochun, does it scare you to see all those souls and hear about how strong the wildlands are? Cultivation is fundamentally a defiance of the heavens, so we cultivators should obviously dominate the battlefield to carve out our own great Tao. When faced with the heroic-looking Zhao Tianjia and Li Hongming, Bai Xiaochun knew that he couldn't let himself look scared. Glaring at them, he slapped his chest hard and loudly declared, "Scared? Who said I'm scared? I could destroy those puny souls as easy as turning over my hand." Looking out at the tide of souls and the soul emperors, Bai Xiaochun decided to make his words even more persuasive, and to truly convince them that he wasn't afraid. Therefore, he had to take some action. Slapping his bag of holding, he produced a soul convergence pill. Looking disdainfully down at the battlefield, he threw the pill out. "Take this." As the medicinal pill flew through the air, he performed an incantation gesture and then waved his finger at it. As he did, the pill landed amidst the sea of souls, and then exploded. Instantly, a terrifying gravitational force erupted out, becoming a black hole fully 300 meters wide. All of the souls in that area were in the middle of howling and charging toward the Great Wall. However, in the blink of an eye, their howls were cut short. Meanwhile, expressions of wide-eyed astonishment suddenly appeared on the faces of the skin flayers up on the wall. Within that 300-meter area, all of the vengeful souls were suddenly sucked beyond their control in the direction of the exploded pill, and in the blink of an eye, the entire area was empty. From a distance, there was now a large, 300-meter hole in the middle of the soul tide, something completely eye-catching that everyone was looking at. To the astonishment of everyone, after the souls were sucked together, they became a head-sized soul sphere that dropped down onto the ground. From the look of it, there were over 10,000 vengeful souls inside of it, all screaming and struggling to no avail to free themselves. Not only were the cultivators on the Great Wall shocked, the savages on the battlefield were completely astounded. There were also many nearby vengeful souls who instinctively stopped in place and looked over. Even some of the soul emperors looked over in surprise. This, Li Hongming said, his mind spinning. Earlier, he had assumed that Bai Xiaochun was pulling out a medicinal pill simply to get some face, but what had actually resulted left him completely and utterly shocked. Zhao Tianjiao's eyes were wide as he looked at the newly emptied 300-meter circle in the middle of the battlefield, and the more than 10,000 vengeful souls struggling in the soul sphere. Gasping, he turned to look at Xiaochun, his expression one of slight confusion. Chen Yueshan, as well as the others in their group, were standing there with hearts pounding as they suddenly remembered Xiaochun's actions in the Cyan trial by fire back in the sect. After a moment of silence, the skin flayers on the wall erupted into chaos, their eyes shining with disbelief and shock as they looked over at Xiaochun. Heavens! What just happened? What magical item did he throw out just now? This is unheard of. I can't believe this. I don't think I've ever seen anything that works so well against vengeful souls. Who is that guy? Seeing that not only had his pill worked quite well, but he had also attracted quite a bit of attention, Xiaochun was immediately enlivened. Therefore, he pulled out a whole pile of soul convergence pills and, with a mighty shout, threw them out over the wall, and then began to perform an incantation gesture. Booms began to ring out on the battlefield, and soon, vast numbers of vengeful souls were screaming in anguish. Even one of the soul emperors was caught up, and ended up being sucked away into a soul sphere. The crowd of cultivators on top of the wall stood there in stunned silence. Xiaochun was more excited than ever by this development. Clearing his throat, he happily stuck his chin up and waved his sleeve. Who said I was scared? With the snap of a finger, Xiaochun reduced all those souls to ashes. You think I'm scared of them? 1 footnote, a quick note that necromancer has a Chinese character in it that is relatively common in AWE and in Xianxia stories in general, and that is. You will often see this characters translated as refined because that is the most common dictionary definition for the character on its own. However, when combined with other words, that refined character doesn't necessarily mean refine. For example, is literally refined pill but is a real-world Taoist term that means to concoct or make pills of immortality. That's why I translate as pill concocting. In AWE, the terminology, in Chinese, is slightly different, so we have medicine concocting instead of pill concocting, with the verb being the same, but the noun part changing from the pill character to the medicine character. Anyway, I digress. If you remember way back in Chapter 4 of AWE, there was a line that talks about the main skills relevant to immortal cultivation, those being medicine concocting, equipment forging, and spirit enhancement. All of those terms used the character as the verb. I chose early on not to try to have all those verbs match, since the former two were holdovers from ISSTH, and clearly should not use the refined definition. Furthermore, I felt that spirit enhancement was a more accurate description of that skill. In the case of the necromancers, we find that same Chinese character used again. As for what exactly it means, refine/concoct/forge/use/manipulate souls, you can't tell from the context. In any case, they practice some sort of technique/skill/magic that has to do with souls. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 471, Do you really want to join the skin flayers? Chapter 471, Do you really want to join the skin flayers? By Xiaochun? Scared? Feeling very pleased with himself, Xiaochun tried as much as possible to flaunt his veins of steel, as if the slightest word of provocation would cause him to throw all caution to the wind and fight it out to the death with his enemies. The shocking result of him throwing out so many soul convergence pills led to more silence as virtually all of the skin flayers on top of the wall looked over at Xiaochun, their jaws hanging open and their eyes shining with ardor. Even Zhao Tianjia could barely breathe. His words earlier had been casually spoken, and he had never imagined that Xiaochun would react the way he did. With the mere wave of his hand, he eradicated a huge number of vengeful souls. He wasn't the only one. In addition to the skin flayers in the area, someone had been watching unseen from the huge coffin off in the distance. That gaze seemed to be completely fixed on Xiaochun for a long moment before retracting back into the coffin. I've gone through just about everything you can imagine, Xiaochun declared. Back when the Spirit Stream sect and the Bloodstream sect were about to go to war, I was the one who single-handedly stopped it. After the sects joined forces, we went on to subjugate the entire cultivation world of the lower reaches. Looking off into the distance, he tried to look as heroic as possible. Later on, I charged into battle with 1,000,000 other cultivators, including those from the Pill and Profound Stream divisions. In fact, I was the one who came up with the name of the river-defying sect. As he swished his sleeve, the wind blew his hair, making him seem even more impressive than before. When the river-defying sect fought the Sky River Court, I led the charge, cutting down countless enemies. I even took control of the body of the Blood Ancestor to fight the Sky River Court's reserve power, the Dire Skybanyan. Fellow Diowesley, now do you understand why I wasn't very shocked by the sight of the battlefield earlier? On my path of cultivation, I've already experienced far too many wars. There was a tenacity visible in Xiaochun's expression, and something in his eyes that seemed both profound and ancient. Because of that, he seemed more than ever like he had veins of steel, and lacked any fear of death. Anyone who saw him at this moment would be shocked, and even Li Hongming was panting a bit. These weren't stupid people, none of them knew Xiaochun, and since this was their first time meeting him, he seemed completely and utterly impressive. Plus, his soul convergence pill truly had shaken the entire battlefield, and left everyone's minds spinning. On the battlefield beyond the Great Wall, the savages were trembling in fear, and none of them even dared to advance. As for the remaining vengeful souls, they were already backing up. Xiaochun, elder brother, really misjudged you, Zhao Tianzhou said, sounding a bit self-reproaching. Thinking back to everything that had occurred since he had met Xiaochun, he quickly clasped hands and bowed apologetically. Letting his sleeve drop, Xiaochun lowered his voice and said, "It's no matter. Elder brother, you're not the first person to assume that I, Xiaochun, am afraid of death. And the truth is that I actually do fear dying. But the reason is that I fear dying for no reason, and fear that my life will be devoid of a future." At the moment he felt wonderful, and couldn't help but muse that the events just now would ensure that in the future, no one would ever dare to say that he was scared of fighting in battle. Xiaochun, Zhao Tianzhou said, shivering a bit. "I understand your sentiments, elder brother Zhao," Xiaochun replied, "so there's no need to speak them aloud. Fellow Diowesley, the battle is not over yet. I suggest you issue orders to take advantage of the opportunity I've won you, before it fades away." Li Hongming looked deeply at Xiaochun, and without saying a single word, waved his hand toward the battlefield outside the Great Wall. The magical cannons on the Great Wall rumbled to life, sending beams of destructive light out into the enemy forces, and at the same time, large numbers of cultivators flew into the air, unleashing divine abilities and magical techniques in a riot of colors. Soon, rumbling sounds filled the air. The vengeful souls struggled to fight back, but Xiaochun continued to throw out soul convergence pills, making it impossible for them to rally together. As a result, they continued to fall back across the battlefield. Bangs rang out one after another as he tossed numerous medicinal pills out. One 300-meter area after another was opened up, and the seemingly endless tide of souls was finally being beaten back. Miserable shrieks and blood-curdling screams rang out without end. As the tide of souls shrank, the beasts and the savages had no cover, and were unable to defend themselves against the blasts of the magical weapons. Soon, they were being cut down like chaff, with the survivors devolving into sheer madness. Savages relied on vengeful souls for almost everything, and using them as cannon fodder to charge the Great Wall was one of the primary tactics of the Wildlands forces. But now, that tactic was completely useless. Hearts trembling, the savages finally realized that too many strange things were occurring in this battle, and that they had no chance of surviving. Having no other choice, they began to retreat. Before, it had seemed the battle would last until night fell, but as of this moment, evening hadn't even fallen, and it was already concluding. The skin flayers almost couldn't believe what was happening. In all their years fighting savages and vengeful souls, they had never experienced anything like this. As the Wildlands forces retreated, Li Hongming clasped hands and bowed to Bai Xiaochun. "Many thanks for your help in this battle, fellow Taoist Bai," he said sincerely. The Great Wall was designed as a defensive barrier, so unless dire circumstances presented themselves, the cultivators wouldn't go beyond its bounds for protracted lengths of time. Therefore, it wasn't just Li Hongming who turned to bow to Bai Xiaochun, all of the skin flayers in the area who had stayed behind also joined in. "There's no need to thank me," Bai Xiaochun said somberly. "I do everything for the heaven-span river and sea, for my comrades in arms, and for my sect. If anything, I should be thanking you. Without your year-round service here on the wall, where could any of us safely practice cultivation? Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Taoists, thank you, all of you." With that, he clasped hands and bowed deeply. His words were spoken with a sincerity and deep emotion that touched the hearts of all present, and caused them to approve of Bai Xiaochun even more than before. As for Li Hongming, he laughed heartily and then said, "Brother Zhao. Brother Bai. Come, come. I will personally arrange for a feast so that we can eat and drink to our heart's content." With that, he smiled and led the way off of the Great Wall. His attitude was completely different this time around. Along the way, he passionately introduced the various areas of Great Wall City, and even told them some things he knew about the Wildlands. Instead of taking them to an inn, he led them to his own personal residence. There, his maidservants laid out a huge feast, and they began to socialize and eat. "Brother Zhao, if you go outside the Great Wall, you will be completely surrounded by danger. I know that you have an impressive background, but you still have to watch out for yourself. Here, take this jade slip. These are all the maps I've collected during my years doing missions outside. Perhaps they will be of some use." After handing over the jade slip, he raised his cup in a toast to Zhao Tianzhou. "Many thanks," Zhao Tianzhou said, nodding his head somberly as he accepted the jade slip and drank with Li Hongming. "Brother Bai, I'm sure you have grand aspirations of your own that you will be pursuing, but no matter what happens, if you need help in any aspect, just say the word and I'll be there." From the sincere way Li Hongming looked at Bai Xiaochun, it seemed that he really did approve of him, and even wanted to be friends. Instead of responding with words, Bai Xiaochun simply raised his drinking vessel and took a long drink. Then the three of them all joined together in a round of contented laughter. Xiaochun remained off to the side, watching them with a smile and occasionally refilling their drinking vessels. Time passed, and soon it was late in the night. The three young men were all core formation cultivators, and were sincerely interested in being friends. Their conversation flowed naturally, and they even exchanged some tips about puzzling cultivation problems. Overall, it was a very beneficial conversation for all of them. Eventually, the sky began to grow light, and Zhao Tianzhou put down his drinking vessel. Eyes shining, he rotated his cultivation base to dispel the effects of the alcohol, and then rose to his feet. "Xiaochun. Brotherly. It's time for me to take my leave. I hope that when I return, the three of us can once again eat and drink together." With that, he clasped hands in farewell. Next, Bai Xiaochun and Li Hongming watched as Zhao Tianzhou and Xiaochun went to say their farewells to their friends and followers at the other table. Then they left the courtyard, escorted by some of the skin flayers to leave the Great Wall and head into the Wildlands. Their friends and followers all went their own separate ways. "Stay safe on your travels, elder brother Zhao," Bai Xiaochun murmured as he watched them leave. In his heart, he truly admired Zhao Tianzhou, both for his cultivation base and his temperament. He even felt a bit of an impulse to follow him out into the Wildlands. However, he managed to quickly suppress that terrifying impulse before it could do anything. Elder brother Zhao has his path, and I have my own road to follow. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his drinking vessel and drained of the last bit of alcohol. My road leads back to East Sea City, he thought. I'll find somewhere there to spend a few years, and then decide what to do. I definitely don't want to stay in this crappy place for any longer than I have to. Fully convinced that this was the right course of action, he rose to his feet to bid farewell to Li Hongming. "Brother Bai, I know that you're anxious to be on your way, and I don't have much time on my hands either. I have some orders to carry out, and hope that we can meet again soon in the future. And now, let me escort you to the side gate." With that, he led the way toward one of the side gates of Great Wall City. As they walked along, the bright, morning sun shone down to light their path. Bai Xiaochun would occasionally look out at the sky which hung over the area outside the Great Wall, and send his well wishes in the direction of Zhao Tianzhou and Chen Yueshan. Before long, they were at the side gate. All he had to do was walk outside, and then he could return along the path he'd traveled to come here. Turning to Li Hongming, he sighed and said, "Brother Li, if we're connected by destiny, then we'll meet again." Li Hongming hesitated for a moment, then said, "Xiaochun, you know, I really feel like this is the best place for you. Why don't you think about joining the Skin Flayers? If you enlist, then I can definitely expedite your application." "Ha!" As soon as Bai Xiaochun heard the words spoken by Li Hongming, the sentimental feeling in his heart vanished, to be replaced by trembling fear. He didn't want to stay at the Great Wall for any longer than he had to. It was just too dangerous. He was about to shake his head in refusal, but realized that doing so would be a bit embarrassing. Sighing, he said, "I would love to join. Unfortunately, I'm well aware that the process of enlisting with the Skin Flayers is very complicated. I don't want to add any trouble to your busy life, Brother Li. One day, if I can do it completely on my own merit, then I'll definitely join the Hall of Steel Veins. Well then, I guess I'll be off now." Fearing that Li Hongming might do more to try to get him to stay, he turned to leave. However, before he could take a single step, a grave, somber voice echoed out through the air. "Do you really want to join the Skin Flayers? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 472, Conscripted for 10 years. Chapter 472, Conscripted for 10 years. Not only was the voice somber, but it was the weighty type that would apparently not tolerate the slightest bit of disobedience. Anyone who heard that voice would instantly feel shaken inwardly. Even as the voice echoed out, a middle-aged man appeared, clad in a long black robe. A moment ago, he had been some distance away, but a single step brought him to stand right in front of Bai Xiaochun, blocking his path forward. "Ha!" Bai Xiaochun said, his eyes going wide. Whoever this man was, he moved incredibly quickly, so quickly that before his words had finished entering Bai Xiaochun's ears, the man was already standing right there in his line of sight. He was handsome, with long black hair that made him quite dashing despite the fact that he seemed to be middle-aged. There was also something profound about him, as though his gaze contained the starry sky itself. A mere look at him left Bai Xiaochun shaken. Although his clothing seemed casually selected, the way he stood there made him seem as if he were fused with heaven and earth. He was not quite at the level of a deva in that regard, but seemed capable of reaching that level at any time. It was as if he could draw upon the energy of heaven and earth and transform it into boundless battle prowess. He was not in the deva realm, but neither was he in the great circle of the nascent soul stage. He had reached a point where he could understand some of the magical laws of heaven and earth, which meant that he was in the quasi-deva realm. Bai Xiaochun suddenly felt as if his breathing were stifled, and he couldn't even speak. Although what had occurred so far takes a bit of time to describe, all of it happened in the time it takes to say a short sentence. When Li Hongming saw who was now standing there, his expression turned profoundly solemn, and his eyes began to shine with fervor. Clasping hands, he bowed extremely deeply. "Greetings, General." Bai Xiaochun's heart immediately flip-flopped as he realized who this man was. Considering that Li Hongming had called him general, it meant that he was obviously the commanding general of the Skin Flayers. Bai Xiaochun immediately clasped hands and bowed. "Greetings, General." The black-robed man looked calmly at Bai Xiaochun and then said, "I just asked you if you really want to enlist with the Skin Flayers." Bai Xiaochun immediately regretted what he had just said. Seeing the black-robed general staring at him, he started to get nervous, and stammered, well I don't. Before he could finish speaking, the black-robed man's eyes began to shine aggressively. A murderous aura suddenly exploded off of him, transforming into wave-like ripples of rage that threatened to capsize the tiny rowboat that was by Xiaochun. Think your answer through clearly before you give it. Despite how calmly he spoke, the man's words echoed like thunder in Bai Xiaochun's mind. Bai Xiaochun felt an indescribable pressure weighing down on him, leaving him both trembling and literally on the verge of tears. His eyes were red, and he suddenly had the feeling that if he didn't agree to enlist, then he might be struck down dead on the spot. Swallowing hard, he said, I'm a hostage, it's kind of a sensitive position. Hostage? Looking surprised, the man waved his right hand, causing a jade slip to appear in his palm. After examining some information inside, he looked up and thought for a moment. Bai Xiaochun's heart was pounding with anxiety. He was completely convinced that he must not stay by the Great Wall, it was far too dangerous, and if he didn't leave, he would likely lose his poor little life. However, because of what was happening right now, his emotions were quickly devolving into complete despair. After a long moment of silence, the black-robed man put away the jade slip and said, "That doesn't matter. Since you wish to stay here, then I can resolve the issue of you being a hostage. Very well, the matter is settled. From this day on, you are a soldier in the Skin Flayers. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide, and seeing that the black-robed man was already turning to leave, he quickly cried, I'm a chosen. I'm in the top 10 of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars. I'm free to do whatever I chosen? The man said, not even bothering to look back, his voice ringing with decisiveness that could sever nails and chop iron. That's even better. Anger rising, Bai Xiaochun cried, I don't want to enlist. I take back what I said, alright? Taking it back won't do any good. You've been conscripted. Term of service, 10 years. The man stopped walking and then extended his right hand, within which appeared a violet command medallion, emblazoned with the terrifying, murderous sigil of the Skin Flayers. As a general of one of the 5 legions here at the Great Wall, I have the power to conscript anyone I want. Those were some nice medicinal pills you used yesterday, and will be of great use here. Let me put it his way, Bai Xiaochun, you're staying here, whether you want to or not. Flicking his sleeve, he looked over at Li Hongming. Li Hongming. Sir. Li Hongming replied loudly. Get him his uniform and then take him to the armory. With that, the man left, completely ignoring how Bai Xiaochun was reacting to all of this. Bai Xiaochun felt like weeping, but no tears would come. That was even more the case considering that as the black-robed man had spoken moments ago, a few dozen cultivators had appeared in the area, bristling with murderous auras. They were the type who had obviously fought in countless military campaigns, and had done so much killing that their eyes glowed red. The mere fact that they were looking at Bai Xiaochun left him jumpy. Clearly, if he refused to comply with the orders, they would not let him leave alive. Bai Xiaochun was both furious, and also filled with regret. He knew that all of this was the result of him trying to show off a bit. If I could take it all back, he thought, scowling on the verge of tears, I would never have jumped out into the limelight. Then, he looked at the back of the black-robed man as he headed off into the distance, and decided to throw caution to the wind. General! He shouted at the top of his lungs. His words echoed out like thunder, causing the eyes of the surrounding cultivators to grow even sharper than before. Li Hongming was clearly getting anxious, worried that Bai Xiaochun might do something to offend Bai Lin. He well knew that Bai Lin was the type of person who could slaughter both savages and cultivators without batting an eyelid. His rules for the Skin Flayers Legion were very strict, and thus, Li Hongming quickly tried to give Bai Xiaochun a meaningful look. Meanwhile, Bai Lin stopped in place for a second time. What do you want? He said, turning around slowly, his eyes as cold as ice. Bai Xiaochun immediately shivered as though he had suddenly been dropped into the dead of winter. He wasn't the only one to have such a feeling. Li Hongming and the other cultivators were suddenly trembling in their boots. Dejected by how terrifying the man's gaze was, Xiaochun lowered his voice and said, "If you want to conscript me into the skin flayers, that's fine. But you haven't told me what my salary will be." Li Hongming gasped in response. He knew that Bai Lin was a moody person, and if Xiaochun provoked him in the wrong way, it wouldn't matter what his background was. If Bai Lin wanted Xiaochun dead, then nobody in Great Wall City could stop him. "You'll serve for 10 years, Bai Lin said coldly. "Each year, your salary will be 5 times what you get in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. As for other rewards, you can acquire them using battle credit." With that, he turned to leave. "General!" Xiaochun shouted. This time, Li Hongming was wailing inwardly at how brazen Xiaochun was acting. Li Hongming himself would never dare to open his mouth a second time, were he in Xiaochun's shoes. The other surrounding cultivators all felt the same. From what they could tell, this Xiaochun really had some balls. As for Bai Lin, his murderous aura suddenly intensified by multiple levels. His hair began to fly around in the air as his aura raged out, causing brightly colored lights to flash in heaven and earth. As of this point, he looked like a god of death as he stared wordlessly at Xiaochun, making the entire area seem more and more cold. The entire Skin Flayers district was now completely and utterly silent. Xiaochun was trembling. The truth was that he didn't really want to yell out, but at the same time, he had the feeling that if he didn't make some demands now, he wouldn't get another chance later. Therefore, he steeled himself and said, "I had 2 Dao protectors, both of them dear friends. They were in charge of keeping me safe. I'd really hate to be stuck here all alone. Is there any way you could send for them?" Had Song K or Master God Diviner been there to hear his words, they would immediately have coughed up mouthfuls of blood, and instantly begun to curse him. To join the army that defended the Great Wall was like a death sentence, and anyone with sense would refuse to do so. Furthermore, there was no way that either of them could have imagined that after fleeing again, Xiaochun would be trying to get them back. However, neither Bai Lin nor Li Hongming knew Xiaochun very well, so to them, his words carried a different meaning. From what they could tell, Xiaochun was worried that if he stayed at Great Wall City, his Dao protectors would probably go through a lot of trouble going around searching for him. Thus, in his attempt to care for them, he was asking that they join him. The fact that, despite being under such pressure and facing Bai Lin's murderous aura, Xiaochun would still make such a request showed how much he valued friendship and loyalty. Bai Lin's expression immediately softened a bit. "I'm afraid that's not possible," he said. "However, I can promise that if you gain enough battle credit, then you can go find your 2 friends and conscript them yourself." With that, Bai Lin flickered into motion and disappeared, not giving Xiaochun any more chances to say anything else. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 473, You're Bullying Me Too. Chapter 473, You're Bullying Me Too. Face falling, Xiaochun watched Bai Lin leave, then turned to look at Li Hongming. An odd half-smile appeared on Li Hongming's face as he looked back. Laughing lightly, he said, "Congratulations on attracting the attention of the general, Xiaochun. It's a big honor to have someone like him personally recruit you and vouch for you. In all the years that I've been in the army, I've only seen that happen to 3 people. You're the 4th. Xiaochun immediately began to grumble to himself that he didn't want to become the 4th person to be personally conscripted by the general. However, he had no choice but to accept his fate, and thus, left with Li Hongming. As the side gate got further and further away, he couldn't help but feel like he had lost his freedom, his control over his life, and his chance to pursue his dreams. Why did things have to turn out this way? He thought, sighing continuously. Complaining inwardly the entire time, he followed along as Li Hongming took him to get his uniform, which was a suit of black armor. After changing into the armor, Xiaochun realized that he looked quite heroic, and yet, that didn't make him feel any better than before. As they walked along, Li Hongming excitedly told him about the history of the skin flayers. Bai Xiaochun listened morosely as they head toward the location Bai Lin had indicated for him to be taken, the armory. What was referred to as the armory was a well-guarded area filled with numerous courtyard residences. Despite being a colonel, even Li Hongming was inspected thoroughly before being allowed inside. The armory is one of the most important locations in the skin flayers district. The only people who are allowed to live in this area are the grandmasters who concoct medicine, create paper talismans, and forge weapons and armor. Xiaochun, Li Hongming said with a sigh, the general really did take a liking to you. Bai Xiaochun immediately sensed that the armory was somewhat different than the other areas outside. Not only was it more peaceful and quiet, but there was also somewhat of an accumulation of spiritual power. Something else that was strange was that all the cultivators in the armory seemed very arrogant. As Li Hongming proceeded along, he would clasp hands and salute, and yet they all completely ignored him in response. Seeing Li Hongming being given the cold shoulder made Bai Xiaochun a bit angry. What's so amazing about these people? He asked. Li Hongming laughed and replied, Xiaochun, they're all grandmasters. They're the people who make the tools we require to fight in battle. That's just the way things are. At that point, they stopped outside of the 7th building in the armory. Xiaochun, this is as far as I can take you. From now on, we're fellow comrades in arms. If you need help with any issue, just let me know. After a few more words of advice, he turned and left. Bai Xiaochun sadly watched Li Hongming leave, then turned and stepped into the building which had been prepared for him. It was thousands of meters across, and other than a 3-story structure at one end, was mostly just a large courtyard neatly paved with green spirit stone slabs. Considering that Great Wall City as a whole was virtually devoid of spiritual energy, that made this location a wonderful place for any cultivator. Although Bai Xiaochun didn't really want to be stuck in Great Wall City, he had to admit that this residence wasn't too bad. He even saw a lovely little lake off to the side. Lakes were a rarity near the Great Wall, and any that did exist were filled with black water. Therefore, to see a lake like this one with cool, clear waters instantly left him feeling relaxed. Ah well, I might as well just follow orders. Sighing, he walked over and sat down next to the lake, contemplating what was to come in the future. At that point, he noticed that there were 3 golden carp swimming back and forth in front of him. They had long whiskers that indicated they had lived quite a long time, and most shocking of all was that they were partially translucent. Clearly, they were not mortal tier creatures, and were the type of creatures that could be used as ingredients in medicinal creations. These dragonfishes must have lived for at least a 60-year cycle. That's pretty rare. They're the main ingredient for fish dragon pills. After watching the fish for a bit, he decided to go for a walk through the armory. Soon he realized that all of the buildings had numbers on them, and the smaller the numbers were, the larger the buildings. Furthermore, the locations of the larger buildings were also better. He was in Building 7, which was one of the best buildings in the entire armory. After examining the building records, he looked over at the little lake that now belonged to him and murmured, according to the records, there should be a whole school of dragonfish. Why are there only 3? Before he had time to think about the matter, his expression suddenly flickered as he looked over at a nearby wall. There, a figure was flying through the air, using some unknown method to circumvent the defensive spells and enter right into his courtyard. It was a gaunt old man with an arrogant expression on his face, and a cultivation base in the late core formation stage. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he noticed Bai Xiaochun, whereupon his eyes flickered in surprise. However, instead of saying anything, he simply walked over to the edge of the lake and, in plain view of Bai Xiaochun, reached into the water and grabbed one of the dragonfish. Then he turned to leave. Bai Xiaochun was stunned at how condescending the man was acting. Clearly, Bai Xiaochun was standing right there, yet the man pretended not to see him and then went so far as to grab one of his treasured fish. Bai Xiaochun had already been feeling depressed about being here, but now, his anger sparked. Hey, what do you think you're doing? he barked. Concocting medicine, the old man replied, not even bothering to stop. If the general wants to bully me, that's fine. But you think you can bully me too? As Bai Xiaochun's anger burned, his eyes shone with icy light. Reaching out, he made a grasping motion, simultaneously opening his third eye and sending violet light pouring out. The shocked old man attempted to flee, but was too late. In the blink of an eye, the dragonfish he had taken was snatched by Bai Xiaochun and thrown back into the lake. As of this moment, Bai Xiaochun realized that there really were less dragonfish in the lake than there should have been. Obviously, the others had been stolen, and likely, all by this old man. A very unsightly expression could be seen on the old man's face as he backed up a few steps. Glaring at Bai Xiaochun, he chuckled coldly and said, I've been living in Building 8 for years, and have never seen anyone as brazen as you. The dragonfish from Building 7 are mine for the taking. As for you, you trifling child, do you really think you can act so wildly in my presence? Bai Xiaochun had already been irritated to begin with, and the man's words only served to increase his irritation. Pipe down, he said, taking a step forward. Instantly, cracking sounds could be heard as frigid coldness spread out in all directions, causing layers of ice to build up everywhere. Then, he performed something like a minor teleportation, placing him directly in front of the old man. The old man's expression flickered, and before he could even think of fleeing, Bai Xiaochun punched out with the living mountain incantation. A force like an entire mountain slammed into the old man, who tumbled backward several hundred meters, blood spraying out of his mouth. Screw off. From now on, all the dragonfish in this place are surnamed Bai. Although the old man's eyes flickered with venomous hatred, he didn't press the issue, and simply turned and left. Driving away the condescending old man lifted Bai Xiaochun's mood quite a bit, so he sat down next to the lake to meditate. Before long, evening had arrived. As the colors in the sky changed, Bai Xiaochun was just about to rise to his feet when he suddenly turned to look up into a different direction. A moment later, a few beams of light appeared, moving with lightning-like speed toward Bai Xiaochun. 3 figures approached, and in the lead was Bai Lin, clad in a black suit of armor, his face completely expressionless. Behind him were 2 old men with murderous auras and nascent soul cultivation bases, both of whom were clearly sizing up Bai Xiaochun curiously. Bai Xiaochun immediately stood up and said, Greetings, General. Have you gotten used to the environment in the armory yet? Bai Lin asked. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, then carefully responded, It's alright, just a bit quiet, that's all. Having heard this, Bai Lin looked at one of the old men and said, Lin Tao, arrange for some handmaidens to care for Bai Xiaochun's daily needs. The old man nodded, pulling out a jade slip to send out some orders. Bai Xiaochun was a bit taken aback at how quickly his needs were being cared for. Just as he was considering what else he should say, Bai Lin looked down at the clear waters of the lake for a moment, then up into the sky. The Great Wall has existed for many years, he said. In fact, it's older than the starry sky Tao polarity sect itself. Do you know how many cultivators have been stationed in this city over the years? How many have fought here against the wildlands? Too many. The 5 legions of the Hall of Steel Veins have only been garrisoned here for the past 10,000 years or so. Generations come. Generations go. People perish. People leave. But the Great Wall remains. Although there is a bit of rivalry between the 5 legions, overall, relations are good. We live up to our various areas of responsibility, guard the wall, and prevent the wildlanders from invading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 474, What could possibly go wrong when concocting medicine? Chapter 474, What could possibly go wrong when concocting medicine? Bai Xiaochun was having a hard time keeping up with what Bai Lin was saying, or at least, having trouble understanding what the point was. However, there was nothing else he could do but stand there and listen. The 5 legions all have a general and 10 major generals, Bai Lin continued. Each major general has 10 colonels beneath them, and so on, down to the lieutenants and the captains. As for me, I am the current general of the skin flayers. Bai Lin looked back at Bai Xiaochun, and his gaze grew even sharper than before. I'm not the type of man to mince words. I like to say things directly, and I always mean what I say. I have a strange personality. Some people say that I'm temperamental, and others say that I'm bloodthirsty. Some say that I will definitely become a deva someday, and others speak of my incredible natural-born talents. People call me brilliant, and say that I have a profound understanding of strategy and tactics. There are all sorts of such talk. I don't like it. I'm not interested in hearing those things, and in fact, there is only one thing that I like to hear people talking about. Do you know what that is? Considering how Bai Lin seemed to be blathering on so much, Bai Xiaochun had to admit that he really was quite weird. It almost seemed as if he were just randomly saying whatever came to mind. For example, what he had started talking about earlier seemed to have nothing to do with what he was talking about now. Therefore, Bai Xiaochun simply stood there blinking for a moment until Bai Lin frowned. I asked you a question. Do you know what I like to hear people talking about? From the look in his eye, he expected Bai Xiaochun to answer the question. No? Bai Xiaochun said, musing that this Bai Lin really was an odd fellow. Bai Lin's eyes flickered with cold light as he said, I don't like it when people do things half-heartedly. Bai Xiaochun was cursing inwardly, and yet, Bai Lin's cultivation base was far higher than his own, so there was little choice. Therefore, he plastered a look on his face to make it seem like he was thinking very deeply. Then, after a long moment passed, he slapped his thigh. Eyes shining, he said, I know. Senior, in the future, you want people to look back and remember that there was once a cultivator named Bai Lin, a man who led armies across all creation, and who protected the Great Wall for his entire life. Bai Xiaochun was of the opinion that his flattery was flawless, and was actually starting to feel proud of himself, when he noticed that Bai Lin's expression had turned grim. Wrong. Bai Lin said, flicking his sleeve, his eyes beginning to shine brightly. I like people to talk about how Bai Lin has a wonderful grandfather. That is because my father's father ranks second only to the demigod patriarch in the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. He is a Deva Grand Elder. And what does that mean? That means that nobody in the entire Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect would ever dare to provoke me. Furthermore, I'm free to provoke anyone I wish. And beyond that, it means that I can dominate anyone and everyone in Great Wall City. It also means that the skin flayers have a profoundly shocking backer to rely on. From the day that I became the general of the skin flayers, I've had access to anything I wanted. If I lack a single thing, I simply make a request of the sect. In summary, the point of what I'm saying is that when you join up with the skin flayers, other than Deva Realm Senior Chen, there is no greater force to be reckoned with in this city than me. With that, he leveled a cool gaze onto Bai Xiaochun. Understand? Yeah. Bai Xiaochun said, staring in surprise at Bai Lin. Finally, he understood what the general had come here to do, which was simply to show off his family background. Of course, there wasn't much difference between that and the way that Bai Xiaochun often showed off. As for the senior Chen that he had referred to, Bai Xiaochun was aware that he meant Chen Yueshan's father, the three-eyed Chen Hatian. Bai Lin nodded approvingly. As for the two nascent soul experts flanking him, they had no expressions on their faces whatsoever, as if they had long since grown used to Bai Lin's personality and speeches. Sounding very serious, Bai Lin continued, well, now that you understand what I like to hear people talking about, you also understand that as long as you work for me, you can have anything you need. And you also understand what I want from you. I want your service. By this point, Bai Lin's eyes were beginning to shine with passion. I want you to work hard for our legion, to kill savages, to defeat vengeful souls, and to help us win more campaigns. That is why I conscripted you into the skin flayers. I want you to work hard at concocting medicine. Make medicines that can help us in our fight on the Great Wall. As long as you do that, you can have anything you want here in Great Wall City. In fact, I can even make things happen for you in the sect itself. For example, would you like the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect to open more slots for river-defying sect cultivators to come join the sect? Would you like your hostage status to be removed? Even if I can't personally make it happen, my grandfather can. The only requirement is your military service. Therefore, by Xiaochun, I want you to concoct that same medicinal pill you used before. I want lots of them. The more the better. And if possible, I want them to be even more powerful than before. Generally speaking, silk pants weren't anything to fear. Naturally skilled silk pants were, though. And even more fearful were ambitious silk pants. They were the most terrifying of all. Bai Xiaochun was actually a bit impressed by Bai Lin. However, considering they were both surnamed Bai, it was a bit annoying that Bai Lin had someone so powerful to rely on, whereas Bai Xiaochun himself didn't. Of course, Bai Lin's request was something Bai Xiaochun had assumed was coming. Furthermore, considering the things that tended to happen when he concocted medicine, he also figured it was probably good to at least mention that possibility at the outset. If he didn't, and something bad happened, then the next time he saw Bai Lin, the man would surely be furious. This wasn't the river-defying sect, where he could do just about anything he wanted. Nor was it the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect headquarters, with Du Lingfei there to make sure he was safe. He was now at the front lines of a war. He had seen how much fighting and killing went on beyond the Great Wall, and could sense the murderous aura that filled the entire city. He could well imagine how, if he caused some disaster, he would have a hard time protecting his poor little life, and would likely be left with no other choice than to flee the city. Therefore, he took a deep breath and gave Bai Lin a very serious look. "General, I can definitely concoct a lot of soul convergence pills for you. That's no problem at all. However, I invented that pill, and am familiar with the instabilities that can crop up during the concocting process. To be honest, not even I can truly explain why those things happen." Feeling a bit nervous, but not wanting to hide the truth, he continued, "If you want more powerful soul convergence pills, then I need to do more research and experimentation. I'm not saying that I can't do that, but I do have to point out that from the time I was very young until now, I always cause huge commotions whenever I concoct medicine." "That doesn't matter," Bai Lin said, waving his hand dismissively. "What could possibly go wrong when concocting medicine?" "I'm serious, General," Bai Xiaochun continued cautiously. "Back in the Spirit Stream sect, one of my pill concocting sessions caused acid rain to fall all over the whole sect. A lot of people had their clothes melted right off. Another time, a whole bunch of animals mutated. You can't even imagine how terrifying that was. Another time, I provoked lightning from heaven that destroyed my entire Immortal's Cave. Later on, all the snakes in 10,000 Snakes Valley rebelled and invaded the sect because of me." The two nascent soul experts behind Bai Lin already looked a bit fearful. As for Bai Lin, he hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively again. "Those are just minor problems. Things like that won't hurt anybody." Looking a bit embarrassed, Bai Xiaochun said, "I'm not finished yet. Later on in the bloodstream sect, my pill furnaces kept exploding, and one time I made this smoke that caused everyone on the mountain to come down with near-deadly diarrhea. And that's not even mentioning my fantasy pill, which gives people all sorts of crazy hallucinations. Oh, right. There was one time that I almost blew up an entire holy mountain." The two nascent soul experts with Bai Lin were actually major generals in the army, but even they were trembling in fear. The vivid descriptions provided by Bai Xiaochun sounded like nothing less than disasters, no matter how they analyzed them. The worst thing of all was that they could tell that Bai Xiaochun wasn't lying. He really was telling them of the consequences of his own medicine concocting. Bai Lin's eyelids twitched a bit, and he hesitated for even longer this time. But finally, he waved his hand even more forcefully than before. "It doesn't matter. You just take responsibility for getting those medicinal pills to the army. Whatever you need to do it, just ask. As for any problems which crop up during the concocting process, I'll take responsibility." At long last, Bai Xiaochun was able to breathe a sigh of relief. From what he could tell, now that he had offered an honest warning, if anything bad happened later, it wouldn't matter. Although, he murmured to himself, everyone who has said similar things in the past always ended up regretting it. Whenever he thought back to everything that had occurred with medicine concocting in his life up to this point, he always sighed. At this point, he realized that considering Bai Lin had said he could have anything he needed, he decided not to hold back out of politeness. "Okay. I need 100 of your best, most expensive pill furnaces. Each one must have been used to successfully concoct 30 batches of medicinal pills, should have high-quality medicinal aromas, and must all look identical. Otherwise, I would have to spend time getting used to each one, which would be a waste of time, after the briefest of moments," he added, "and therefore, a waste of my military service. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 475, This Old Guy Offended Me. Chapter 475, This Old Guy Offended Me. When Bai Lin realized that Bai Xiaochun wanted 100 pill furnaces, and had even more requirements beyond that, he hesitated for a moment. After all, the type of pill furnace being requested were very valuable. However, Bai Xiaochun's final added words were very convincing, so Bai Lin nodded in agreement and said, "No problem at all." "I also need 10,000 high-grade earthflame crystals," Bai Xiaochun continued, "not a single one of them lacking even an iota of earthflame power. They need to be fully charged. By the way, that 10,000 is only for the first month. I'll need the same amount every month afterward." "Simple," Bai Lin said, smiling broadly. As far as he was concerned, any requirements that could be solved by means of spirit stones weren't a problem at all. Seeing Bai Lin's casual reaction, Bai Xiaochun felt slightly irritated, and thus went on to say, "I need fuel for 5-colored flame, 6-colored flame, 7-colored flame, and 8-colored flame." Bai Lin hesitated, then gritted his teeth and said, "I'll do my best. Plus 1,000 cloudy soul leaves. 1,000 earth spirit tubers. 1,000 atmosphere flowers." With that, he went on to name several dozen types of medicinal plants, any one of which could only be purchased via a sizable amount of merit points back in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. There were some that were only available for purchase to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity superstars, and even a few which were considered to be extinct. But Bai Lin considered himself to be incredibly rich, and after a moment of thought, agreed to all the demands. Despite racking his brains, Bai Xiaochun couldn't think of any other ingredients or items he needed, so decided to change tactics a bit. "Oh right. Concocting medicine is very draining on one's energy and cultivation base, and will be even worse considering the surroundings. If you want me to work without resting, then I need some supreme-grade spirit alcohol to keep my cultivation base going." Bai Lin immediately let out a hearty burst of laughter. "You got it." However, only a moment later, his eyes shone with a cold light, and his murderous aura began to pulse dangerously. "However, although I can give you everything you've asked for, when it comes to what I want, if you fail to." Flicking his sleeve, Bai Xiaochun interrupted proudly to say, "No ifs. When it comes to concocting medicine, when Bai Xiaochun says that he can do it, he definitely can." Bai Xiaochun couldn't have anyone questioning his ability to concoct medicine, after all. Bai Lin seemed taken aback, and yet, didn't get angry. In fact, a broad smile could be seen on his face. He respected people with skill, and Bai Xiaochun seemed completely confident in his abilities. As such, Bai Lin could only assume that he truly was very skilled at concocting medicine. Furthermore, Bai Lin wasn't worried about any so-called disasters. After all, no one in Great Wall City would dare to provoke him. On the other hand, if Bai Xiaochun didn't end up concocting the medicine, then Bai Lin would make sure he reaped the harsh consequences of lying. Laughing, he looked at Bai Xiaochun and said, "Very well. You'll get everything you need within 3 days. If there's anything else you require, say the word." The only thing I care about is that you succeed in the end. After a moment of thought, Bai Xiaochun looked over at the wall leading to Building 8. Not only had the old man from that building casually stolen his property, he had also given him a very dirty look. Earlier, he knew that, as a newcomer, it would be wisest not to cause any problems that might have negative ramifications later. But now that he realized how important soul convergence pills were to Bai Lin, he decided that he might as well add in one last requirement and see how Bai Lin handled it. Eyes narrowing, he said, I'm afraid my courtyard isn't large enough to contain all 100 pill furnaces, and that old guy over in Building 8 offended me earlier. Bai Lin seemed surprised, and looked at Bai Xiaochun deeply for a moment. You know, Bai Xiaochun, the more requirements you add on, the less room you have for failure. Very well. Henceforth, Building 8 belongs to you. As for Grandmaster Chen, you won't see him for the next 10 years. Furthermore, before he could finish speaking, an intense rumbling roar could be heard from beyond the Great Wall, something so loud that the whole city seemed to shake. Bai Lin's pupils constricted, and Bai Xiaochun's heart instantly began to pound in shock. Everyone looked over in the direction of the Great Wall, and could see that, at some unknown point, the clouds in the darkening evening sky had formed a huge vortex. The vortex was so large that it was impossible to even see the end of it, and pouring out of it, like prisoners escaping from a jail cell, were endless numbers of vengeful souls, all of whom were furiously charging in the direction of Great Wall City. The vast number of souls was enough to make anyone's scalp go numb. They seemed evil and ferocious to the extreme, and a few of the unfortunate cultivators from the 5 legions who happened to be outside the wall dispatching some enemies were pounced upon and instantly reduced to desiccated corpses. How could this be happening? Someone's using some type of grand magic to tap into the underworld river. With that, Bai Lin shot with lightning-like speed toward the Great Wall. Bai Xiaochun gasped, and once again realized that the intense sensation of deadly crisis he was feeling right now was just how life was at the Great Wall. The flames of battle could rage at any time. After a long moment, he exhaled slowly, more conscious than ever that his soul convergence pill could probably be very useful on the battlefield. Thankfully, he was very familiar with how to concoct soul convergence pills, and since all he had to do was make them a bit stronger, was confident that it wouldn't be extremely difficult. After all, he only needed to adjust the pill formula a bit. He had been devoted to the Tao of medicine for years, and had even concocted a river-defying pill, so he had absolute confidence in being able to add bit of strength to a trifling soul convergence pill. Despite that, he still felt a bit nervous, not because of the pill itself, but rather, the strange things that often happened when he went about his concocting work. However, Bai Lin had unequivocally guaranteed to take responsibility, so therefore, Bai Xiaochun felt a bit better. Considering the level of his Tao of medicine, there was no saying that he would even cause any problems at all. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Xiaochun was very excited, and decided that Great Wall City actually wasn't a very bad place after all. Bai Xiaochun, end up being like a shining star wherever I go. AI. It's not like I want to be that way. Humming a little tune, he swaggered back into his residence. The next day, a large group of cultivators entered Building 8, and Bai Xiaochun soon heard bellows of rage coming from Grandmaster Chen. However, such cries soon faded away, and less than 2 hours later, the wall between Buildings 7 and 8 had been torn down. In the end, the 2 courtyards were connected, and a new spell formation put in place. As of this point, Bai Xiaochun's residence was about twice the size as it had been. The limestone flooring in the 2 courtyards was connected, and soon, more spiritual energy than before could be detected. Although it was still rather weak, to anyone else in Great Wall City, it would be a luxury. In fact, the only other type of people who would have access to so much spiritual energy would be major generals. When Bai Xiaochun emerged from his residence and looked out at the expansive courtyard, he felt quite satisfied. From what he could tell, no one in the same generation as him could possibly have a finer immortal's cave. Not bad. Not bad at all. Despite being very happy, he did feel that the place was a bit empty. However, that afternoon, one of the major generals in the skin flayers arranged for about a dozen handmaidens to come over and help take care of the place. At that point, Bai Xiaochun felt that everything was perfect. Of course, the fact that Bai Xiaochun had moved into the armory, and that the day after, Grandmaster Chen had been kicked out of Building 8 by the skin flayers, was news that shocked all of the other grandmasters. The residents of the armory were all famous cultivators, and although none of them were really close friends with each other, when they saw the aggressive way that Bai Xiaochun threw his weight around, they weren't very happy. Let's see how long things last for this kid. Humph. General Bai Lin of the skin flayers only cares about results. If this Bai Xiaochun doesn't make him completely happy, he's definitely going to be furious. The more Bai Lin gives you, the worse things are if you fail. This kid is a complete idiot. He's definitely going to be dead sooner rather than later. Bai Xiaochun was unaware of how the other grandmasters in the armory were talking about him, but whenever he went out for a walk, he could sense their coldness. Humph, he muttered. I can't help but feel that my residence is still a bit too small. Another day went by. Around evening, Bai Xiaochun went for another stroll, and when he came back, his eyes immediately began to shine. There in his courtyard were 100 pill furnaces, neatly lined up, each one of them fully 3 meters tall. Standing in front of the pill furnaces was one of the same major generals who had come to visit him with Bai Lin a few days before. The old man was flanked by 4 youths, all of whom were staring wordlessly at Bai Xiaochun. The pill furnaces were greenish-black, and were all identical, carved with auspicious qilins. They all emanated powerful auras as well. Furthermore, despite the fact that furnaces weren't being used to concoct anything at the moment, they were surrounded by a strong medicinal aroma. Hurrying forward excitedly, Bai Xiaochun quickly began to inspect the furnaces, after which his eyes shone brightly. He actually did get me 100 pill furnaces, all of them tier 3 at that. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 476, It's Gonna Blow. Chapter 476, It's Gonna Blow. Off to the side, Bai Xiaochun saw a pile of a few dozen bags of holding. Upon checking them, he gasped at the sight of 10,000 earthflame crystals. Furthermore, everything else that he had asked for was there, without exception. Even the spirit alcohol he had requested had been provided in full measure. Bai Lin wasn't just showing off. 3 days. It only took him 3 days to get all of this. By this point, his eyes were shining with excitement and determination. Furthermore, he was determined that, considering Bai Lin had kept his promise, there was absolutely no reason to hold back from working hard to keep his. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Xiaochun looked over at the Major General. If it's not too much trouble, he said, please let the General know that I won't hold anything back in my work. The old man nodded. These are 4 of my best soldiers. You have a big responsibility to bear, so I'm going to leave them here to stand guard and make sure nobody disturbs you. With that, the old man turned and left. The 4 young men had cold expressions on their faces as they walked some distance off and then sat down cross-legged. From the look of it, they weren't there to protect him, but to keep an eye on him. After all, the items which had just been delivered were extremely valuable, and had only been acquired through some effort on Bai Lin's part. Bai Xiaochun immediately ignored the gazes of the 4 young men. He was simply too excited. The sight of so many pill furnaces and so many medicinal plant ingredients had him itching to get to work. It's been a long time since I concocted any medicine, he murmured, licking his lips. Having nothing to fear regarding future ramifications, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but feel that everything in life was going perfectly at the moment. He even threw his head back and laughed merrily. As for the 4 young men, they looked over at him and frowned, but did little else. To make my soul convergence pills more powerful, I can't just add more medicinal ingredients. I need to completely readjust the formula. With that, he sat down cross-legged and began to take the medicinal plants out of the bags of holding. Then, the light of augury flickered in his eyes as he began to analyze them on a deep level. Soon, the foundations of a new medicine formula appeared in his head. 3 days went by in a flash, during which time Bai Xiaochun didn't sleep or rest. He was completely immersed in the process of adjusting the medicine formula. His eyes soon became shot with blood, and occasionally he would stand up and pace around in the courtyard, muttering to himself. "No, that won't work. Should I use smelting techniques? There isn't much spiritual energy here, so it would be hard to make that work. Completely seal the pill furnace? The impure vital energy would make the ingredients melt faster, but with so much qi in the mix, there would be a bigger risk of the furnaces exploding." Bai Xiaochun muttered and frowned, seemingly bedeviled. As for the 4 guards, they often exchanged awkward glances at Bai Xiaochun's strange behavior. Meanwhile, the other grandmasters in the armory had heard that Bai Xiaochun was beginning to concoct medicine, and their hearts were all filled with cold laughter. Some of them even went over to Bai Xiaochun's residence to try to get a peek at what he was doing. The guards didn't pay them any attention. As long as they didn't enter the residence itself, they wouldn't do anything to interfere with them. He's being deliberately mystifying. I can't wait to see the true level of his skill. Humph. If he doesn't concoct the first batch successfully, his head will be on the chopping block. Of course, even to these grandmasters, the sight of 100 top-quality pill furnaces was shocking, and led to quite a bit of jealousy and envy. 2 more days went by, and some of the grandmasters who had gathered outside started to get impatient and leave. Before long, only 8 remained behind. Bai Lin also came for a visit, his face grim because of the fighting that was going on outside. After looking at Bai Xiaochun for a moment, he decided not to disturb him and left. On the afternoon of the 6th day, Bai Xiaochun suddenly looked up. His eyes were bloodshot and his face a bit wan. However, a strange gleam could be seen in his pupils. I need to use the cloudy soul leaf as the main ingredient. Yes. I'll bolster the formula with just a bit of earth spirit tuber, add in the unique properties of the atmosphere flower, and then seal the pill furnace up tight. That should increase the power of the soul convergence pill by several times. Well, there's only one way to find out if I'm right. I'll start out with 10 batches. By this point, Bai Xiaochun had lost track of time, and wasn't even aware that there were people around watching him. Convinced that he was going in the right direction, he waved his right hand, causing 10 pill furnaces to fly over and land in front of him. Then he waved his sleeve, sending their lids flying off. Next, he tossed some earth flame crystals underneath the pill furnaces, and unleashed their earth flame power. In the blink of an eye, the 10 pill furnaces turned bright red, and began to emanate intense heat. The 4 young guards all looked over, intense expressions of concentration on their faces. Bai Xiaochun was completely focused on the furnaces. Even as they continued to heat up, he unhesitatingly began to put the medicinal plant ingredients inside, following the formula that currently existed in his head. Because this was his first test, he was careful with every action, hoping to prevent any failures from cropping up at the end of the concocting process. He even put all the ingredients into the furnaces in very careful order. In this session of concocting, he was at his peak state, whether that meant his thinking or his actions. That was why he had selected only 10 furnaces, and also why he was being very careful about the order he put the ingredients in. Finally, his eyes shone as he put the lids back onto the furnaces, performed a double-handed incantation gesture, and then roared, "Seal." Numerous magical sealing marks flew out from his hands, landing on one of the furnaces, which trembled in response. After the sealing was performed, its lid was closed tighter than ever, leaving not even the slightest opening. He employed more than 100 such sealing marks, until he was sure that the furnace was absolutely shut tight. It wasn't even possible for smoke to emerge from it. Having accomplished these things, Bai Xiaochun had sweat dripping down his face. However, he didn't look away from the furnaces. Slapping his bag of holding, he produced a bottle of spirit alcohol, downed it, and then continued to add sealing marks to the furnace. When he was satisfied, he went on to seal the other 9 furnaces, after which he took a few steps back, face a bit pale. Settling down cross-legged, he began to do some breathing exercises. The 4 young guards had been watching the whole time, and although they pretended that they understood what was going on, they really didn't. However, the surrounding grandmasters apparently did. Is he sealing the medicinal ingredients? No, that can't be right. You don't seal the ingredients by sealing the furnaces, do you? What is he thinking? Sealing the furnaces increases their chances of exploding. Does this Bai Xiaochun really know how to concoct medicine? He's wasting all of those precious medicinal plants. I guarantee you that those furnaces will explode within 8 hours. Humph. When the time comes, you people just wait and see if I'm right. The disdain that the grandmasters felt for Bai Xiaochun was very clear. Time passed, and soon the 8-hour mark approached. The grandmasters were all staring at the pill furnaces, and just as they had predicted, the furnaces were not just bright red, they were trembling and emitting cracking noises. There were even heat waves spreading out in all directions. The situation seemed especially dire with 5 of the furnaces. Cracks were spreading out over their surfaces, and it seemed very likely that they were going to explode. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide when he saw those 5 particular furnaces. Backing away, he shouted, "Those furnaces are gonna blow. Everybody, heads up." Even as he edged away, his hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture as he tried to protect the 5 pill furnaces that weren't cracked. As for the 4 young guards, cold smiles could be seen on their faces. These young men had fought in countless battles, and had profound core formation cultivation bases. As far as they were concerned, they had seen everything there was to see, and therefore, a few exploding pill furnaces wasn't anything to worry about. Right? As for the grandmasters outside of the residence, they were all looking on disdainfully, and even with disinterest. What's the big deal about a few trifling pill furnaces exploding? This Grandmaster Bai really doesn't know how to keep his cool. When a concocting session ends with the pill furnace exploding, the size of the explosion depends on the type of pill furnace and the type of pill. A Tier 3 pill furnace will make a bit of a bang, but it's nothing to be scared of. Sealing the pill furnace might make the medicinal pills inside slightly stronger, and can lead to the furnace exploding, but won't add that much power. When the 4 young guards heard what the grandmasters were saying, they calmed down a bit. However, considering how close they were to the pill furnaces, some of them brought out defensive magical devices just in case. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 477, What magical items were they? Chapter 477, What magical items were they? One of the young guards was so confident in the level of his cultivation base that he didn't even take out a defensive magical device. As the surrounding grandmasters continued to scorn Bai Xiaochun, the surfaces of 2 of the 5 weakened pill furnaces were suddenly covered with nothing but cracks. Apparently, the energy that had been building up inside them had reached a point that the furnaces couldn't contain it anymore. Finally, both furnaces exploded. A wave of energy immediately burst out, filled with shockingly terrifying power. Shrapnel buzzed out in all directions like meteors, accompanied by a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering boom. As the energy wave spread outward, the air distorted, and brightly colored light flashed in heaven and earth. Everyone in the area felt their ears tingling with pain from the intense noise. The courtyard spell formation was instantly damaged, and although it wasn't completely destroyed, several enormous holes were punched into it. As for the 4 young guards, their eyes went wide and their mouths opened, but they had no time to do anything else. In the blink of an eye, the energy wave from the 2 exploding pill furnaces was upon them. The 3 who had taken precautionary actions had it better off. Blood sprayed out of their mouths as they were blown back several hundred meters. There, they slammed into the ground, bones shattered and blood oozing out of their eyes, ears, noses, and mouths. Even their soul flames were flickering, as though their souls might be wrenched out of them at any moment. As for the fourth young guard, the cocky one who had failed to take out a defensive magical item, he screamed miserably as the energy blast picked him up and hurled him far off into the distance. No one could even tell where he landed. Things weren't over yet, though. If those four young guards were affected in such a way, it almost wasn't necessary to mention all of the grandmasters, none of whom had produced any defensive items at all. Despite being outside of the courtyard, they were incapable of fleeing, and as the energy wave continued to spread, miserable screams rang out as they were violently hurled backward. Blood sprayed out of their mouths, and their souls seemed to teeter unstably. Each and every one was injured without exception. Simultaneously, everything in the area began to shake, and quite a few nearby buildings collapsed. The power that was being unleashed right now was almost unimaginable. This is impossible. Heavens! Was that explosion really from a pill furnace? How could this be happening? What did Xiaochun do to that pill furnace? I've been concocting pills for my entire life, and I've never seen an explosion like that. That was more like some sort of deadly magical attack. Even as their shrieks rang out, the armory continued to tremble, and numerous cultivators flew out into the open and looked in the direction of Xiaochun's residence, shocked expressions on their faces. Xiaochun was quite frightened by what was happening. However, he had been retreating to begin with, and also had an incredibly powerful fleshly body, and furthermore, didn't hesitate to unleash some frigid chi to protect himself. As such, he was unharmed. Even he had been completely unaware that his newly developed medicine formula would cause an explosion of this scale. It was almost on the same level as an attack by a nascent soul cultivator. Furthermore, the soul convergence pills were designed to affect souls, and therefore, everyone affected felt as if their souls were about to be ripped out of their bodies. Many of them were now staring ahead blankly, as if they had lost the ability to even think. And that was the result of only 2 exploding pill furnaces. It was easy to imagine what could happen if more of them exploded. Most likely, the people in the area would either be ripped to shreds, or at least, sustain incredible damage to their souls. This. A look of blank shock could be seen on Xiaochun's face as he looked at the remaining 3 pill furnaces. Cracks were spreading out on their surfaces, and energy was continuing to build up inside of them. Clearly, they were about to explode. Gasping, Xiaochun began to back up. It was in that instant that an enraged roar filled the air. Xiaochun! It was like a deafening clap of heavenly thunder that shook everything in the area. Simultaneously, a black-clad figure suddenly teleported into the area from off in the distance. It was none other General Bai Lin of the Skin Flayers. Feeling both wronged and crestfallen, Xiaochun blurted, "You can't blame me. I warned you about this." After all, he really had offered a warning, only to be disbelieved. Moments before, Bai Lin had been on the wall, offering support to the troops as they fought. Because someone had tampered with the underworld river, there were currently boundless amounts of vengeful souls outside of the Great Wall. The 5 legions were under a lot of pressure, especially because necromancers had been spotted out in the enemy forces. It was for that very reason that Bai Lin had personally taken charge of the battle. However, before the necromancers could make a move, a huge explosion had rocked the armory, sending out an energy blast that shocked even Bai Lin. Alarmed, he had teleported over, to be met with a scene of complete disaster. Everyone in the area was coughing up blood, and in addition to that, there were 3 severely damaged pill furnaces that were clearly on the verge of detonating. Despite being enraged, there was no time for thought or planning on Bai Lin's part. Roaring, he grabbed the 3 pill furnaces, then teleported up to the Great Wall and hurled them out toward the other side. Outside of the Great Wall, countless vengeful souls blotted out the sky because of their sheer numbers. Many of them were converging together to form soul emperors that howled at the tops of their lungs as they charged, seemingly oblivious to their own existence or destruction. As the shimmering shield rising up from the wall rippled under the force of the attacks, the cultivators of the 5 legions poured all the power they could into their magical cannons, sending destructive beams of light out without cease. Unfortunately, there were just too many souls, and the resistance of the cultivators was already proving to be somewhat futile. There were also large numbers of savages intermingled amidst the souls, who used their formidable physical bodies to viciously fight their way toward the wall, where they would unhesitatingly self-detonate. As a result, casualties were rising among the 5 legions. It was in that moment that the 3 scarlet pill furnaces, each one of them roughly 3 meters tall, sailed through the air like suns, crushing anything in their path. Then, they landed on the ground, so many cracks spreading out on their surfaces that it seemed impossible for them to last any longer without exploding. The savages seemed shocked that they were being attacked by pill furnaces, which were objects completely unfamiliar to them. One of the savages, who was several dozen meters tall, snorted coldly and flew through the air toward the nearest furnace, upon which he unleashed a mighty fist strike. In that instant, the combined forces inside and outside of the furnace proved too much for it to sustain. A boom echoed out that could shake heaven and earth as the furnace exploded, sending burning shrapnel out all over the battlefield. As everything in the area shook violently, countless vengeful souls screamed, and many of the nearby beasts which couldn't avoid the blast were instantly lit on fire. The savage who had just struck the pill furnace screamed as the energy overwhelmed him, wiping out most of body as he was flung backward. However, the explosion itself was not the most powerful aspect of the blast. The medicinal strength of the soul convergence pill was instantly unleashed into a 3,000-meter area, causing all of the vengeful souls to tremble as they were latched onto by a powerful gravitational force. Then, the energy shockwave rolled past, shredding them to bits. Everything happened so quickly that the savages and vengeful souls had no time to react. Moments later, the other 2 pill furnaces exploded, and in the briefest of instants, deafening booms and shrill screams filled the entire battlefield. Numerous savages were slain, and countless beasts and souls were ripped apart. Seas of flame erupted out, and enormous, shocking craters were torn into the ground. As the blood and gore spread out in all directions, the surviving savages looked around in shock, and even the mostly unintelligent vengeful souls seemed terrified. What were those magical items? How could this be happening? I've never seen anything like this. One by one, the savages turned to look at the Great Wall, expressions of profound fear on their faces. The truth was that they weren't the only ones to react in such a way. The cultivators on the Great Wall, not only the skin flayers, but also the cultivators from the other 4 legions, were dumbstruck. What were those things? How come they seemed like pill furnaces? How is that even possible? How could pill furnaces release power like that? I'm pretty sure that General Bai Lin of the Skin Flayers personally threw them out. Could it be some sort of newly invented magical item? Everyone was shaken, and in fact, Bai Lin was so shocked that his anger completely dissipated. He stood there looking out blankly at the craters outside of the Great Wall, and the terrified souls and savages, and after a moment, he began to pant. Then, his eyes began to glow with unprecedented brightness, and even joy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 478, Do You Know What You've Done? By Xiaochun? Chapter 478, Do You Know What You've Done? By Xiaochun? The explosion is of secondary value, Bai Lin thought, his eyes shining more brightly by the moment. The most important aspect is the medicinal effect, which increases the potency by several-fold. Finally, he laughed loudly for a moment before turning and heading back toward the armory. Bai Xiaochun was currently feeling very out of sorts as he stood there, nervously watching the remaining 5 pill furnaces. Quite a few cultivators had come to investigate the huge noise from earlier, and were now staring in shock at the wreckage in the area. Although Bai Xiaochun's residence hadn't been completely destroyed, it had been severely damaged. Of the 4 guards, 1 had been flung to parts unknown, and the remaining 3 were now looking at Bai Xiaochun with expressions of dread on their faces. As for the grandmasters, they were all consuming medicinal pills and glaring angrily at Bai Xiaochun. "You really can't blame me," he said nervously. "I warned you all ahead of time. Listen to me, everyone. Either back up, or take out some defensive magical items. After all, you people came here of your own volition. I didn't ask you over. When I used to concoct medicine back in the day, no one would even get close. Back on Middle Peak in the Bloodstream sect, the minute I started concocting medicine, everyone fled the whole mountain. It would probably have been better if Bai Xiaochun hadn't said anything at all. As soon as the words left his mouth, the people who had just recently been injured flared into a rage. You destroyed the armory. You hurt your fellow disciples. Let's see how you explain this to the general, Bai Xiaochun. When other people cause pill furnaces to explode, they lose the pill, nothing more. But you were obviously trying to cause problems. Everyone was glaring at him with gritted teeth, especially the grandmasters, who now hated Bai Xiaochun more than ever. After all, they had merely come to see what was happening, and could never have guessed that their lives would have been at risk because of exploding pill furnaces. Even more terrifying was how they had felt their souls being tugged at. Bai Xiaochun really felt a headache coming on, and that was only compounded when he thought about how angry Bai Lin had been. Obviously, Bai Lin had ignored all of the warnings that Bai Xiaochun had given. As he considered that point, his frown deepened, and his sighs grew longer. Even as he was trying to come up with some good ideas about how to explain himself, a beam of light rumbled through the air in his direction. It was none other than General Bai Lin. He was moving with such incredible speed that he appeared above the armory only a moment later, where he dropped down in front of Bai Xiaochun. Looking very somber, and eyes shining with an odd gleam, he looked at Bai Xiaochun and said, "Do you know what you've done, Bai Xiaochun?" Bai Xiaochun had no idea what had occurred outside of the Great Wall, and as a result, his heart was pounding with fear and anger. Therefore, he decided to just throw caution to the wind. "General," he said loudly, "I told you about what can happen when I concoct medicine. You said that I should focus on my work, and that you would take responsibility for everything else. You said the results of my work would have nothing to do with me. You said ... Before he could finish speaking, Bai Lin stepped forward and grabbed his arm. Not only was he incredibly quick, but his cultivation base was far beyond Bai Xiaochun's. Therefore, it was impossible for Bai Xiaochun to evade him. As soon as Bai Xiaochun felt himself being grabbed by Bai Lin, a tremor ran through him, and he prepared to call upon his frigid chi to defend himself. However, it was at that point that he realized Bai Lin had a very strange expression on his face. His eyes were shining with unprecedented brightness, and he could hardly keep his breathing under control. He was almost looking at Bai Xiaochun the way one might look at a rare gem. How could the results have nothing to do with you? More like the opposite. Ha ha ha. Bai, my boy, you definitely didn't disappoint. Keep up the good work. Concoct away to your heart's content. Who cares about a few exploded pill furnaces, right? Do things exactly how you want to. The more explosions that occur, the better. In fact, if you can make them even more explosive, that would be great. The more terrifying the better. And don't worry, I'll take care of any dangerous situations. With that, he threw his head back and laughed heartily. Not only was Bai Xiaochun shocked by Bai Lin's words, but so were all the other spectators, who had all assumed that Bai Lin would descend in a deadly rage. Never could they have imagined that things would turn out opposite of the way they had anticipated. What's going on? The recently injured grandmasters almost couldn't believe what they were seeing. It surpassed their imaginations to the point that it didn't even seem real. Even as everyone stared in shock, Bai Lin thought back to what had just occurred outside the Great Wall, and his excitement continued to build. As far as he was concerned, each and every exploding pill furnace was a deadly weapon that could be unleashed upon the souls and savages. Furthermore, they could be used to accumulate incredible battle credit. Throughout the years, the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect had come up with many ideas to deal with the Wildlanders. They had tried all sorts of soul-exterminating techniques, but none of them would ever be very effective for long. Usually, the Wildlanders would come up with a way to neutralize whatever effect was being used against them. Therefore, Bai Lin wasn't expecting Bai Xiaochun's new method to be effective for very long. However, even just being able to dominate the Sea of Souls temporarily would be a good thing. Furthermore, the underworld river had recently been tampered with, which was a major event. Even the Xiaochun was enraged by that development. "Bai, my boy," Bai Lin said seriously, "I only have one requirement, and that is to work faster. Can you pick up the speed of your concocting work?" Bai Xiaochun was a bit taken aback. This was his first time hearing Bai Lin address him as my boy, and it sounded somewhat intimate. It took him a moment to realize that Bai Lin wasn't actually reprimanding him, but rather, encouraging him to make more exploding pill furnaces. "I can't believe someone wants me to detonate pill furnaces intentionally. I guess Bai Lin must have found some use for them." Unable to hold back his curiosity, he simply asked Bai Lin directly. Bai Lin didn't conceal the truth. He explained what had just occurred outside the Great Wall, after which Bai Xiaochun's face lit up with excitement. Lifting his head proudly, he said, "Well, that's what I thought would happen. Did you really think my research was just about how to improve the soul converge pills? Obviously, I was aiming for something more useful, and apparently, I succeeded." When Bai Xiaochun concocts medicine, he always ponders how to do it in the most timely and advantageous fashion. "You know, I actually intended for the pill furnaces to explode. Furthermore, the medicinal pills in the furnaces were only 90% complete. The final blast of energy was what catalyzed the last bit of the process, releasing the perfect amount of medicinal strength at exactly the moment of detonation." With that, he flicked his sleeve and stuck his chin up. Everyone else in the area exchanged awkward glances. If they hadn't heard his nervous explanations from moments before, they might actually have believed him. Bai Lin cleared his throat, but didn't interrupt Bai Xiaochun's boasting. Apparently, he even approved of it. That in and of itself left everyone even more shaken. None of them had ever seen Bai Lin treat someone with such courtesy. It made it very obvious how highly he valued Bai Xiaochun. Waving his sleeve proudly, Bai Xiaochun said, "Don't worry, brother Bai, it will take 3 days at the most for me to get another batch of exploding furnaces ready." "No problem at all." Bai Lin laughed heartily, then set a specific date to come get the furnaces, after which he turned to leave. Before vanishing, he cast an ominous glare at the grandmasters in the area, causing them to duck their heads and scatter. They were all feeling very down about the whole thing, but there was nothing they could do but grit their teeth and endure. As for the 3 young guards, they were thoroughly rebuked by their major general for what had happened. Later, their friends told them what had occurred outside of the Great Wall, leaving them completely awestruck. 1. As for the young guard who had been blasted off to parts unknown, he eventually was found, weak-kneed and nearly torn to shreds. The terror he felt toward Bai Xiaochun couldn't have been more intense. And thus, the ordeal ended. As for the other 5 pill furnaces, Bai Xiaochun opened them up later that night to find that, even though the furnaces hadn't detonated, the medicinal pills inside of them were nothing more than slag. He pondered the matter for a while, then got some rest. The following morning at dawn, he emerged from his residence, sat down in front of the pill furnaces and took a deep breath. Then he shouted, "Everybody, stay back. Don't say I didn't warn you. Bai Xiaochun is starting to concoct medicine." His voice echoed out like thunder to fill the entire armory. The other grandmasters hurried out of their residences and scurried off into the distance, their hearts burning with fury. As for the 4 young guards, they began to tremble, and despite not wanting to stay behind, had no choice in the matter. They could only brace themselves, rotate their cultivation bases, and remain fully vigilant. Apparently, Bai Xiaochun's warning was effective. Feeling very pleased, he flicked his sleeve to begin concocting. This time, he decided to work on 20 batches. 1. I don't think I mentioned before that, as the name makes clear in Chinese, Major Generals command 10,000 men. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 479, 13. Chapter 479, 13. I think I'm heading in the right direction. I just overlooked a few of the problems that cropped up because of the ingredient interactions. I should be able to do a few tests and work things out. In any case, as long as the furnaces continue to explode, the general will be happy. By Xiaochun sighed, convinced that life in Great Wall City was actually wonderful. At the very least, he could concoct medicine in any way he wished, without fear of any punishments. He even got rewarded for detonating pill furnaces, which had never happened before. Looking at the furnaces which had survived the first concocting session, Bai Xiaochun calmed himself and put a somber expression on his face. This time, he intended to vary the ingredient levels in each pill furnace, that way he would be able to quickly identify which medicine formula was the most effective. Having reached the conclusion that this was definitely the best idea, he got to work. Drawing upon the incredible speed of his fleshly body, he began to produce medicinal plants and toss them into the furnaces. He would occasionally adjust the earth flame, ensuring that all of the various batches were being concocted slightly differently. Of course, he couldn't forget how Bai Lin had requested more power. Therefore, he added extra atmosphere flour to some of the furnaces, and yet, was careful not to go overboard. After all, he was concocting these pills in his own residence, and if he somehow lost control of one of the batches, causing the furnace to explode ahead of schedule, he could end up hurting himself. It was with caution and reserve that he continued to walk back and forth between the 20 different pill furnaces, making adjustments and occasionally adding more medicinal plants until all 20 of the furnaces were glowing bright red, and were emanating powerful medicinal aromas. As he descended into complete and utter focus regarding this concocting session, the 4 young guards were off to the side, trembling with fear and anxiety. Then, after a few hours had passed, they noticed that Bai Xiaochun was putting lids onto all of the pill furnaces and sealing them. Instantly, the 4 guards' minds began to reel. This is bad. Grandmaster Bai is sealing the pill furnaces again. Heavens! The last set of furnaces exploded because they were sealed, and the energy couldn't escape. After enough energy built up, the furnaces couldn't take it any longer, and exploded. What do we do now? The 4 of them exchanged glances, then gritted their teeth and pulled out defensive magical items, simultaneously backing as far away from the pill furnaces as they could. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were glued to the pill furnaces, and as he adjusted the earth flame, rumbling sounds began to rise up. This time, one of these furnaces is definitely going to explode. It's hard to say which one it will be, but as long as just one of them blows, that will be enough. Of course, his mind was filled with the various ingredient ratios for all 20 furnaces. That, coupled with his manipulation of the earth flame and other concocting methods, would hopefully lead him in the direction of the ultimate medicine formula. Soon, 16 hours had gone by. All 20 pill furnaces were bright red, and were emanating terrifying fluctuations, as well as intense heat. The 4 young guards were shaking visibly, and their hair was standing on end. Last time it took only 8 hours. But now. It's already been 16 hours so far. Suddenly, 4 of the pill furnaces began to emit cracking sounds, and appeared to be in the process of breaking open. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide, and he shouted, "They're gonna blow!" Simultaneously, he backed up, performing a double-handed incantation gesture as he threw a handful of paper talismans out in front of him, and even used a few magical items to put up some shields. The faces of the 4 young guards completely fell, and yet, even as they hesitated about what to do, cracks spread out across the surfaces of 7 more pill furnaces. Even the ground beneath those furnaces was starting to sink down and distort. Clearly these furnaces were about to detonate. 11. Last time only 2 detonated, and we almost had our souls wrenched out of our bodies. This time 11 are gonna blow. Without any hesitation, everyone began to flee from the courtyard. As for Bai Xiaochun, he was so shocked that his eyes were on the verge of popping out of his head. 11 of them this time. Even as a feeling of unease rose up in his heart, and he backed up, 2 more pill furnaces emitted cracking sounds. 2 more furnaces were about to explode. 13? By Xiaochun said with a gasp. Suddenly, he had a very bad feeling in the pit of his stomach. Even as he backed up, more shocking auras spread out from the 13 pill furnaces, and more cracks appeared on their surfaces. By this point, it was actually possible to see with the naked eye that the energy buildup in the furnaces had reached the point where they would detonate at any moment. However, that was when a peal of maniacal laughter suddenly rang out, and Bai Lin miraculously appeared, looking down elatedly at the 13 pill furnaces, as if they were the most valuable of precious treasures. With that, he swished his sleeve, and the 13 scalding hot pill furnaces flew up into the air like miniature suns. Then, Bai Lin called upon the full power of his cultivation base to shoot up toward the top of the Great Wall. Immediately, the cultivators of the 5 legions saw Bai Lin and the 13 brightly glowing pill furnaces, and thought back to the incredible scene which had played out only days before. At that point, Bai Lin let out a powerful roar as he flung all 13 of the pill furnaces out onto the battlefield. The war recently had been playing out differently than usual, and the fighting had been going on this entire time. In the first stage of the conflict, the Wildlanders probed and harassed the Great Wall. Then they tampered with the underworld river. And now, they were even drawing upon entire tribes of savages. Although there weren't a huge number of tribes involved at the moment, there were a lot more present than usual. Furthermore, the savage tribes were currently in the middle of a major assault in which more than 10,000 savages joined together in a charge. In addition, they were surrounded by massive hordes of souls from the underworld river. Within that vast sea of souls were certain unique souls who were different and more powerful than the others, and it was with madness and ferocity that they hurtled toward the Great Wall and the shield. The magical cannons on top of the Great Wall itself were being fired constantly, cutting through swath after swath of the enemy. It was in this moment that Bai Xiaochun's 13 pill furnaces were hurled out. Each one of the 13 furnaces was only about 3 meters tall. Compared to the battlefield as a whole, they were very tiny. However, the intense red color with which they shone, coupled with the wild aura which spread out from them, instantly caught the attention of both the 5 legions and the savages. As the pill furnaces flew through the air, many of the savages' faces fell. Those were ones who, although they had not seen the 3 pill furnaces a few days before, had heard the stories of the soul-exterminating magical items that the Great Wall forces were now using. Because the exploding furnaces were a new development, the Wildlands forces had not yet devised a way to deal with them. All they could do was watch as the pill furnaces sailed through the air, then landed onto the ground with deafening booms. The ground trembled as flames rushed out in all directions, along with blasts of energy that rolled along like tsunamis. Even more shocking was the soul-shredding power contained within the blasts. That was the medicinal effect of the soul convergence pills, which spread out to fill a 30,000-meter area. Within that area, all vengeful souls screamed in terror, but were unable to flee. Within the blink of an eye, the energy swept over them, completely destroying them. It was a force that could not be defended against, and moved with incredible speed. From a distance, it almost looked like a pair of hands wiping away everything within that 30,000-meter area. Moments later, those areas were completely empty. The members of the savage tribes were flabbergasted. At the same time, at a location some distance away from the Great Wall itself was an area protected by spell formations and filled with ragged tents. In the middle of that area was a black altar floating in the air, upon which an old man sat cross-legged. Currently, his eyes were shining with disbelief and fury. The source of that fury was an image he was looking at, projected onto a screen of water. Clearly visible was that empty, 30,000-meter area right outside the Great Wall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 480, Promotion to Lieutenant. Chapter 480, Promotion to Lieutenant. The plain covered by the spell formation was vast, and was filled with black mists and countless vengeful souls whose screams echoed about and caused the mists to seethe and churn. However, that was only on the borders of the mist-filled area. In the middle was the location filled with dilapidated tents, apparently created from the hides of enormous beasts. There were so many of the tents that they were virtually impossible to number, even from a distance. Within each tent lurked numerous savage giants, clad in high garments. Some of them were sleeping, others would occasionally walk here and there among the tents. Whenever any of them looked in the direction of the center of the enormous camp, expressions of awe would appear on their faces. Furthermore, if the giants happened to cross glances, they seemed to have to force themselves to hold back from fighting. Apparently, they were extremely violent and short-tempered. Any of them who couldn't hold their temper and actually began to fight would quickly be separated by streams of divine sense sent out by the tribal chiefs. The camp was split up into 10 areas according to the tribes, and although the giants all looked similar, they had clear differences in skin tone and eye color. In addition to the giants were the beasts, which were kept beyond the tens of thousands of tents. Each beast was secured by iron chains, and occasionally let out thunderous roars that shook heaven and earth. In the very center of the tents was a circular area demarcated by a ring of more than 1,000 9-meter-tall black boulders that emitted intense pressure in all directions. In fact, the air for 30,000 meters in all directions rippled and distorted because of it, seemingly carving that area out of the world itself. Obviously, the black boulders were no mere decorations, but had some sort of magical function. Occasionally, people could be seen walking into and out of the shimmering light cast by the boulders. Although such cultivators were not dressed in expensive, extravagant clothing, they were clearly different from the giants. They were good-looking, well-washed, and clean. Clearly, these were none other than Wildlands soul cultivators. Whenever such soul cultivators emerged from the central area in the tents, the savage giants who saw them would drop to their knees and kowtow respectfully. In the Wildlands, soul cultivators occupied a high position, almost like nobility. They were almost like gods who enslaved the savages and commanded the seas of souls. Also in the middle of the ring of black boulders, floating in midair, was a black altar. Damn it! The old man sitting on the altar had a very unsightly expression on his face, and his eyes burned with fury as he watched the scene playing out on the water screen. 13 pill furnaces sailed out from behind the Great Wall, then exploded, completely razing a 30,000-meter area. The looks of fear on the faces of the savages were clearly visible, and as for the vengeful souls, they were clearly terrified. Pill furnaces, the old man murmured, his eyes flashing with hatred. This was his second time seeing pill furnaces thrown out from behind the Great Wall. Of course, what was most shocking was not the explosions themselves, but the medicinal strength of the pills inside of them. Although it was impossible to say what those pills were, they were terrifyingly effective at handling vengeful souls. How can we carry out the Grand Elder's plan this way? We need to get that Chenheten outside of the Great Wall and then kill him. The old man frowned. He was sure that it wouldn't take long for the tribal chiefs among the savages to realize the implication of this development. With those terrifying pill furnaces being used, the Sea of Souls would be of little help. As such, the savage giants would have no backup, and it would be difficult to force them to charge into battle. Back on the battlefield outside the Great Wall, the sudden appearance of a 30,000-meter area of emptiness resulted in complete silence. Atop the Great Wall, the cultivators of the 5 legions all gasped, their eyes going wide and their jaws dropping. Then, a huge commotion broke out. Were those the same type of pill furnaces as last time? Heavens! This time was even more shocking than last time. 13 exploding pill furnaces really devastated the Sea of Souls. The countless vengeful souls are clearly terrified. After all, everyone had seen dear friends injured and killed in the fighting. Because of that, their emotions were running particularly high, and many of them turned in the direction of the Skin Flayers district, their eyes shining with bright light. After that, the fighting continued. However, it was clear that the savages and the vengeful souls were slightly hesitant compared to before. Occasionally, they would look up into the sky, seemingly fearful of descending pill furnaces. Bai Lin was thrilled as he turned and headed off of the wall. Back in the armory, Xiaochun was standing there looking absent-mindedly at the unexploded pill furnaces, wondering what was happening outside the Great Wall. However, the situation in the city was the same now as it had been before. Unless something incredibly shocking happened, like the previous appearance of the underworld river, people inside the Great Wall wouldn't be able to hear anything about what was happening on the outside. Bai Lin soon came whistling through the air toward Bai Xiaochun, and before he even arrived, his laughter filled the air. As soon as Bai Xiaochun heard that laughter, his heart calmed, and he struck a lofty pose. Clasping his hands behind his back, he stood there looking like a transcendent being, elegant and graceful to the extreme. "Bai, my boy, you did wonderful." As Bai Lin touched down, excitement could still be seen on his face as he waved his hand, sending a violet command medallion with the skin flayer's sigil on it flying toward Bai Xiaochun. The 5 legions of the Hall of Steel Veins have clear punishments and rewards in place. Bai Xiaochun, your success in the Tao of Medicine has earned you the right to lead 10 soldiers. Henceforth, you are a lieutenant of the Skin Flayers. Considering that Bai Xiaochun was new to the Great Wall, he wasn't completely familiar with everything, and didn't know much about the position of lieutenant. However, the 4 young guards who had been watching over them immediately cast envious glances at the violet command medallion. All of them had been members of the Skin Flayers for years already, and still had not reached the rank of lieutenant. And yet, Bai Xiaochun had just barely arrived, and was already being promoted. In any other circumstance, they would have found this hard to accept. However, the fear inspired in them by the exploding pill furnaces ensured that, after merely exchanging a few glances among themselves, they all admitted it was reasonable. Not only does that command medallion represent your position in the Skin Flayers, it also will keep a record of your battle credits. The number of enemies killed by each of your exploding pill furnaces will be collected there. The approval in Bai Lin's eyes couldn't have been clearer, and the truth was that were it not for the strict rules in the 5 legions, he would have directly promoted Bai Xiaochun to the rank of captain. "Lieutenant?" Bai Xiaochun murmured, accepting the violet command medallion. When he did, something warm spread out from the medallion and entered his body, instantly enlivening him. As of that moment, he realized that this command medallion was no ordinary item. After merging it with his divine sense, he could sense a strange connection between himself and the enormous, towering pagoda in the middle of Great Wall City. "That's right," Bai Lin said. "Don't underestimate the rank of lieutenant. As of now, you can select 10 cultivators from the army to be your personal entourage. They will have no choice but to follow any and all orders you give them." After giving a bit more encouragement, Bai Lin said that he hoped Bai Xiaochun would be able to make more exploding pill furnaces, and increasingly powerful ones at that. Finally, he left. Bai Xiaochun stood there looking at the lieutenant's command medallion for a moment before blinking a few times and looking up at the 4 young guards. Immediately, the 4 of them stepped forward and saluted solemnly. "Greetings, Lieutenant." Feeling wonderful, Bai Xiaochun looked over the group of 4, then glanced down at the command medallion momentarily. Clearing his throat, he looked at the young men and said, "You've been stationed here for some time, and yet I don't know your names." "Zhao Long, at your service." "Sun Li, at your service." "Su Deshan, at your service." "Zhou Wu, at your service." Considering everything these 4 young men had seen over the past several days, and the fact that Bai Xiaochun was now a lieutenant, they looked him with solemn expressions of awe. That was especially true of Zhao Long, who was in the late core formation stage, and seemed especially in awe of Bai Xiaochun. Part of that was because he was the very same young man who had been blasted off into parts unknown a few days before. "From now on, you 4 are under my command. We have 6 more spots open, so I'll let you 4 handle that. Hurry up and find the right people. With me in charge, we will advance triumphantly to the highest of heights." Bai Xiaochun felt that the words he had just spoken were quite extraordinary and inspiring. Zhao Long and his companions could see that Bai Xiaochun was on the rise, and that following him was a good choice for them. After a moment of hesitation, they exchanged glances, then voiced their assent and left to find more cultivators. After they were gone, Bai Xiaochun began to inspect the pill furnaces again. Around evening, Zhao Long and the other returned, 6 cultivators in tow. 4 were men and 2 were women, and all of them were looking curiously at Bai Xiaochun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 481, Lining One's Pockets. Chapter 481, Lining One's Pockets. This group of 6 all had extraordinary cultivation bases. After saluting Bai Xiaochun, they offered their names and stated the levels of their cultivation bases. 4 were in early core formation, 1 was in the mid-stage, and 1 was in the late stage, the latter being one of the young women. Her name was Lu Li. She was pretty, with phoenix-like eyes set in a young face. Despite her youthful appearance, she was buxom in a way that her armor couldn't hide. In fact, her armor had been crafted in a way that made her look good-looking, and even heroic. Bai Xiaochun was the lieutenant of the squad, with Zhao Long and Lu Li being the next strongest, and his immediate subordinates. Already, their group was strong enough to shake almost the entire Middle Reach's cultivation world. Furthermore, from what Bai Xiaochun could tell, this group of 10 were all friends with each other. Presumably, they had met in some other part of the army, and got along quite well. Most likely, they also had the ability to form and operate a spell formation. With their combined power, it would probably be possible for them to tangle with someone in the nascent soul stage, and if not defeat them, at least cause them quite a headache in battle. As Bai Xiaochun sized them up, they were doing the same to him. The truth was just as Bai Xiaochun had suspected, they had long since been a small team. Zhao Long's suggestion, plus the fact that they had personally witnessed the pill furnaces exploding on the other side of the wall, convinced them that becoming followers of this mysterious apothecary would be a good thing for them. Unfortunately, now that they were actually laying eyes on him for the first time, they were a bit let down. Not only did he seem quite young, but there was something that made him seem somehow untrustworthy. Bai Xiaochun gave a few words of explanation about his requirements and then, considering that it was already evening, gave them the rest of the day off. From this day forth, they would live in his courtyard, and would be responsible for carrying out all of his commands. During the night, the fighting still went on outside of the Great Wall. However, because of the spell formation shield, Great Wall City itself was very quiet. Bai Xiaochun sat quietly in his residence, looking at this lieutenant's command medallion. After a moment, he sent some divine sense into it, and once again felt the connection between himself and the huge eye on top of the pagoda. At the same time, he branded the medallion with his life sense, causing it to flicker with violet light. Moments later, he was able to see his accumulated battle credit. 43,753? He murmured. Lieutenants are pretty impressive. But if I could become a captain, it would probably be even more impressive. Then I could command 100 cultivators. Filled with anticipation at the thought, he decided to check the requirements to get a promotion to captain. 1 million? His jaw dropped. That's way too much, he thought, frowning. Then, he read further into the matter, and his frown deepened. There are different rewards for exterminating vengeful souls than there are for killing savages. And you get even more battle credit for taking out soul cultivators and necromancers. At this point, his eyes began to shine. Well, no need to get antsy. I can get battle credit by just making exploding pill furnaces, right? Doing that is a piece of cake. It all comes down to soul convergence pills. If I could concoct a truly powerful soul convergence pill, then I could rake in a whole bunch of battle credit with almost no effort. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Xiaochun felt more excited than ever. Of course, battle credit was good for more than just getting promotions. Therefore, he decided to check what items were available for purchase. All you had to do was go to the tower and meet the requirements of the eye, and then whatever you wanted was yours. After a moment of silence, he murmured, I really don't have enough battle credit at the moment. With that, he decided to check his cultivation base. I'm not too far from being at the great circle of the gold core stage. Sadly, the spiritual energy here is too weak. It won't be very easy to speed up my cultivation that way. If I got enough military credit, though, I could easily get my hands on some cultivation resources. After some thought, he sent some divine sense out to confirm that no one was in the area watching him. Then he produced a handful of paper talismans which he set up around his residence. Then he guiltily opened up his bag of holding and pulled out some earth spirit tubers. The earth spirit tubers were completely golden and were covered with countless ringed lines which could be used to determine their age. Each tuber had more than 100 of them. They're all more than 100 years old, he thought, licking his lips. The truth was that, although he did need these tubers to concoct soul convergence pills, he didn't need very many. The reason he had requested 1,000 of them, as well as certain other precious medicinal plants, was that he planned to secretly keep a few for himself, and use them to increase the power of his qi and blood, and also strengthen his life force. After all, life force was key to cultivating his undying live forever technique. With these earth spirit tubers, my undying tendons should advance by leaps and bounds. Even a single 100-year-old earth spirit tuber would fetch an astronomical price if sold publicly. In fact, in auctions, they would usually be classified as precious materials of heaven and earth. In Great Wall City, only someone like Bai Lin would be able to acquire so many at the drop of a hat. Bai Xiaochun could only imagine how he'd done it. A huge price must have been paid to get the starry sky Dao polarity sect to part with 1,000 of them. With such thoughts on his mind, he looked around again to make sure that no one was spying on him. Then he took one of the earth spirit tubers and performed a spirit enhancement using his turtle walk. After all, he had also requested fuel for numerous different types of multicolored flame. Almost immediately, the earth spirit tuber was even more extraordinary than it had been before. Unfortunately, he only had enough fuel to enhance a few more. When he finally gave up, he picked up one of the spirit-enhanced earth spirit tubers and took a bite. He suddenly felt like he was right back in the ovens, causing his heart to swell. I wonder how eldest brother is doing back on Sky Quarter Rainbow, he thought. Suddenly he recalled everyone he knew back in the river-defying sect, such as Li Qingho, Ho Xiaomei, and Song Junwan. All sorts of memories floated up in his mind. At the same time, he felt his life force surging hotter and hotter until it was like a fire. He immediately began to work with his undying live forever technique, causing the undying tendons in his left leg to become like a black hole, sucking in all of the heat. The night passed quickly, during which time Bai Xiaochun consumed the entire 100-year-old earth spirit tuber. Anyone else who did something like that would find their life force surging with incredible vitality. But Bai Xiaochun was different. His undying live forever technique almost seemed like a bottomless pit. Thankfully, the undying tendons on his left leg were almost complete, and he was even beginning to develop his right leg. Soon, he could sense that his fleshly body power was increasing with incredible intensity. When the light of day spread out, he began to concoct medicine again. This time, he didn't fall behind at all, but instead, increased to 50 batches. Thanks to the constant testing, he was making some progress toward a more powerful soul convergence pill, and yet, was not pleased with the results. So far, nothing seemed to have reached the ultimate level that he knew was possible. However, he wasn't in a hurry, and was convinced that his tests would soon lead to a complete success. Besides, with every day that passed, pill furnaces continued to detonate. As far as Bai Lin was concerned, everything was going great. In fact, at one point when Bai Xiaochun was worried that he would run out of pill furnaces, Bai Lin had a whole new batch delivered. General Bai had long since fallen in love with the exploding furnaces. To him, they weren't tools for concocting medicine, they were weapons to harvest vengeful souls. As time went by, Bai Xiaochun continued to work on his cultivation. Eventually, he found that he had gone through so many earth spirit tubers that he only had a few dozen left. That night, his entire right leg seemed to burn with incredible heat, and to pulse with incredible power. Rumbling sounds echoed out, causing everything in the area to shake. It worked! He thought excitedly. As of this moment, he could sense a terrifying fleshly body power radiating from both of his legs. In combination with the undying hex, he was confident that not even a nascent soul cultivator could catch up with him now, at least not without using a minor teleportation. Bursting into motion, he sped to a location 3,000 meters away in his courtyard, and by the time he had come to a rest and was standing there, the sound of his movement still hadn't reached his ears. Faster than the speed of sound. Elated, Xiaochun threw his head back and laughed uproariously. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 482, G-Phone. Chapter 482, G-Phone. The sound of Xiaochun's voice echoing out in the courtyard attracted the attention of Luli, Zhaolong, and the others. Expressions flickering, they all rushed out to see what was happening. As soon as they approached, they could sense the powerful fluctuations in the air, prickling against their skin, apparently the result of something passing by with incredible speed. Then they saw Xiaochun off in the distance, laughing uproariously, and they gasped, exchanging glances of astonishment and disbelief. All of them could tell at a glance that Xiaochun must have been testing out some new technique, something that involved moving with incredible speed. Luli looked at Xiaochun a bit more deeply, then murmured to herself, who would ever have thought that Apothecary Bai would have a secret magic like that? She, along with Zhaolong and the others, all clasped hands in salute. Xiaochun was quite pleased to see the astonishment in the eyes of Zhaolong and the others. Clearing his throat, he gave some words of encouragement regarding a few things, then strutted back into his residence. Zhaolong and the others were significantly affected by what had just occurred. Days later, they would still think back to what had happened, and feel their hearts trembling. That was especially true of Luli and Zhaolong. Being in late core formation, they felt especially taken aback. That speed, it couldn't just be a secret magic. It would also require shocking levels of fleshly body power. With unbelievable speed like that, an ordinary fist strike would be like a divine ability. As time passed, Bai Lin continued to come collect pill furnaces, which he would send over the Great Wall to explode on the battlefield. Each explosion would rouse the hearts of the 5 legions. That was especially true considering that the power and effectiveness of the exploding furnaces increased every day. Of course, that made them only that much more of a headache for the wildlands savages. The pill furnaces mostly targeted the vengeful souls, and didn't just converge them together in one spot, but rather, wiped them out of existence. The destructive power of the explosions ensured that the once boundless sea of souls outside the Great Wall was slowly showing signs of weakening. Were it not for the fact that this campaign was backed by 10 tribes of savages, as well as soul cultivators and necromancers, then the souls would most likely have already dissipated. The wildlands were in a very tight situation at the moment, and couldn't think of any good strategies to turn the tables. Of course, they had no way of knowing that it was all due to the fact that Xiaochun was now working for the 5 legions. On one occasion, Bai Lin took Xiaochun up to the wall to experience for himself the power of the exploding pill furnaces. Of course, that was only after Bai Lin swore up and down that there wouldn't be any danger at all. As soon as he set foot on the wall itself, he could sense the countless gazes of the cultivators of the 5 legions, gazes filled with respect and awe. Xiaochun immediately fell in love with the sensation. Being in the center of the public, I made him feel very much like a true hero. From that day on, whenever Bai Lin came to take the pill furnaces away, Xiaochun would go along to witness the explosions. When he saw the blasts of energy, and heard the deafening booms, it lifted his spirits to the maximum. Furthermore, with each explosion, the battle credit in his command medallion rose higher, which got him even more excited. This is definitely the place for me. Xiaochun looked out at all the craters beyond the Great Wall, the infuriated savages, the recoiling sea of souls, and swished his sleeve. With a single massive snap of my finger, he mused proudly, I can destroy anything and everything. An entire month flew by, during which time the sea of souls continued to grow thinner. It was something that had not occurred for many years, and got the cultivators in Great Wall City into very high spirits. Conversely, the Wildlands forces were now paying closer attention to the situation than ever. I have over 300,000 battle credits. Bai Xiaochun murmured. Every day, he would check to see how much his battle credit had increased, and was always pleased with the result. From what he could tell, he was definitely making enough to sustain his cultivation. One afternoon when Bai Xiaochun had just sealed 50 pill furnaces, he didn't stand there watching them like he usually did. Instead, he swaggered out of the armory and headed toward the huge pagoda in the middle of the city. Not only did that pagoda operate the city's grand spell formation, it was also where the 5 legions would go to spend battle credit. Therefore, it was a very important place. It was only natural that a place like that was also the dwelling place of a deva. Generally speaking, cultivators from the 5 legions could be seen coming and going there on a daily basis. As soon as Bai Xiaochun showed up at the pagoda, people recognized him. All of them seemed to view him favorably, and would salute him with clasped hands. Bai Xiaochun called out greetings in return, sighing at how popular he was. Upon reaching the pagoda itself, he sent out some divine sense to check what items were available for purchase. It was in that moment that cries of shock rose up around him, and a bright beam of light appeared up above. That light shot down with incredible speed, surrounded by a frigid coldness that was shocking on a deep level. It's Jifeng. Of all the cultivators in the great circle of core formation in the 5 legions, he's the one most likely to get promoted to Major General. Jifeng. I haven't seen him for a long time. I heard he was sent out on a secret mission outside the Great Wall, to infiltrate the Wildlands and gather intelligence. As the discussions went on, the beam of light faded away, and a young man appeared, clad in a blood-colored suit of armor. He had long black hair, and a handsome face that was marred by a long scar which ran from the top of his forehead down to the corner of his mouth, and transformed his good looks into something grotesque. As he hovered there in midair, he completely ignored everyone around him as he stared up at the huge eye atop the pagoda. Down on the ground, Bai Xiaochun looked up at Jifeng. He didn't recognize him, but something about the strength of his cultivation base reminded him of Zhao Tianzhou. He must be a famous person like Zhao Tianzhou, he thought. Jifeng had terrifying cultivation base ripples, and a murderous aura that was more powerful than anyone Bai Xiaochun had seen in the 5 legions other than Bai Lin. And considering that Bai Lin was half a step into the Deva realm, that was very telling. A fiendish killer, Bai Xiaochun thought with an inner gasp. Although Jifeng seemed intimidating, Bai Xiaochun wasn't convinced that he would lose to him in a fight. After all, fiendish killers like this guy were usually the crazy type. Just when Bai Xiaochun was about to look away, Jifeng waved his hand in the direction of the huge eye. That motion caused a vast quantity of vengeful souls to pour out of his sleeve. There were more than 10,000 of them, screaming and struggling. However, once the gaze of the eye locked onto them, they were sucked up, and in the blink of an eye, had been absorbed. Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped. Simultaneously, expressions of astonishment could be heard in the area. Elder brother Jifeng just offered a sacrifice of 10,000 vengeful souls. Not many people increased their battle credit by offering a sacrifice in such a way. Only top experts like Jifeng can pull off something like that. There were more than 10,000 vengeful souls, but in terms of quality, they were varied. I'm afraid his battle credit will only increase by a few tens of thousands. Even as the discussions continued, Jifeng turned and blurred into motion, speeding off into the distance. As for Bai Xiaochun, it was only at this point that he finally realized you could earn battle credit in such a fashion. What a pity! Right now, my exploding pill furnaces simply tear the vengeful souls to shreds. If I could use Jifeng's method, I could earn even more battle credit. Sighing, he shook his head. After giving a final glance to Jifeng disappearing in the distance, he poured some divine sense into his command medallion, establishing a link with the huge eye. A moment later, all sorts of information appeared in his mind. I can't believe you can trade for so much stuff here. They even have nascent soul pills. Considering the shocking fact that nascent soul pills were for sale, then it was no surprise at all that they had the type of medicinal pills that could help during the gold core stage. There were also magical items, paper talismans, and medicinal plants of all types. Bai Xiaochun's heart was already pounding with excitement. Many of the items were unique to this location, such as soul grasses from the wildlands, and even underworld river water. The underworld river was illusory in nature, almost like something that belonged to another world. It had very unique properties, and was difficult to summon. In fact, other than Devis, no one could manipulate it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 483, They'll make your pill furnaces a thing of the past. Chapter 483, They'll make your pill furnaces a thing of the past. Underworld river water. Although Bai Xiaochun wasn't sure what that type of water could be used for, he could see that a single drop was extremely expensive. Obviously, it was something very useful for cultivators. Perhaps cultivators want underworld river water, the same way Wildlands soul cultivators want Heavenspan river water? Although Bai Xiaochun hadn't been at the Great Wall for very long, he had heard that in the Wildlands, Heavenspan river water was extremely valuable. Because of that, quite a few people would smuggle it out into the wildlands to trade with the soul cultivators. Although the practice was strictly forbidden, it was impossible to prevent it from happening altogether. There was even a black market within Great Wall City itself. However, Bai Xiaochun wasn't interested in that. What he was interested in were nascent soul pills. He quickly found the listing for nascent soul pills, and when he saw the price attached to it, he couldn't help but gasp. Earlier, he had assumed that he had a good amount of battle credit built up. However, after seeing how expensive things were, he felt really bad for himself. Nascent soul pills cost millions of battle credits. Looking sadly at his violet identity medallion, he sighed. After all, nascent soul pills had other uses than just breaking through to the nascent soul stage. They served the general function of increasing one's cultivation base level, and therefore, could also be used to break through to the great circle of core formation. The reason for that was that the main way nascent soul pills helped with breakthroughs was by means of providing power through the medicinal ingredients. However, only some of those ingredients were specifically for the purpose of forming the nascent soul itself. At the moment, what Bai Xiaochun cared most about was the extra power the pills could provide. One pill. With one nascent soul pill, I could probably get to the great circle of the gold core stage. At the moment, Bai Xiaochun had to give up on the idea of purchasing a nascent soul pill. Instead, he bought some other high-grade medicinal pills useful for the core formation stage, as well as some magical items he needed, then left. After returning to his residence, he sealed the place thoroughly and then took out his turtle walk and performed sixfold spirit enhancements on everything he had just purchased, as well as some other items in his bag of holding. After he was finished, he looked hesitantly at the numerous designs on the objects he had enhanced. I only have 2 sets of 7-colored flame fuel, and 1 set for 8-colored flame. That's all Bai Lin could give me. Back in the Starry Sky Dao Polarities sect, he had tried to track down fuel for various levels of multicolored flame, but hadn't been successful. At that point, he had come to understand that 7-colored flame fuel was possible to find, but when it came to 8-colored flame fuel, it was very rare. It had probably been difficult for Bai Lin just to get this one set. After a moment of thought, Bai Xiaochun pulled a jade box out of his bag of holding, opened it, and examined the contents. Inside was a fingernail-sized stone that initially seemed completely ordinary in nature. However, it was possible to sense a shocking power within that stone, power that could be unleashed by the smallest bit of friction. That stone was none other than 8-colored flame fuel. After studying it for a bit, he carefully closed the lid of the jade box and shook his head. I need to hold on to this 8-colored flame fuel, he thought, and only use it on a really good magical item. After putting away the 8-colored flame fuel, he began to consume the medicinal pills he'd just enhanced. As he did, spiritual power began to course through him, transforming into strands of frigid qi that gathered inside of his gold core. Another month flew by. The higher Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base grew, the easier it became to concoct medicine. He continued to produce successful batches of soul convergence pills, and although he wasn't very happy with the outcome, the final versions continued to improve compared to his original version. Bai Xiaochun was certain that it wouldn't be long before he would be able to produce a satisfactory soul convergence pill. Furthermore, he had decided that the best option was to wait until he made a significant improvement before presenting the pill to Bai Lin. By now, Bai Xiaochun was very pleased with his life in Great Wall City. Not only did everyone respect him, but the pill furnaces being constantly tossed over the wall and exploding among the enemy caused his battle credits to increase on a daily basis. His exploding furnaces were now one of the deadliest weapons at the disposal of the skin flayers, and were a source of great pressure for the Wildlander necromancers. Were it not for the fact that this was a large-scale assault, the Wildlands forces would have long since retreated. Whenever Bai Xiaochun went out to personally witness the devastating effects of his exploding furnaces, he could sense that the fighting was continuing to intensify. By this point, it wasn't just a single savage tribe who was participating in the offensive, there were now 6 of them. Before, there had been about 10,000 savages on the battlefield, but now there were around 80,000. It had been many decades since a battle this large had been fought in the war. Whenever the savage giants roared and charged into battle, all heaven and earth would shake violently. Furthermore, more and more soul cultivators were showing up to fight. The cultivators of the 5 legions took them very seriously, and would often send out their most powerful experts to contend with them. However, the soul cultivators were always under the protection of large groups of savage giants, and although a few of them were successfully taken down, they never went out without a fierce fight. Both sides ended up suffering casualties, although it was generally worse for the Wildlands. After all, the 5 legions had the Great Wall to protect them, and most importantly, the exploding pill furnaces were wreaking havoc on the mostly unintelligent vengeful souls. Were it not for the pill furnaces, the vengeful souls, who didn't fear extermination at all, would have posed a huge problem for the 5 legions. By this point, there was virtually no one among the forces of Great Wall City who hadn't heard of Bai Xiaochun. Also, his name was spreading outside of the Great Wall as well. Many of the savage tribes were now aware of who he was, and that the magical items which were so useful against the vengeful souls were created by none other than him. In fact, he had already been placed onto the Wildlands execution list, and was in the top 100. All the people above him on the list were incredibly famous individuals who the Wildlands hated deeply. It couldn't be stated that Bai Xiaochun had completely changed the course of the war. A few exploding furnaces couldn't do something like that. However, he had influenced the state of battle, and that effect continued to grow as time passed. Furthermore, the chiefs of the savage tribes, as well as the necromancers, all hated him with a vengeance. The chiefs mourned those who had been lost among their various tribes, and the necromancers, who were a proud and lofty lot, were now forced to spend almost all their time keeping the vengeful souls under control. Generally speaking, controlling these souls should have involved simply directing their momentum. After all, the souls which poured directly out of the underworld river were particularly fierce. But now, the threat of the exploding furnaces made the souls very difficult to control. Some of them tried to flee, and others even tried to fight back against those controlling them. Currently, a meeting was taking place on the vast plain with the more than 1,000 black stones. Surrounding the black-robed old man on the floating black altar were 10 figures. All of them wore gray robes, and emanated terrifying fluctuations which identified them as none other than necromancers. One of them was speaking to the old man in a raspy voice. "Exalted emissary, we can't keep going on like this. We have to do something to resolve the situation." In addition to the necromancers, there were also 10 giants on the altar, all of whom seemed extremely ancient. They looked different from the other giants, larger and far more intelligent. One of those ancient giants looked at the black-robed old man and slowly said, "I agree, exalted emissary. If things keep going on like this, the warriors of our tribe will lose the protection offered by the tide of souls. Without that protection, they're no match for the cultivators on the wall. Exalted emissary, please use your divine abilities to put an end to this catastrophe. Considering what the necromancers and the tribal chiefs were saying, the old man thought for a moment, and then responded in a sinister voice, "We can't waste too much soul power before the appointed time. However, don't worry. I've already made some preparations, and I think the time is right to make a move. Pay close attention to the battle tomorrow. I'm going to make Bai Xiaochun's pill furnaces a thing of the past. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 484, Bai Xiaochun's Fury. Chapter 484, Bai Xiaochun's Fury. Bai Xiaochun was sitting cross-legged inside Great Wall City, feeling very uneasy, although he wasn't sure why. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and he looked around with a strange expression on his face. However, after a moment passed, nothing happened, so he went back to cultivation. Eventually, when the sun was setting, he finally let out a long breath and then emerged from his residence. Clearing his throat, he said, "Bring the furnaces over." Instantly, Luli, Xiaolong, and the rest of his squad all sprang into action and began setting up 50 pill furnaces in a circle around him. By now, they had grown used to Bai Xiaochun's ways, and how famous he had become now that he was on the Wildlands execution list. At the same time, he had treated them well, bestowing medicinal pills and magical items upon them frequently. After all, despite not having a huge accumulation of battle credit, he did get more and more on a daily basis, and was not the stingy type. He wanted everyone around him to be just as happy as he was. Therefore, Zhao Long and the others didn't mind being ordered around. After setting up the pill furnaces, they took their places to stand guard. After things were set up, Bai Xiaochun nodded in satisfaction. Waving his hand, he opened all of the pill furnaces, and then sent large quantities of medicinal plants flying out. As was his usual custom, he made unique adjustments to all 50 of the medicine formulas. The pill furnaces began to heat up, whereupon Bai Xiaochun began to walk amongst them, occasionally adding ingredients to a furnace here, or adjusting the heat to a furnace there. After about 2 hours had passed, all the proper adjustments had been made, and he began to seal the furnaces. As Bai Xiaochun sealed pill furnaces, Zhao Long and the others exchanged glances, and then began to whisper among themselves. "I wonder how many will explode this time. I bet it will be 20 or less. Yesterday, 17 blew up, so I bet that it will be more than 20 today." This was how things usually went. After sealing all of the furnaces, Bai Xiaochun brushed off his hands and walked back into his residence, paying the furnaces no more heed. Another 8 hours passed, after which one of the pill furnaces began to emit cracking sounds. As usual, Bai Lin showed up, whereupon Bai Xiaochun ended his session of cultivation and walked out to meet him. "Thank you for your hard work, Grandmaster Bai," Bai Lin said with a smile. He viewed Bai Xiaochun more favorably with each day that passed. "It's no trouble at all," Bai Xiaochun replied grandly, looking very much like an important hero. "I do everything for the Great Wall. However, I have to say, old Bai, I'm almost out of pill furnaces, and am running very low on medicinal plants, especially earth spirit tubers. Next time, bring a few more than usual." "No problem. I'll handle it right away." Bai Lin continued to watch the furnaces with sparkling eyes until more cracking sounds began to ring out. With every pill furnace that began to show signs of exploding, Bai Lin would get more excited. Furthermore, in order to ensure that they would all explode at the same time, he would often draw upon the power of his cultivation base to suppress the more unstable ones. Eventually, when 27 pill furnaces were on the verge of exploding, and the others clearly weren't, Bai Lin laughed heartily, flicked his sleeve, and shot toward the Great Wall with the furnaces. As usual, Bai Xiaochun flew along behind him to see what would happen on the battlefield. After all, such direct observations of the exploding furnaces helped a lot when it came to adjusting his medicine formulas. Bai Lin knew that Bai Xiaochun liked to watch the explosions personally, so he flew slow enough that he could follow along. When they both reached the Great Wall, Bai Lin flung the 27 furnaces out in 27 different directions. When the cultivators of the 5 legions saw what was happening, they began to cheer in support. In contrast, the savages down on the battlefield gritted their teeth and began to back up. As for the vengeful souls, once the pill furnaces appeared, they became almost impossible for the necromancers to control, and instinctively began to scatter. The mere sight of what was happening before the pill furnaces detonated left Bai Xiaochun feeling quite wonderful. However, even as the savages and souls began to flee, a dozen or so sphere-shaped beasts suddenly flew out onto the battlefield. They moved with incredible speed, and at the same time, expanded rapidly, becoming a dozen 30-meter-tall spheroids that shot toward the incoming pill furnaces. As they closed in, the spheroid beasts opened their mouths wide. Next, intense sucking sounds could be heard as the pill furnaces were suddenly wrenched in their direction. The unexpected development occurred so quickly that before anyone on the Great Wall had a chance to react, the spheroid beasts had gobbled up all of the pill furnaces. Moments later, muffled thuds could be heard from inside them. The creatures bulged, and their eyes went wide, but after a moment, nothing else happened, and they actually just closed their eyes again. Then, they slowly deflated, returning to their original size. Finally, they opened their mouths and burped out wisps of black smoke, which slowly faded away in the wind. The entire battlefield went silent. The cultivators on the wall looked on with wide eyes, and Bai Lin stood there trembling, the killing intent in his eyes rising rapidly. The dozen spheroid beasts were all surrounded by rippling distortions that indicated that they were under the protection of powerful guardians. If Bai Lin personally went out to try to deal with him, he would be in great danger, and the rest of the forces on the wall would be forced to decide whether or not to come out to aid him. Damn it! Bai Lin growled, the killing intent in his eyes growing stronger. By this point, he had come to understand that the Wildlanders' goal in this entire campaign was to get Deva Patriarch Chen Hetian to come out of the city. If that happened, a trap would likely be sprung in an attempt to kill him. I never could have guessed that they would come up with a way to deal with the pill furnaces in less than half a year. Those weird beasts have obviously been mutated recently. Even as Bai Lin sighed darkly, the savages outside the wall began to cackle madly. As for the vengeful souls, their murderous auras grew even more intense, and they once again began to charge across the battlefield. This time, the charge was made with more intense violence than before. Booms instantly rang out, along with miserable screams. The cultivators of the 5 legions could do little more than steel themselves and once again fight to defend the Great Wall. As of this moment, few people were paying any attention at all to Bai Xiaochun. Everyone knew that his exploding pill furnaces had been rendered useless. To see the pill furnaces that he had so painstakingly prepared for detonation be consumed just like that first left Bai Xiaochun staring in mute shock. It was almost as if his mind had been smashed with a sledgehammer. How could this be happening? What kind of beasts are those? He felt as if his heart were in physical pain. No more battle credit? No more medicinal plants? No more pill furnaces? And on top of it all, I wasted a whole bunch of time and energy on concocting medicine. Bai Xiaochun let out a bellow of anger, his eyes completely bloodshot. At the moment, he felt like someone had just ruined his life. Without battle credit income like he had before, his dreams of being promoted to captain would be completely dashed. When he thought of that, his anger grew even hotter. Furthermore, having his pill furnaces destroyed right in front of all the other cultivators was like a slap to the face, and was a severe blow to his self-esteem. As he stood there glaring at the spheroid beasts, he felt like he had just fallen out of the sky and slammed into the earth. You just wait. How dare you consume Bai Xiaochun's pill furnaces? I'm gonna make you regret it. Rage burning, he spun and shot back to the armory. As for Bai Lin, he saw Bai Xiaochun's reaction inside. Bai Lin knew that it wouldn't be long before all of the savage tribes in the wildlands would have those same spheroid beasts, which had obviously been specifically designed to deal with Bai Xiaochun's pill furnaces. Before long, Bai Xiaochun was back in the armory and walking into his courtyard residence. "How dare you consume my pill furnaces? How dare you destroy my medicinal pills? Challenging me, huh? Trifling little beasts. With the snap of a finger, Bai Xiaochun will reduce all of you to ashes. Zhao Long Luli. All of you stand guard, and don't let anyone inside. I'm going into secluded meditation." Waving his arm, he dragged 8 pill furnaces with him into his personal residence, slamming the door shut behind him with a bang. Zhao Long and the others gasped, unsure of what had happened. None of them had ever seen Bai Xiaochun like this. What's going on? As they exchanged awkward glances, uneasy feelings rose up in their hearts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 485, Aphrodisiac Pill to Shock All Creation. Chapter 485, Aphrodisiac Pill to Shock All Creation. As Bai Xiaochun settled down cross-legged in his residence, he had a fierce expression on his face, and his eyes were so wide that all of the veins were visible, and they seemed like they were on fire. Waving his hand, he produced an earth flame crystal and settled one of the pill furnaces in front of him. "I can't believe you made me lose face in front of all those cultivators. Damn it. Bai Xiaochun is afraid of a lot of things in heaven and earth, but he's not afraid of beasts like you." Waving his sleeve, he sent a huge pile of medicinal plants flying into the pill furnace. "I refuse to believe that I can't mop the floor with those big-bellied beasts. How dare they consume my pill furnaces and destroy my medicinal pills? It's bad enough they wrecked my battle credit income, but they also had to discredit me. They're intentionally embarrassing me." The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and at the same time, he began to concoct medicine as if he were bedeviled. It had been a long time since he had sunk into a state like this. His hands almost blurred, and rumbling echoed out from the pill furnace. Soon, the medicinal liquid in the furnace began to form, and a strong medicinal aroma spread out. 3 days passed by in a flash, during which time Bai Xiaochun never stepped out of his residence. Instead, he remained inside, concocting medicine, and occasionally letting out peals of maniacal laughter. "How dare you provoke me? I'm gonna show you once and for all how awesome Bai Xiaochun is. HMMMMPH. This medicinal pill isn't strong enough yet. Just wait, you trifling beasts, you just wait." When Zhao Long, Luli, and the others heard his laughter, they gasped in fear at the strange state that he was in. By this point, they had heard about what occurred outside the Great Wall a few days before, that the savages had used some strange, spheroid beasts to consume Bai Xiaochun's pill furnaces. At that point, they understood why he'd come back so angry. Is he really that mad just because they figured out how to stop his pill furnaces? Another half a day went by. On the evening of the 3rd day, Bai Xiaochun's door slammed open, and he stepped out, thin, emaciated, and his hair completely disheveled. "Zhao Long, go tell Bai Lin that I need sky thicket leaf, female beast musk, male beast bones, earth dragon root." In one breath, Bai Xiaochun rattled of several dozen types of medicinal plants. "And I need them today." With that, he walked back into his residence and slammed the door. Zhao Long was starting to get nervous. For some reason, this version of Bai Xiaochun seemed very dangerous. As soon as Bai Xiaochun walked back into his residence, Zhao Long hurried off to find General Bai Lin, and before long, the medicinal plants Bai Xiaochun had requested were delivered. Zhao Long cautiously knocked on Bai Xiaochun's door, which opened as Bai Xiaochun reached out to grab the medicinal plants. Through the crack of the open door, Zhao Long was just able to make out a cloud of swirling pink smoke. As for Bai Xiaochun, he looked haggard and thin, with a terrifying, demonic gleam in his eyes. Another 2 days passed. For some time now, a huge vortex had filled the sky because of the tampering with the underworld river, but for some reason it was now obscured with clouds that were filled with bolts of crackling lightning. Then, without any warning, large amounts of lightning suddenly began to descend upon the armory. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the armory's spell formation activated. At the same time, Xiaochun's hoarse laughter could be heard filling the air. The combination of all the sights and sounds immediately caused Zhao Long and the other guards to look around in alarm. What's going on? What's happening? Simultaneously, wisps of smoke were beginning to seep out from the cracks and crevices in the corners of Xiaochun's residence building. In the blink of an eye, they filled the area, and from the way they were moving, they almost seemed intelligent, like a whole group of tiny snakes. Zhao Long and the rest of the guards began to edge away in fear. If that were all there were to it, it might not be a big deal, and yet, as soon as the smoke appeared in the armory, vast quantities of ants suddenly rushed out into the open and began fleeing in the opposite direction. Ants weren't a very common sight in Great Wall City, but at the moment, they carpeted the ground. Before any of the guards could react, the entire armory was thrown into a commotion. What's causing this? Heavens! There's thunder and smoke and ants. Something big is going on, but what? Considering what was happening in the armory, other cultivators and the 5 legions were devolving into a commotion. Furthermore, the savages outside of the Great Wall could see the strange lightning, and were wondering what terrifying item had appeared inside of Great Wall City. As everyone reeled in shock, and as the heavens rumbled with thunder, a lightning bolt that seemed to be composed of countless other lightning bolts put together slammed down onto the armory, piercing through its spell formation shield and landing onto Xiaochun's residence. The ground quaked, and the entire residence shook as much of it was destroyed. Zhao Long and the other guards backed up in terror, gasping the entire time. What kind of medicine is Grandmaster Bai concocting? Meanwhile, what could only be described as crazed laughter rang out from the wreckage of Xiaochun's residence. Still not good enough? Zhao Long, go get me 3,000 portions of the same set of ingredients I had you get last time, not. A tremor ran through Zhao Long as he looked at the mostly destroyed residence, and the increasingly thick smoke emanating from it. It caused a sensation of intense danger to fill his heart. Swallowing hard, he looked over at the other guards, and could see how ashen their faces were. Thoroughly bewildered by what was happening, he gritted his teeth and hurried off. When he returned, Bai Lin was with him. When Bai Lin saw the wreckage and the terrifying pink smoke, he looked up at the thunderclouds in the sky, and called out, "Xiaochun, there's no need to be impulsive about the. Leave me alone. They're just a few beasts, right? I have tens of thousands of ways of dealing with stupid-ass beasts like that. Just wait and see." A long moment passed, and then Xiaochun spoke again. "Zhao Long, throw those medicinal plants over here." Zhao Long didn't dare to refuse. After glancing at Bai Lin and getting confirmation, he tossed a bag of holding into the pink smoke. A bit of time passed in which Bai Lin considered trying to do more to convince Xiaochun to stop. However, that was when rumbling sounds could be heard inside the smoke, which suddenly transformed from pink to red. At the same time, more bolts of lightning began to fall from above. Shockingly, even as the first round of lightning fell, more lightning could be seen converging higher up. In the blink of an eye, fully 10,000 lightning bolts merged together into something like a net that covered the entire sky. Even Bai Lin gasped at the sight of it, let alone the other ordinary cultivators in Great Wall City. Even the charging Wildlands army suddenly stopped in place to look at what was happening. As for the beasts in the army, they were suddenly stricken by very uneasy feelings. Some of them even began to pant and look over toward Great Wall City with red, glowing eyes, as if they were being stimulated into madness. Bai Lin was suddenly stricken by a very ominous feeling when he saw the smoke turn red. There was something terrifying about it, something that didn't have anything to do with one's cultivation base, but rather, with some other, deeper instinct. "Xiaochun, don't get too worked up. I'm working on a way to deal with those spheroid beasts. You just dot. Don't even try to convince me," came the growling interruption. "I, Xiaochun, will definitely show those beasts that Lord Bai's pill furnaces are not that delicious after all. Inside the residence, Bai Xiaochun was sitting right in front of 8 crimson hot pill furnaces, his hair disheveled, his face gaunt, surrounded by large quantities of medicine bottles. He had gone crazy in his pill concocting, relying completely on spirit alcohol to sustain his cultivation base, as well as numerous special medicinal pills. By this point, it was correct to say that Bai Xiaochun had gone all out. With a shout, he slapped his hands onto the surface of each of the violently shaking pill furnaces. Cracks spread out across their surfaces, whereupon intense gravitational forces sprang up. At the same time, the red smoke stirred, instantly rushing into the 8 pill furnaces. As soon as the smoke vanished, Bai Xiaochun appeared in front of Bai Lin and the others. A bright gleam flickered in his eyes as he threw his head back and laughed at the top of his lungs. Trifling big-bellied beasts. I, Bai Xiaochun, have prepared a wonderful gift for you. Let's see if you ever dare to consume my things again. I used several thousand sets of supreme-grade ingredients, and even cleansed the impurities with tens of thousands of bolts of lightning. Then I purified the medicine again with a secret magic, and then went so far as to ruin the pill furnaces to refine them a third time. The result is something paramount, something unparalleled in heaven and earth, something that affects both male and female beasts. A single whiff of it will drive them crazy to the point of insanity. It is an aphrodisiac pill to shock all creation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 486, Worldwide Death Warrant for Bai Xiaochun. Chapter 486, Worldwide Death Warrant for Bai Xiaochun. Zhao Long's eyes went wide, and Luli gaped in shock. Everyone else had similar expressions on their faces as they looked at Bai Xiaochun standing there, laughing crazily. Aphrodisiac pill? Bai Lin said, mouth agape. Before anyone could ask any more questions, Bai Xiaochun waved his sleeve, sweeping up all 8 pill furnaces as he used the power of his undying tendons in his legs to leap into the air toward the Great Wall. Alright, big-bellied beasts, he said, his eyes shining brightly as he sailed through the air, Bai Xiaochun is coming for you. As for Bai Lin, his eyes flickered as he suppressed his confusion and took a step to follow Bai Xiaochun. As for Zhao Long and the others, after a moment of hesitation, they also flew into motion toward the Great Wall, filled with curiosity about the medicinal pills Bai Xiaochun had created in such a terrifying state. It didn't take long for Bai Xiaochun to be atop the Great Wall itself, where he let out a shout and threw all of the pill furnaces out toward the battlefield. Down below, the giants of the savage tribes, as well as the seemingly endless sea of souls, were in the middle of a charge toward the wall. Now that the pill furnace's power had been negated, the vengeful souls were under less pressure, and were easier to control. As a result, the necromancers had power to spare, which they used to upgrade some of the vengeful souls, making them much more powerful than before. More booms rang out on the battlefield than ever before. The increased power of the vengeful souls ensured that less savages were falling in battle, and at the same time, the pressure on the 5 legions had increased. As for the 8 pill furnaces that had just been tossed out, they were crimson from heat, and were a shocking sight to behold. The mere thought of what would happen if they exploded was terrifying to contemplate. In fact, as soon as they appeared, the savage giants felt anxiety rising up in their hearts. However, they didn't panic. As they stared at the incoming furnaces, the black-robed old man on the black altar some distance away, as well as the necromancers and tribal chiefs by his side, were all watching the scene play out on a screen of water. Scraping the bottom of the barrel, huh? The black-robed old man said coolly. That move won't work anymore. Expression cold, he performed a right-handed incantation gesture and then waved his finger at the water screen. The screen rippled, after which a dozen or so spheroid beasts on the battlefield suddenly raised their heads and bellowed. Then, looks of disdain appeared on their faces as they opened their mouths wide and inhaled deeply. Instantly, the 8 pill furnaces wobbled back and forth, and then shot toward the spheroid beasts, who began to fight amongst each other to consume them. Within moments, all of the pill furnaces had been swallowed down. As for the beasts who hadn't managed to swallow any furnaces, they began to howl in discontent. When the old man on the black altar saw the scene playing out, he smiled faintly, a look of scorn in his eyes. This was the second time that the cultivators of the 5 legions had witnessed pill furnaces being consumed. Bai Lin stood there quietly, while the other cultivators let out light sighs. Bai Xiaochun was the only one who simply stood there, looking coldly at the 8 beasts who had swallowed the pill furnaces. "Eat up," he murmured, "and don't spill a drop." A muffled thump rang out, and the huge beasts' bellies expanded for a moment before shrinking back down to normal. The beasts then looked threateningly toward the Great Wall and let out menacing howls before turning, as if to leave. Simultaneously, a large number of savage giants flew over to protect them. Meanwhile, the other savage giants on the battlefield began to call out in taunting fashion. "That's all you've got? Those magical items are useless against us now. Those wimps on the Great Wall are still trying this gimmick? 8 pill furnaces aren't even enough to get our beasts full. How moronic can you get? Their pill furnace trick didn't work last time, and yet they tried the same thing again." When the cultivators of the 5 legions heard the laughter ringing out from the battlefield, they gritted their teeth in frustration. Were it not for orders passed down by the Deva to hold their position on the wall, they would definitely have poured out in deadly fashion and filled the battlefield with rivers of wildlander blood. Bai Lin sighed, and turned to Bai Xiaochun as if to say something. Before he could, Bai Xiaochun's eyes narrowed, and he murmured, "Any moment now, and their laughter will cease. When I get pissed off, I frighten even myself." When Bai Lin heard that, he was taken aback. And then, before he could ask any questions, the 8 beasts who had consumed the pill furnaces suddenly stopped moving. A moment later, their expressions flickered, and slowly, their eyes began to turn bright red. They began shivering, and even opened their mouths to burp out pink smoke. In fact, their entire bodies suddenly seemed to be glowing red. Horse pants could be heard, which soon turned into clamoring howls. As the surrounding savage giants looked on in shock, the 8 beasts suddenly turned on them and pounced in full madness. 2 of the beasts even turned on their own kind with maddened howls. It took only a moment before all 8 of the beasts were pouncing on anything nearby that moved. All of them were under the complete control of the aphrodisiac pill. Furthermore, because the aphrodisiac pills had exploded inside of the beasts, the energy released was impossible to dispel. It was difficult to put into words the incredible power contained in pills like that, pills which had been refined 4 times. Whether the beasts were male or female didn't matter. As long as the pill furnaces had exploded in their stomachs, they were bereft of all sense of reason, and became lost within the effects of the aphrodisiac pill. If that were all there were to the situation, it might not have been a big deal. However, they continuously belched out pink smoke, smoke that didn't affect the vengeful souls, but most definitely affected the savage giants. All the giants had to do was get a whiff of that smoke, and their faces would instantly flush. A moment later, their eyes would turn both blank and bloodshot at the same time, and they would throw their heads back and roar. In the briefest of moments, the entire battlefield was thrown into complete and utter chaos. Screams and shrieks rang out in all directions. As of this moment, the area outside the Great Wall didn't look like a battlefield at all, but rather, a scene of absolute pandemonium. One of the main reasons why these aphrodisiac pills were so terrifyingly effective was that Bai Xiaochun had combined his original formula with his fantasy pill formula. He had even performed spirit enhancements on some of the main ingredients. Thus, the pills were far more shocking than they had ever been before. The cultivators on the Great Wall looked down, their minds spinning, looks of blank shock on their faces, their hearts battered by waves of astonishment because of what they were witnessing. This. Damn it. What exactly is going on? What medicinal pills were they? Heavens. Everyone from the 5 legions was talking about what was happening, whether they were ordinary soldiers, lieutenants, captains, and even the colonels and major generals. Without exception, the shocking scene playing out caused them all to lose their cool. Even Bai Lin, a general of the 5 legions, felt his mind spinning in astonishment. In fact, The indescribable scene playing out was so shocking that the huge eye on top of the pagoda flickered. Then, three-eyed Chen Hutian appeared. He was a respected deva, and yet even he couldn't help but gasp, and then look over at Bai Xiaochun with a very strange expression on his face. Is this really the Great Wall? He thought. In fact, everyone was similarly stunned. As of this moment, the name of the pill's creator, Bai Xiaochun, was being indelibly branded into the minds of everyone present. For the rest of my life, I must make sure to never, ever provoke the terrifying Bai Xiaochun. As countless gasps rang out, and the chaos on the battlefield continued to play out, the black-robed old man on the black altar, as well as the surrounding necromancers and tribal chiefs, were all watching what was happening. Deathly silence prevailed on the altar, as all eyes were completely glued to the water screen. No one was talking, and in fact, none of them were even breathing. It took a long moment before any breathing to occur, but when it did, it soon turned into panting, and eventually the entire group was physically shaking. Then, cries of rage began to ring out from the altar. Bai Xiaochun! The wildlands will destroy you or die in the attempt. Heaven damned Bai Xiaochun! You will not die a good death. Issue a death warrant. Tell the whole world that this Bai Xiaochun must die. If he doesn't die, the wildlands will live in disgrace for all time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 487, Major Progress with the Soul Convergence Pill. Chapter 487, Major Progress with the Soul Convergence Pill. Bai Xiaochun looked out at the chaos on the battlefield and cleared his throat. Then he stuck his chin up and flicked his sleeve. With the snap of a finger, Bai Xiaochun gave all savages and beasts no other choice than to be reduced to ashes. Looking like the picture of a lonely hero, he turned and strolled dramatically off the Great Wall. As he did, the cultivators behind him watched him leave, shock and other mixed emotions clearly visible on their faces. Some of those expressions were those of reverence, some were fear, and others were plain terror. As Bai Xiaochun left, the magical cannons on the Great Wall rumbled to life. How could the 5 legions not take advantage of this spectacular opportunity? Some of the cultivators even charged onto the battlefield itself, where every enemy in their path was crushed like twigs. Bai Xiaochun didn't need to know the final outcome of the battle. He was content knowing that his message had been clearly sent to the wildlands, provoke Bai Xiaochun, and pay the price. The aphrodisiac pill was not without fault. For example, although it worked quite well on beasts, if the savage giants wished to protect themselves from its effects, they could do so in many ways. The only reason it had worked so effectively in this situation was because of the element of surprise. And of course, Bai Xiaochun was well aware of that. However, he didn't plan to use the aphrodisiac pill as a way to accumulate battle credit. He simply wanted to use it to frighten the wildlands, and ensure that they didn't dare to send beasts to consume his exploding furnaces. Humph. Well, exploding furnaces can't be a long-term tactic anyway. I need to switch things up a bit, and the key to that is my soul convergence pill. As Bai Xiaochun left, Zhao Long and the others followed him, their hearts trembling, the mere sight of Bai Xiaochun's back causing their hair to stand on end. When it came to thoughts of Bai Xiaochun's terrifying aphrodisiac pill, both Zhao Long and Luli felt the same. Not only were they scared to death, but they also couldn't help but muse that he was truly born for battle. In the following few days, word spread to all of the cultivators in Great Wall City. Stories abounded about what had occurred when Bai Xiaochun made his move, and yet again, his name shook the entire city. Not only were his pill concocting techniques fear-inspiring, but his medicinal pills were horrific. Most of the grandmasters who lived near him in the armory were so scared that they moved away. By that point, the armory was almost half empty, and when Bai Xiaochun realized that, he simply waved his sleeve and had the empty half consolidated into his own personal headquarters. Of course, because of his actions, he earned a huge amount of battle credit, which immediately got him promoted from lieutenant to captain. Because of that, despite his residence being much larger than before, the increased number of subordinates under his control ensured that it didn't feel empty at all. Not only was Bai Xiaochun famous within Great Wall City, but he was now well known beyond the wall as well. Of the hundreds of tribes that occupied the eastern wildlands, all had heard of Bai Xiaochun and his horrifying aphrodisiac pill, as well as the tragic defeat the wildlands had suffered because of them. For those reasons, Bai Xiaochun's name rose high on the wildlands execution list. Before, he had been in the top 100, but now, he was in 27th place. Of the people higher than him on the list, the weakest were nascent soul cultivators. In fact, many of the people below him on the list were in that same cultivation level. Bai Xiaochun was the only core formation cultivator in the top 50. He was now famous, had a huge accumulation of battle credit, and had earned the rank of captain. Everywhere he went in the Great Wall, the cultivators who saw him would salute with clasped hands. It was a wonderful feeling that Bai Xiaochun loved, and he couldn't help but muse that staying here had been a good decision. In fact, he would often take out his copper mirror and ask all sorts of questions that drove Imposter Nightcrypt crazy. Imposter Nightcrypt would rack his brains with new ways to flatter Bai Xiaochun, until Bai Xiaochun would eventually start to get embarrassed and stop asking questions. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun's cultivation by no means stagnated. With all his battle credit, he was able to get plenty of medicinal pills to help with his frigid school will-evolving incantation. At the same time, he continued to work on his soul convergence pill. Although his cultivation speed was actually moving along quite rapidly, whenever he thought about how much it cost to get the nascent soul pill that would propel him into the great circle of the gold core stage, he would always worry that he was going too slow. However, despite his cultivation base rising at a relatively slow rate, his undying live forever technique was making huge progress. After all, Bai Lin had been utterly shocked by Bai Xiaochun's skill in the Tao of medicine, and was more than happy to provide him with anything he asked for. He didn't even mind that some of the medicinal plants being requested were actually for personal use. As far as he was concerned, Bai Xiaochun was just too important. With so many medicinal plants at his disposal, Bai Xiaochun's speed with the undying live forever technique picked up. By this point, he had undying tendons spreading throughout his left arm. One night, his left arm even began to glow with bright light, and turned translucent to the point of being able to see his blood and veins inside. Eyes widening, he clenched his hand into a fist, which caused cracking sounds to emanate out. Then he punched out into the air, and his hand moved so quickly it was almost invisible. The sensation of incredible power which spread out from his body gave him a very clear idea of how much fleshly body strength he had at his disposal. Success! I have undying tendons in both legs as well as my left arm. Now I just need to finish my head, right arm, and torso. When that happens, I'll have completed my work with the undying tendons, and as such, the third volume of the Undying Codex. Then, all I'll have to do is break through from Gold Core to Nascent Soul. Once I'm in the Nascent Soul stage, I can finally cultivate Undying Bones. The mere thought of Undying Bones caused Bai Xiaochun to purse his lips in excitement. According to the descriptions in the Undying Codex, once he cultivated the Undying Bones, he would essentially have reached the point of having an indestructible fleshly body. Skin, flesh, tendons, bones, blood. He said softly. Undying skin is for defensive purposes. Undying flesh gives power. Undying tendons helps with speed. Undying bones provides the unifying factor for all three, allowing one to unleash incredible force. Having considered all these matters, his anticipation regarding the Undying Bones grew even greater. Even without Undying Bones, and only being half finished with my Undying Tendons, my fleshly body power combined with my Gold Core cultivation base puts me in an incredible position with my cultivation level. A flicker of pride appeared in his eyes as he thought back to his fight with the statue of Gongsun Wan'er. Back then, although he had a Heaven Dao Gold Core, he was still only in the mid-core formation stage. During the fight, he had been unable to truly unleash what he was capable of. After all, even an ocean of water that has to pass through a tiny bottleneck will be limited. Things were different now. though. As he inched closer to the great circle, and had half a body's worth of undying tendons, he was completely confident that if he had to fight that Gongsun Wan'er statue again, he would be able to secure victory as easy as flipping over his hand. Elder brother Zhao Tianjiao could kill nascent soul experts when in core formation. I should be able to as well. Bai Xiaochun could tell that if he truly unleashed the full power of his cultivation base, the terrifying level of power would be no weaker than what Zhao Tianjiao was capable of. From now on, not a single person beneath late core formation will be a match for me. Flicking his sleeve, he laughed loudly. Sometimes, good things come in waves. It was only 3 days after the undying tendons in his left arm were finished that, after nearly half a year of endless experimentation, he produced a batch of soul convergence pills that were exactly what he had been looking for. These soul convergence pills were no longer black, but rather, gold. They emanated an invisible aura that distorted the air around them, and in addition to that, a black hole could be seen spinning inside of them. Furthermore, if you looked at one of the pills for too long, you would almost feel like your soul was going to be tugged out of you. The moment the golden soul convergence pills appeared, he knew that they were high-grade pills. Although they still had some impurities, those impurities wouldn't cause too many problems. These were the most perfect soul convergence pills he had concocted so far. Excited, he sent a message to Bai Lin, and then took Zhao Long and his other guards up to the Great Wall. Bai Lin was there to meet him, and immediately noticed the golden medicinal pill he was holding. Soul convergence pill? He asked, looking excited. Exactly. Bai Xiaochun replied, a proud smile on his face as he held the pill in his hand and looked out beyond the wall, his eyes glittering. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 488, The Might of the Pill. Chapter 488, The Might of the Pill. The battle outside the Great Wall had been going on for the better part of a year. However, because of the chaos which had played out recently, the wildlanders had been driven into a fury. At the same time, the savage tribes didn't dare to show their faces. Few savage giants could be seen on the battlefield, and those that were visible kept their distance from the wall. There were few beasts either. However, the tide of vengeful souls continued to smash into the wall and the shield. Although this form of attack wasn't particularly effective, the sheer numbers involved ensured that the shield continued to ripple and emit light. Clearly, the vengeful souls had no hope of breaking through the defenses of the Great Wall. The magical cannons were firing constantly, and the cultivators of the 5 legions attacked with surgical precision. As a result, most of the souls which got close were destroyed. A battle like this had not taken place from the moment the Great Wall came into existence until this moment. By this point, it was impossible to determine exactly how many vengeful souls had been destroyed. And yet, there were always more souls to replace them. Furthermore, because the underworld river had been tampered with, the number of souls only seemed to increase. It was in that moment that Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and strode out to the edge of the wall, his eyes shining with anticipation. When he threw out the golden soul convergence pill, it turned into a streak of golden light that flew out into the very middle of the soul tide. When it thumped onto the ground, it didn't break apart like the previous version of the pill had. Instead, it emitted gold, rippling light in all directions. Instantly, both the cultivators on the wall and the wildland savages could see that the golden ripples extended to fill a 3,000-meter area. Within that 3,000-meter area, all of the vengeful souls trembled, and before they could do anything, a whooshing sound filled the air as all of the souls were sucked together into one spot. The soul convergence pill became like a black hole, and in the blink of an eye, countless screams could be heard as all of the more than 10,000 souls in the area of the pill became streaks of light that were absorbed into the pill itself. However, that wasn't anything very impressive, and Bai Lin even frowned in response. The power of this soul convergence pill didn't seem to measure up to the exploding pill furnaces. However, before he could put too much thought into the matter, the golden soul convergence pill which had sucked in all the souls in the 3,000-meter area suddenly changed color. In the briefest of moments, it turned bright red. In that instant, an incredible rumbling sound echoed out as the second deadly effect of the soul convergence pill was unleashed. The pill exploded in wild fashion, sending red ripples out to cover a 30,000-meter area. As that happened, the vengeful souls that were covered by the red ripples began to shake violently, as if they were struggling against something. Then, the brutality in their eyes vanished, and their bodies vanished as quickly as a strand of smoke in a storm wind. Furthermore, in the moment of vanishing, their eyes suddenly seemed to be looking around and seeing everything clearly. Within that clarity, there seemed to be a look of relief. The battlefield once again went silent. The savage giants began to tremble as they looked over at the terrifying medicinal pill that was clearly as powerful as 10 exploding furnaces. Without even thinking about it, they began to edge away. Back on the Great Wall, everyone, Bai Lin included, gasped in the realization that this new pill was clearly as effective as 10 or more exploding furnaces. And that was just one medicinal pill. Bai Lin looked over excitedly at Bai Xiaochun and asked, "Grandmaster Bai, are you the only one who can use this pill, or can it be used by others, too?" When Bai Xiaochun concocts pills, of course they're the type that anyone can use. Even Bai Xiaochun had been a bit shocked by what had happened outside the wall. That was especially the case because of how the vengeful souls had looked relieved right before vanishing. That left Bai Xiaochun feeling very strange. Even he had been unaware that there would be another incredible use to the pills. Apparently, they could purify the souls they affected. Meanwhile, something else happened that no one else noticed. A blurry figure had appeared high up the sky, who was now looking down at the ground below. It was an old man, and although it was difficult to make out his facial features, if Bai Xiaochun had been close by, he would have recognized him immediately. He was none other than the Gravekeeper. Surrounding him were what appeared to be illusory, rippling fluid, which was none other than underworld river water. He looked deeply at Bai Xiaochun, then turned away and vanished into the underworld river water. Down on the Great Wall, Bai Lin's eyes shone as brightly as the sun. "Wonderful! Can you mass-produce them, Dot?" Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, then looked out at the battlefield and waved his hand dismissively. "Of course I can. However, as you can probably tell, I don't have enough medicinal plants or pill furnaces." Delighted, Bai Lin threw his head back and laughed uproariously. "That's no problem at all. Would 1,000 pill furnaces be enough? As for the medicinal plants, I can take you to see the liaison from the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. As long as your demands aren't too excessive, he should be able to accommodate you." Bai Xiaochun realized that Bai Lin was reminding him not to get too greedy. Chuckling, he replied, "Of course," while simultaneously trying to decide what medicinal plants he would ask for. Bai Lin took a deep breath to keep his excitement under control as he thought about what it would be like for all the soldiers in the Skin Flayers to have a soul convergence pill ready to throw out at any time. It could completely change the entire course of the war. In fact, he could even see himself as being the first general from the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect to actually lead a devastating campaign into the wildlands. The meritorious services he would perform, and the glory he would accumulate, would be talked about throughout the ages. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Lin couldn't prevent his heart from racing as he looked from the battlefield back to Bai Xiaochun. "Xiaochun, according to the Deva Patriarch, this wildlands offensive is different from anything in the past. Although it might seem like they're on the run right now, the truth is that within the next few months, they will lead a charge greater than anything so far. During that battle, it is highly likely that one of their almighty Deva realm experts will join the fight. Of course, Senior Chen will handle that part of the fighting, and we wouldn't be able to do much to help. But in terms of the rest of the battle, it will be huge, and we will see an unimaginable number of savages and souls. Therefore, not only must you hurry and concoct as many soul convergence pill as possible, you should also try to come up with a way to produce a type of exploding furnace whose detonation surpasses anything you did before by multiple times. The bigger the explosion, the better." In response to Bai Lin's words, Bai Xiaochun stood there thoughtfully. The truth was that he didn't particularly want to concoct medicinal pills with the express purpose of getting the furnace to explode. After all, he was an apothecary, and apothecaries were supposed to concoct medicine, not explode furnaces. His exploding furnaces had only resulted from an unexpected turn of events during the concocting process. Back when he had first arrived in Great Wall City, he would have been too nervous to refuse, but right now, he felt a bit daring, and also determined. He was a grandmaster, right? Therefore, he glared back at Bai Lin and shook his head. General Bai, I'm afraid you can just forget about, however, before he could finish speaking, Bai Lin's expression flickered, and at the same time, both of them heard numerous cries of alarm rising up. Some distance away from the Great Wall, more than 100 beams of light could be seen screaming through the air at incredible speed, clearly ignoring any threat to themselves. As they closed in, it was possible to see that there were over 100 giants, each one of them at least 60 meters tall. From their size, and from the incredible fluctuations rolling off of them, it was obvious that these were powerful experts from whatever tribe they came from. The cultivators on the wall instantly focused on the incoming giants. Soon, the giants began to self-detonate, causing incredible booms to ring out. However, even as that drew the attention of more cultivators on the wall, 3 beams of light appeared from a different direction, like 3 arrows ripping through the air, borrowing the force of the self-detonating giants to reach the Great Wall itself. Soon, it was clear that within these 3 beams of light were not giants, but rather, soul cultivators. There were 2 men and 1 woman, and as soon as they appeared, they unleashed a bizarre divine ability that caused a demonic green light to form together into a huge hand. In response, Bai Lin's eyes glittered, and he waved his right hand, sending out a powerful surge of energy toward the 3 soul cultivators. In that same moment, Bai Xiaochun looked over. He was separated from the 3 soul cultivators by the shield, and yet, they were staring directly at him with venomous hatred. Before Bai Lin's divine ability could get close to them, all 3 self-detonated. There had to be a good reason for 2 waves of attackers to all self-detonate. Heart pounding, Bai Xiaochun slowly began to back up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 489, Assassination Attempt. Chapter 489, Assassination Attempt. A huge boom echoed out as the necromancer's self-detonation sent a huge shockwave rolling out in all directions. At the same time, an illusory figure appeared within the explosion. It was a gray specter riding a black soul horse, and it was moving with speed that far outmatched that of the necromancers from moments before. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the shield and was bearing down on Bai Xiaochun, but Quasi-Deva Realm Necromancer Soul. Everything happened so quickly that everyone was rooted in place in shock, with the exception of Bai Lin, who immediately leapt to intercept the enemy. However, the incoming necromancer's soul was already resigned to being destroyed, and was holding nothing back in his attack. Stretching his right hand out, he pointed his finger at Bai Xiaochun, sending a green stream of energy out toward him. Even Bai Lin attacking with all the power he could muster only slowed down the green energy, and it was still moving so quickly that no core formation cultivator would be able to evade it. Bai Xiaochun's face drained of blood as a sensation of deadly crisis filled him. In that dangerous moment, he roared at the top of his lungs and drew upon the power of the undying tendons in both of his legs to fly backward with speed that surpassed the core formation level. After putting some distance between himself and the stream of green energy, he drew upon his frigid chi to teleport 300 meters away. Only by doing all of these things was he just barely able to extricate himself from the danger. The spot he had once occupied was pierced through by the green energy. Sadly, all of the skin flayers within several hundred meters of that spot who were hit by the fluctuations of the energy were instantly transformed into pools of blood. None of them even had a chance to scream before they were killed. With the exception of Bai Lin and Bai Xiaochun, everyone was killed instantly. As for the skin flayers beyond that radius, their faces went ashen in terror. Bai Xiaochun coughed up a mouthful of blood. His bones were all on the verge of being crushed, and even his 5 yin organs and 6 yang organs were almost destroyed. And that was just from the fluctuations rolling off of the attack itself. Looking around at the pools of blood that were all that remained of the nearby cultivators, Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled. Before he could say anything else, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Thankfully, he had a powerful fleshly body and a gold core cultivation base. Because of that, he had avoided death. And yet, he still ended up being seriously injured. Spitting more blood out of his mouth, he looked over at the illusory necromancer, who was just now being wiped out by the gaze of the enormous eye on the tower. Even as the illusory necromancer was destroyed, a look of deep confusion could be seen in his eyes that said, "How did he survive? How did he escape death?" Originally, the necromancer had assumed that even if Bai Xiaochun managed to avoid the initial attack, being nothing more than a core formation cultivator, he would definitely be killed by the resulting fluctuations. After all, that necromancer had a quasi-deva realm cultivation base, and plus, there had been absolutely no indication that there would be an assassination attempt. In order to guarantee success, the Wildlands had sacrificed more than 100 savage giants as a distraction, as well as 3 soul cultivators. In addition to all of that, the assassin was actually the soul of a powerful necromancer. All of that had been done just to try to kill Bai Xiaochun. The mere sight of Bai Xiaochun caused all Wildlanders to seethe with hatred, and yet, they had met with nothing but defeat in their effort. Sweat was currently pouring down Bai Xiaochun's forehead. The sensation of imminent death moments ago had been incredibly intense. The 3 soul cultivators had been extremely powerful, with nascent soul cultivation bases. As for the necromancer, he was on the same level as Bai Lin, half a step into the Deva realm. Because he existed as a soul body, and also had some special techniques on his side, he had been able to get through the shield to deliver a single attack. If Bai Lin hadn't been there, Bai Xiaochun wouldn't have been able to evade the attack even if he was capable of greater speed than before. Bai Lin had a very unsightly expression on his face. Bai Xiaochun had almost been killed right next to him, which was in and of itself a bald-faced provocation. Bai Xiaochun was extremely important to him. Perhaps if he had already concocted a large number of soul convergence pills, his loss could be accepted. But at the moment, he hadn't even started working. For him to die now would have been a huge blow to the cultivators of Great Wall City. In his anxiety, he rushed over to Bai Xiaochun and handed him a medicinal pill that glowed with violet light. "Take this godly vestige pill." With a single whiff of the pill's medicinal aroma, Bai Xiaochun was able to identify it as a holy pill that was designed to heal injuries. Without hesitation, he popped it into his mouth, and an instant later, his entire body thrummed with spiritual power and life force. At the same time, all of his wounds and injuries began to fade away. It was a miraculous pill the likes of which Bai Xiaochun had never seen before, but he could tell that it was something incredibly valuable. In fact, Bai Lin probably kept it on hand as a life-saving contingency plan for himself. However, at the moment, Bai Xiaochun wasn't interested in getting more information about that. Turning to Bai Lin, he said, "General Bai, when you invited me to the top of the Great Wall to observe the fighting, you said over and over again that it would be safe." Bai Xiaochun was still feeling a bit jumpy and frightened, so as soon as he finished speaking, he backed a bit further away from the edge of the wall. Bai Lin felt horrible. Clasping hands apologetically to Bai Xiaochun, he then glared out at the battlefield with killing intent flickering in his eyes. Of course, Bai Xiaochun wasn't angry at Bai Lin. Were it not for Bai Lin stepping in to help, Bai Xiaochun might not even be alive at the moment. Can necromancers really just go right through the Great Wall's shield? He asked. Although Bai Xiaochun's question had been worded rather vaguely, the point was obvious: he had almost just died. He usually maintained vigilance wherever he went, but because of the spell formation shield protecting the Great Wall, had always assumed that he was safe. After a moment of silence, Bai Lin replied, "Most people can't. In fact, necromancers with physical bodies can't either. Only in soul form can they do such a thing. However, after passing through the shield, the eye on the tower will detect them, and they will be killed within 3 breaths of time. Therefore, very few necromancers would choose to do such a thing. Forcing his breathing under control, Bai Xiaochun glared out at the battlefield beyond the wall. At the moment, the savages were retreating, as was the tide of souls. Xiaochun, please forgive my carelessness today, Bai Lin said, turning back to look at Bai Xiaochun. Why don't you come with me to see the sect liaison? All you have to do is say the word to him, and any resources you need will be yours. Bai Xiaochun immediately understood Bai Lin's implication. Bai Lin was giving him an opportunity to stuff his pockets as a way of making up for what had happened. Therefore, he suppressed his anxiety over the events which had just occurred, cast a final hateful glare at the savages, and then followed Bai Lin away. Soon, they were back in the city, and heading to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect Liaison office. Considering his status, Bai Lin didn't need to act polite. Striding up to the entrance, he barked, "Song Idwa, get out here right now." Moments later, a fat, middle-aged man hurried out, huffing and puffing. Clasping his hands in greeting, he said, "What do you need?" "Just say the word." Bai Lin looked over at Bai Xiaochun and nodded, then stood there looking thoughtfully up into the sky. At the moment, Bai Xiaochun felt that the best way to deal with his anxiety was to crush it with cultivation resources. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to say, "I need 5,000 Earth Spirit tubers, and each one needs to be at least 500 years old." Song Idwa shivered like a wild boar whose tail had just been stepped on. Yelping, and fat jiggling, he replied, 500 years old? 5,000 of them? That's impossible, dot. Ignoring him, Bai Xiaochun continued, "I also need skydragon plums, 7 seas ginsengs, wyvern scales, and godglory herbs. 10,000 each." Song Idwa was about to respond when Bai Xiaochun cut in and added, "plus, fuel for 9-colored flame. 100 portions." Song Idwa's anger flared. "Impossible. I don't have those things on hand." "Who could?" Completely ignoring Song Idwa, Bai Xiaochun continued, "Also, I need 10,000 bottles of spirit alcohol designed to replenish the cultivation base. And 100 nascent soul pills." "Oh right. That what's it called? Godly vestige pill. I want 100 of them too." By this point, even Bai Lin was getting a bit nervous. From what he could tell, it would probably require sending a message to his grandfather to acquire such a collection. As for Song Idwa, he was wailing inwardly with grief. He was in charge of all the day-to-day affairs in Great Wall City, and if expenditures got too high, he would be punished. Conversely, if he didn't spend enough to keep the 5 legions happy, they would get angry. Bai Xiaochun waved his hand dismissively and looked over at Bai Lin. After a moment of thought, Bai Lin gave Song Idwa a wry smile and then dragged him off to the side. First, he started out whispering, but then got angry, and finally, smashed his fist into a nearby ornamental rock, scaring the daylights out of Song Idwa. Then the two of them walked back to Bai Xiaochun. With a wry smile, Bai Lin hustled Bai Xiaochun away, worried that he would start making more demands. He couldn't get you the 9-colored flame fuel or the godly vestige pills even if you killed him. Everything else, he can handle. As for the nascent soul pill, I need to think about how to pull that off. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 490, It Could Be. Chapter 490, It Could Be. Bai Xiaochun had been mentally reviewing all of the wonderful things he knew about to try to figure out more things to request, but before he could, he found himself being dragged away by Bai Lin. Even still, Bai Xiaochun was chuckling inwardly. He had demanded an exorbitant compensation moments ago, and would have been happy if only part of his requests had been fulfilled. Feeling very pleased with himself, he looked over at Bai Lin, the deadly crisis he had just endured still fresh in mind. "General, didn't you just ask me if there was a way to make the pill furnace explosions even more powerful?" "What?" Bai Lin replied, his pupils constricted. "Didn't you say that was impossible?" Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened into a glare. "Impossible? What do you mean impossible?" "Of course it's possible. Or at least, it could be. Gritting his teeth, he continued, all you want is a bigger explosion, right? It's simple. Some time back, I actually caused a pill furnace explosion so big it almost leveled an immortal mountain. All the plants and vegetation were incinerated, and everything else was burned to a crisp. As soon as Bai Lin heard this, his eyes began to shine brightly. He was completely obsessed with the exploding pill furnaces, and as such, he quickly asked, "What do you need?" "Just say the word." The specific medicinal pill formula is one aspect. But more important is the actual furnace involved. I need the same type of pill furnace they had back in the bloodstream sect. I'm not really sure how to explain it. Why don't you have the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect send some people to the River Defying sect, and look for the Grand Elder of Lesser Marsh Peak in the Bloodstream Division. He can explain the details. Just have the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect make some similar pill furnaces based on his specifications. Pill furnaces like that are especially strong, so the explosions they make are incredibly large. Just don't forget that I'm from the River Defying sect, General Bai, so please make sure the representatives from the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect are a bit more polite than usual. No problem at all, Bai Lin said enthusiastically. Laughing, he told Bai Xiaochun to go back to the armory on his own, while he went back to discuss things with Song Yidhua. Bai Xiaochun made his way back to the armory, his mood much better than before. By now, he had recovered from the sensation of deadly crisis. However, he couldn't forget the ordeal he had just gone through, nor the icy killing intent he had seen in the eyes of the necromancer who had attacked him. I can't believe that the wildlanders were willing to sacrifice over 100 savage giants, 3 soul cultivators, and a necromancer, all to try to kill me. As of that moment, he made the decision to never go up onto the Great Wall itself unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, once his new exploding furnace made its debut, and he started pumping out soul convergence pills, the wildlanders would hate him more than ever. Before long, his head would definitely fetch an astronomical price in the wildlands. That thought left his heart stirring with fear and fury both. I never wanted any of this, he thought with a sigh. But I guess there's nothing I can do about it. We're just on different sides, that's all. Then he thought about the fact that he would be leaving in 10 years, and breathed a sigh of relief. Might as well not worry about it. In 10 years, I'll be gone anyway. For now, I need to focus on battle credit, and even more importantly, getting myself into the great circle of the gold core stage. I also need to cultivate my undying live forever technique to completion. Once I do all that, I'll be in a much better position. After returning to the armory, he went into secluded meditation and began to work on his cultivation. 7 days sped by in a blur. Bai Xiaochun himself had no idea how Bai Lin and Song Yidhua managed it all, but on the 8th day, the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect's teleportation portal was activated, and a whole batch of supplies was sent to Great Wall City. That afternoon, Bai Lin came personally to Bai Xiaochun's residence, and with the wave of his hand, sent 1,000 pill furnaces rumbling down out of the sky. There were also numerous bags of holding, plus something completely new. There were 10 shocking pill furnaces, each of which was fully 300 meters tall. When they descended from the sky and landed onto the ground, everything in the area shook violently. Dust blew out in all directions as incredible pressure weighed down. Zhao Long and all of the other soldiers under Bai Xiaochun's command looked at the pill furnaces with complete shock. Those are pill furnaces? Heavens! I've never seen a pill furnace that big before. There's no way those are pill furnaces. Those are some kind of powerful magical treasure. Look at what they're made from. That's the same stuff they make nascent soul-level battleships from. Deep-sea meteoric iron. Even as their cries rang out, Bai Xiaochun emerged from his meditative trance and walked out of his room. When he saw the pill furnaces out in the courtyard, he gasped just as loudly as everyone else. Well, what do you think? Bai Lin said, laughing triumphantly. In order to procure all of these items, Bai Lin had been forced to beg for help from his grandfather, and had used every other method at his disposal. Furthermore, to produce these 10 enormous pill furnaces, all of the power of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect had been mobilized, and they had even called upon help from other parts of the Eastern cultivation world. The river-defying sect had been completely shaken when an emissary from the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect arrived and respectfully asked many questions of them. At the same time, they got some news about Bai Xiaochun, leaving the entire river-defying sect very excited. "Those are all of the medicinal plants you requested," Bai Lin continued, pointing at all of the bags of holding. "By the way, this is about the limit of my abilities to procure resources." Feeling profoundly pleased, Bai Xiaochun rushed over to examine the bags of holding, his heart beating more rapidly with every moment. Within moments, his face was flushed with excitement. Although there were no nascent soul pills or 9-colored flame fuel, there were 10 godly vestige pills, as well as all of the medicinal plants he had requested. Although there wasn't a mind-bogglingly large number of them, everything he had asked for was present. Most importantly, the earth spirit tubers and other ingredients that could increase life force were all present in large numbers. Eyebrows raised in delight, Bai Xiaochun nodded repeatedly as he inspected the bags. Next, he walked over to inspect the pill furnaces, including the 1,000 ordinary furnaces, and also the 10 300-meter tall ones. After examining the huge pill furnaces, Bai Xiaochun was delighted to find that in terms of quality, they actually exceeded the pill furnace he'd used on Lesser Marsh Peak. Furthermore, they could also be sealed even tighter. The surfaces were covered with spell formations for just that purpose. "Xiaochun, most of the things you requested are here. For the items that aren't, give me some time to try to think of a way to get them. Right now, the most important thing to consider is that the biggest battle yet to be fought will be coming in the next few months. Therefore, time is of the essence. You need to start producing soul convergence pills as quickly as possible, and also work on those 10 destructive furnaces." With a final deep look at Bai Xiaochun, Bai Lin turned and left. Bai Xiaochun rubbed his hands together, eyes shining as he circled around the 10 huge pill furnaces a few more times. Finally, he threw his back and laughed. "Zhao Long Luli. You and the rest of the battalion are going to help me make some unheard-of super pills, the likes of which have never been seen before." The 100 members of the battalion all voiced their agreement, whereupon the 10 huge furnaces were set up in the middle of the courtyard, surrounded by the 1,000 ordinary furnaces in concentric rings. Unfortunately, there were simply too many furnaces, so Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, issuing orders to his men to expand his residence. After tearing down and absorbing more of the nearby empty residences, he had a new courtyard that was fully 30,000 meters across, giving them more than enough space. The first furnaces he started to work with were the huge ones. Bai Xiaochun knew that they were extraordinary, and therefore, used 10 times as many earth flame stones as usual. In fact, he even went to the length of putting some of the stones inside the pill furnaces themselves. He also added numerous medicinal plants that would cause violent explosions when they got hot enough. For each type of plant, he was liberal with his usage, adding in hundreds of portions. "All I want is an explosion, right? For concocting other types of medicines, I need to put a lot of thought into the formula, but for exploding furnaces, it's simple." Brimming with self-confidence, he walked among the 10 huge pill furnaces, adding medicinal plants in here and there, and even adding in some low-quality soul convergence pills he had concocted in the past. He also added some of the other medicinal pills he had in his bag of holding that he didn't plan to use in the future. After a bit of thought, he also went so far as to add quite a few types of poison medicine. Still worried that the explosions wouldn't be powerful enough, he gritted his teeth and added in many of the strange pills he had concocted in the past, pills that he would never dare to consume. In the end, he had no idea exactly what type of bizarre medicinal pills would form within the furnaces, but the entire point was to make the ingredients inside of the furnaces unstable to the point where they would explode. Finally, he patted his hands in satisfaction. "That should do it," he said, looking contentedly at the 10 huge furnaces. By now, he very much looked forward to seeing what they would do when they finally exploded. Having accomplished these things, he rested a bit before beginning to work with the 1000 ordinary pill furnaces. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 491, Drum of the Celestial Warrior. Chapter 491, Drum of the Celestial Warrior. 2 months went by in the blink of an eye. As time passed, the 300-meter-tall pill furnaces gradually began to turn crimson and emanate shocking levels of heat. However, Xiaochun still wasn't completely satisfied, and would often add more earth flame stones. To ensure that he got the best results possible, he even went to Bai Lin and asked if any top experts were available who could bless the flames. Bai Lin and Xiaochun were on completely the same train of thought when it came to those 10 huge furnaces, so Bai Lin didn't even hesitate for a moment before agreeing to his request. In fact, Bai Lin personally went to seal the pill furnaces, and then had 10 of his subordinates who were nascent soul cultivators come and converge nascent soul flames from their cultivation bases to help heat up the furnaces. When Xiaochun went out every day and saw 10 nascent soul cultivators looking almost like living earth flame stones, he couldn't help but anticipate the results. I wonder what these things are going to end up doing. Eventually, he was forced to simply suppress his curiosity and wait. During the 2 months which passed, he produced batch after batch of soul convergence pills. In fact, he quickly reached the point where he was concocting more than 10,000 per day. Zhao Long and the others would collect the completed pills, after which Xiaochun would use his command medallion, which was connected to the pagoda and the huge eye, to brand them with divine sense. Then, cultivators sent by Bai Lin would take the pills away to be stored for distribution when the big battle came. The reason the pills were branded with divine sense was so that Xiaochun would get some battle credit when they were used in the fighting. He wouldn't get all the credit for each pill, but rather 30%. That was the agreement he and Bai Lin had come to. As for Bai Lin, since he was the financial backer of the pill, and also a general, he also received a small cut of all battle credit earned by the skin flayers. As for pills which ended up being used by the other 4 legions, Bai Lin would get a 30% cut. The fact that everyone was profiting handsomely was quite pleasing to both Bai Lin and Xiaochun. Bai Lin was already very protective of the soul convergence pills, and had even sent a contingent of men over to stand guard over the armory. A large number of soul convergence pills were created during those 2 months, and at the same time, Xiaochun still managed to set aside plenty of time for cultivation. Although he currently wasn't making much in terms of battle credit, with all of the medicinal plants that had been delivered by the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, his cultivation went on as normal. His frigid qi continued to grow stronger, and he was getting closer and closer to the great circle of the gold core stage. However, his most rapid area of advancement was with his undying live forever technique. With so many earth spirit tubers at his disposal, all of them hundreds of years old, he had a shocking amount of life force to work with. As such, his entire left arm was now filled with undying tendons, and he was reaching the point of completion with his right arm. Xiaochun munched on earth spirit tubers the way a rabbit would munch on carrots on a daily basis. He even tended to nibble a bit here and there when concocting medicine. After another 10 days passed, rumbling sounds echoed out into the evening sky as Xiaochun's right arm came to be fully filled with undying tendons. Everything down to his fingers throbbed with shocking power, and when he shot his right arm out with full speed in the form of a fist, cracking sounds filled the air. Even more strangely, when he clenched his hand into a fist, it almost felt like he was grasping onto the fabric of space itself, and that by moving his hand, he could twist the air around him. Looking down excitedly at his arms, he said, "I've finished cultivating both arms and both legs." He could sense that his arms were now filled with incredible power and speed. This place is more of a holy land than the Bloodstream sect was. Xiaochun was extremely excited. After all, the undying live forever technique was a huge drain on resources, and that trend only grew more pronounced the more one cultivated the technique. Without the chance occurrences that had led him to large amounts of resources, he would never have been able to cultivate it to its current level. Before, he had been in the late gold core stage, but only had undying tendons in one of his legs. But now, thanks to the indescribably valuable Earth Spirit tubers, he had advanced by leaps and bounds. Of course, one thing that Bai Xiaochun didn't know was that the amount of Earth Spirit tubers he had consumed so far was actually more than half of the available reserves for the entire Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, reserves that had been built up over the course of many years. After all, few people in the cultivation world raised Earth Spirit tubers, which were fundamentally hard to grow. Most of them existed in arcane pocket realms, and only transformed into medicinal plants after having grown for 100 years. Now the only parts left are my torso and head. At this rate, it should only be a few more years before I succeed completely with my undying tendons. At that point, I should be able to break through the third shackle. The more he thought about it, the more excited he got. After experimenting a bit more with his newfound power, he looked up proudly, and mused about the fact that if he had a match with eldest brother Zhao Tianjiao, he would actually have a chance at victory. I wish I could find a nascent soul expert to fight. However, after a moment passed, he realized that such an idea didn't make much sense, and quickly changed his mind. Clearing his throat, he murmured, "No need to be so impulsive." With that, he took a moment to readjust his thinking, then went back to cultivation. Another month went by. One day, when Bai Xiaochun was in the middle of meditating, he suddenly heard what sounded like a war drum being beaten outside. The thunderous sound filled the entire city, and caused many cultivators to rush out and look up into the sky. Zhao Long and the others were in the middle of watching over the pill furnaces in the courtyard when they heard the war drum, and their expressions instantly flickered. The 10 nascent soul cultivators also opened their eyes and looked up in the direction of the tower in the eye. That eye was where the sound of the war drum was coming from. The drum of the celestial warrior. We haven't heard the drum of the celestial warrior for a long time. Whenever that drum sounds, it means that an army of savages larger than 500,000 strong is coming. Even as the cries of alarm rose up, the beating of the drum caused the blood within the veins of the cultivators to flow more swiftly than before, Bai Xiaochun included. The sound of the drum filled them with a desire to fight, and caused their bones and blood to vibrate. The sound even caused their cultivation bases to grow slightly more powerful. That was the power of the drum of the celestial warrior. Furthermore, there were additional benefits. All of the cultivators in Great Wall City found that they had begun to glow with a faint violet light. That light was a type of armor that made their defenses stronger, and gave them a slight boost to agility. Moments later, bugles began to sound, filling the city and drawing the attention of all cultivators of the 5 legions, no matter what they were doing. Bai Xiaochun walked out of his room to find that Bai Lin was flying over toward him at top speed. A moment later, he came to a stop up in midair, his expression serious as he looked down at Bai Xiaochun. The Wildlands has sent an almighty Deva realm expert, along with more than 100 necromancers, 1,000 soul cultivators, and 100 savage tribes with 700,000 giants. There are also innumerable beasts and souls. This is the major attack we've been waiting for. Bai Xiaochun shivered. Despite having been prepared for this moment, the news was still shocking. The Deva Patriarch has sent down orders that all cultivators in the city should prepare for battle. This is going to be the biggest fight we've had in years. Bai Xiaochun, I'll be very busy commanding the army, and won't have time to watch out for you. Make sure to take care of yourself in the coming battle. With that, Bai Lin looked over at the 10 huge pill furnaces. Although they were radiating intense heat, they had not yet reached the point of detonation. Unfortunately, there was nothing else that could be done. Bai Lin nodded at the 10 nascent soul cultivators, who joined him as he flew off toward the wall. Zhao Long and the rest of the battalion were already getting into their armor, and from their expressions, they hungered to do battle. Ever since they had become Bai Xiaochun's followers, they hadn't gone out to fight on the battlefield. Now, with the drum of the celestial warrior tugging at their hearts, their killing intent was burning hot, and their eyes were shining with the red light could only be seen among warrior cultivators from Great Wall City. Bai Xiaochun looked around quietly at Zhao Long, Lu Li, and all of the other soldiers under his command. After a moment, he patted his bag of holding to produce numerous sets of armor, sundry magical items, countless bottles of medicinal pills, and stacks upon stacks of paper talismans. Although he didn't have so many items that they could be referred to as endless, he definitely had enough to equip more than 1,000 soldiers for battle. Without any hesitation, he sent the items flying out to Zhao Long and the other 100 cultivators in the battalion. "I'm your captain, and you fight under my banner," he said. "Although I haven't given you much in the way of rewards up to this point, I've long since prepared for this battle. These magical items, medicinal pills, and paper talismans are for you. One suit of armor isn't enough, so I've prepared multiple sets for all of you. Make sure you're well covered. Ideally, all of you should make sure to wear your spirit helmets at all times. In terms of magical items, I've prepared more than 20 for each of you. Even if you just use them for the force they unleash when detonated, at least you'll be able to take down more of the enemy. As we all know, you should never allow yourself to run low on medicinal pills, especially not in the middle of a battle. Therefore, I've prepared all sorts of pills for you, including pills to replenish your cultivation base, to heal injuries, and even some poison pills. Remember, when you go out into battle, you represent me, by Xiaochun. Furthermore, I've personally prepared a set of 100 soul convergence pills for each of you. As for orders for battle, I only have one. As you go about killing the enemy, please, you absolutely must make sure to keep yourselves alive." Bai Xiaochun's voice quavered a bit by the end of his speech. Waving his sleeve, he sent numerous bottles of soul convergence pills flying out to Zhao Long and the rest of the battalion. Everyone was stunned, and soon, their eyes brimmed with gratitude. All of them knew that the things Bai Xiaochun was giving them had been purchased with his own battle credit. Furthermore, everything was high quality, and would give them a clear advantage among anyone of the same cultivation level as them. With that, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and unleashed his murderous aura. Eyes glinting, veins of steel pulsing, he turned into a beam of light as he led his battalion up to the Great Wall. "Let's go!" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 492, Battle of 100 Tribes. Chapter 492, Battle of 100 Tribes. Before Bai Xiaochun and his battalion could even reach the Great Wall, a blood-colored cloud suddenly appeared on the horizon, spreading out with incredible speed. Within the blood-red cloud were countless vengeful souls that looked quite different from the ordinary type. These souls were crimson, and seemed to contain something boundlessly evil. As they neared, the souls began to clump together into the shape of a head, fully 9,000 meters tall. It was the face of a young woman, complete with long, flowing hair and eyes that sparkled with sinister coldness. Astonishingly, that head radiated an energy that seemed capable of rocking both heaven and earth. Standing on the very top of the head was a young woman in a crimson garment, who was barely visible within the cloud. Although it was impossible to make out her features clearly, she radiated an aura that seemed to fuse with heaven and earth. The scene playing out was completely and utterly shocking. "Chen Hutian!" The young woman cried in a voice that wasn't loud, and yet echoed out in bizarre fashion, completely disregarding Great Wall City's spell formation to fill the entire city. Anyone who heard the voice would sense their mind spinning, and would feel as if they were drowning in a sea of blood. Virtually all of the cultivators of the 5 legions, including the ones inside the city, couldn't help but scream in response. Bai Xiaochun was leading his 100-man battalion up to the wall when the sound hit them all. His subordinates immediately found blood oozing out of their eyes, ears, noses, and mouths, and began to shriek in fear. Bai Xiaochun also began to tremble. It felt like 2 daggers were stabbing into his ears, and it was only because of the Heaven Dao aura within his gold core that he was mostly unscathed by the sound. "A deva!" Bai Xiaochun gasped. At the same moment, the eye atop the enormous pagoda in the middle of the city suddenly cast bright light out. Although it wasn't the dead of night at the moment, the sky was dark, casting all the lands into murkiness. Therefore, when the huge eye began to shine brightly, it made it look like a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering sun. As the light spread out, the cultivators in Great Wall City and on the wall itself quickly recovered from the effects of the deafening noise, which was rapidly driven out past the shield. Suddenly, an old man appeared within the huge eye, flashing through the air to appear high above Great Wall City. The instant he appeared, a ghost image sprang up resembling the entire city, which vanished moments later as he stepped out beyond the wall. "Back down, red dust, you she-devil!" That old man was none other than Chen Yueshun's father and Zhao Tianjiao's master, Chen Hutian. He wore a long white robe, had a third eye on his forehead, and just like the young woman in red, seemed connected to both heaven and earth. Rumbling sounds echoed out as these two shocking forces appeared out in the open. In the blink of an eye, Chen Hutian had reached the blood cloud, and vanished inside. Moments later, muffled rumbles like the crash of thunder echoed out from inside, and the cloud itself began to churn and seethe. Xiaochun couldn't help but gasp at the sight. Clearly, that young woman was a deva from the wildlands, and the battle she was fighting with Chen Hutian was beyond that which ordinary cultivators could participate in. Moments later, Xiaochun and the rest of his battalion recovered, and proceeded up to the Great Wall. The first thing they heard upon arriving were the booms and screams of the combat going on beyond the wall. There were more than 700,000 savages from over 100 tribes out there, a mighty force that was so awe-inspiring that Xiaochun's eyes went as wide as saucers upon seeing them. So many vengeful souls were gathered that it was impossible to see the end of them. Within their midst were the giants, who were equally innumerable. Based on the slight differences between them, these giants were clearly from more than 100 different tribes, and interspersed among them as they charged toward the wall were numerous vicious beasts. The lands quaked because of their passage, and even the Great Wall itself seemed to be swaying back and forth. And that was just the land. Up in the sky were even more giants and vengeful souls, screaming through the air along with thousands of soul cultivators. Among those soul cultivators could be seen both men and women, all of them good-looking, but with cold expressions. They were people who could attack with vicious power, and at the same time, could control the savages among whom they were scattered. Further off in the distance were even more powerful figures who were guarded closely by even more soul cultivators. Necromancers. Most of the necromancers wore dark robes, and with the single wave of a hand would send countless vengeful souls screaming out in front of them in devastating attacks. Even further off in the distance were 5 black altars hovering in midair. Black beams of light shot out from the 5 altars, connecting together in a pentagram-like ceiling pattern. High up in the sky, the pentagram split the air and cracked it open, allowing numerous ghostly hands to stretch out from beyond, accompanied by cackling screams. Atop each altar was a wrinkled old man in a black robe, all of whom were chanting scriptures that caused the rifts overhead to widen. Those were merely the things Xiaochun could see with his own eyes. The army was so huge that it was impossible to even see where it ended. The vast size of the army left Xiaochun wondering if the Great Wall forces could even hold out against it. As he looked around, he could see various expressions on the faces of the cultivators of the 5 legions. However, none of them were expressions of fear, as if this enormous army were nothing out of the ordinary. It didn't take long for the Great Wall's shield to begin to ripple and distort, and then slowly begin to advance forward onto the battlefield. At the same time, the cultivators of the 5 legions began to break up into groups and charge forward to fight. At that point, Xiaochun received orders from the colonel who was his commanding officer, instructing him to lead his troops into the fight. As the shield advanced across the battlefield, the forces of the Great Wall began to engage in close quarters fighting with the wildlanders. The savage giants were the least difficult of the enemy forces to deal with, considering that they weren't very numerous. The vengeful souls which surrounded them didn't fear being destroyed, and had always been the most troublesome. However, that was before Xiaochun came to the Great Wall. As of this moment, it was to Xiaochun's surprise that cultivators of the 5 legions were already tossing out soul convergence pills into the fight. Soon, the booms of exploding soul convergence pill filled the air, as well as the shrieking of the vengeful souls who were sucked together in one place, and those who were destroyed in the secondary blast. Not only were the vengeful souls affected in devastating fashion, but the savage giants were also injured by the explosions, and were sent staggering backward with blood spraying out of their mouths. Even just one soul convergence pill was powerful on its own, but to have more than 1,000 exploding at the same time struck terror into the hearts of the Wildlands forces. Thus, the 5 legions were able to advance slowly but surely across the battlefield. In addition, the several thousand elite cultivators of the 5 legions were specifically targeting the soul cultivators and engaging them in deadly duels. The sounds of fierce fighting filled the battlefield, and although everything seemed chaotic on the surface, the truth was that the Great Wall forces had the advantage, both because of their shield, and because of the soul convergence pills. As the shield inched across the battlefield, the 5 legions followed along, forcing the Wildlands savages to either retreat, or get stuck inside the shield to fight the cultivators, and eventually be cut down. Furthermore, because of how the cultivators of the 5 legions were well disciplined and frequently rotated their forces up to the front lines and back, there were few casualties. It was really a terrifying situation for the enemy. It was the same on the ground and up in the air as well. As for the huge eye atop the pagoda, its gaze swept across the battlefield, killing giants and decimating vengeful souls, hewing furrows into the earth and sending powerful ripples through the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 493, Soul Convergence Power. Chapter 493, Soul Convergence Power. Although the 100 Wildlander tribes vastly outnumbered the 5 legions, they were as disorganized as a plate of loose sand. Normally speaking, the 5 legions would never have such an advantage. Considering how things normally went during such battles, the vengeful souls would always cause a huge headache for them, and also provide a powerful measure of defense for the Wildlanders. Usually, the charge of the vengeful souls would prevent the Great Wall's shield from advancing across the battlefield, and could even push it back or threaten to break it. After all, the attack of such a vast number of vengeful souls was difficult to even describe. Although a single soul couldn't do much to the spell formation shield, masses of them together were terrifying. But now, as soon as that tide of souls got close to the 5 legions, soul convergence pills were unleashed, instantly hewing out enormous spaces that were completely free of vengeful souls. Furthermore, the explosions would also injure the savages. It was almost as if the Wildlands army had been grabbed by its figurative neck and was being shoved backward. Damn it, how come they have so many of those pills? This is impossible. I thought the Great Wall only used pill furnaces. What kind of medicinal pill is that? I remember something like this happening once, but that was a single pill. Damn it. They're throwing out thousands of them. How do we fight back against this? The fury of the tribal chiefs rose high into the heavens, and even the soul cultivators were left frowning. As for the esteemed necromancers, of which there were only a few more than 100, all they could do was force the vengeful souls to attack in an attempt to somehow reverse the situation. Unfortunately for them, that was no simple task. This is all the doing of that by Xiaochun. Damn it! If we don't get rid of him, our Wildlands forces are going to suffer a huge loss. Numerous hateful gazes were cast toward the Great Wall from the tribal chiefs and the necromancers. All of that made by Xiaochun quite nervous, and he even backed up a few steps in his position on top of the wall, worried that there might be another assassination attempt. Down on the battlefield, Zhao Long and the rest of the battalion were engaged in fierce fighting. Compared to the 5 legions as a whole, Bai Xiaochun's battalion wasn't very large. However, they stuck out quite a bit. After all, they all wore multiple layers of armor, and when they attacked, they destroyed their opponents as easily as a boulder crushing a drinking glass. In moments of danger, they would toss out vast quantities of soul convergence pills, to the point where the other cultivators of the 5 legions were looking over at them enviously. Most over the top was how they wouldn't hesitate to detonate their own magical items to defend themselves. Even some of the colonels in the army noticed what was happening. Whose men are those? Heavens! Look at how many soul convergence pills they're using. How do they have so many? And the magical items. I just saw them blow up 6 at the same time. Those things are expensive. That's nothing. Look at how much armor they're wearing. 5 or 6 layers at least. They don't even get hurt when the savage giants self-detonate. The performance of Zhao Long and the rest of the battalion couldn't have been more eye-catching, and the numbers of vengeful souls and savages that they cut down far exceeded any of the other cultivators. Nothing could stand in their way as they fought their way across the battlefield. "Keep it up, guys!" Xiaochun shouted excitedly. Turning to some of the soldiers manning positions on the wall near him, he proudly said, "Those are my men. What do you think? Pretty awesome, huh? The other cultivators were left speechless by how well-equipped Xiaochun's battalion was. Many of them even looked over at Xiaochun and sighed in envy. They're not skin flayers, they've obviously become Grandmaster Bai's personal retinue. It was in that very moment that something like a sudden clap of thunder rang out in the distance. Bai Lin and the other leaders of the army were clearly startled, and as for Xiaochun, his heart leapt in fear. Everyone looked over to see the clouds parting off in the distance as a river appeared. The river was so wide it was almost like a sea, and was pitch black in color. Within those waters could be seen countless vengeful souls, all of them howling as they attempted to break free from the water. However, none of them seemed capable of doing so, and were swept away with the current. "Underworld River!" someone shouted in alarm. Xiaochun immediately backed up a bit more, looking up wide-eyed at the huge underworld river. Moments later, an enormous hand suddenly appeared next to the flowing waters of the underworld river. Instantly, incredible pressure erupted out, causing the Great Wall spell formation shield to tremble. Even Chen Hatian, who was in the middle of battling the red-garbed young woman, was shocked by what was happening. Next, the huge hand began to chop down like a blade, slashing into the underworld river, causing intense, mind-numbing rumbling sounds to fill the air. Ru-wu-yu-yu-umble. It was with a deafening roar that the underworld river was ripped open, creating something like a tributary that poured out in the direction of Great Wall City. The gap that had been opened up began to close, but couldn't prevent a massive number of vengeful souls from pouring out. Black underworld river water rushed through the air toward the battlefield, and the Great Wall shield. Some of the savage giants weren't quick enough to react, and were swept up by the water. Screaming, they were dissolved away, instantly becoming part of the river itself. Although all of this takes a bit of time to describe, it happened so quickly that before anyone could react, the countless vengeful soul from the underworld river had reached the Great Wall's shield. A huge boom echoed out as the shield trembled in unprecedented fashion, and rapidly began to weaken. As the shield weakened, it shrank back, forcing the cultivators of the 5 legions to retreat. Xiaochun immediately began to get nervous. As for Bai Lin, when he saw what was happening, he roared, "Everyone, toss out your soul convergence pills. I refuse to believe these vengeful souls can't be vanquished." The cultivators of the 5 legions gritted their teeth and began to toss out soul convergence pills as they backed up. It took only the briefest of moments for the sky to fill with countless medicinal pills. The pills were designed to affect the souls, not the waters of the underworld river, and yet, they were still partially effective. Furthermore, there were so many of them that when they exploded, they transformed into numerous whirlpools within the underworld river. Instantly, those whirlpools began to absorb the nearby vengeful souls, and at the same time, began to merge together with each other as they grew. Soon, one gigantic whirlpool could be seen in the underworld river, which sucked in a massive amount of soul bodies before it trembled and then detonated. The blast spread out, sending underworld river water splashing out in all directions, along with countless miserable shrieks. Although the Great Wall's shield had been weakened, the cultivators of the 5 legions still had the advantage. The underworld river began to fade away, and the gap that had been opened up in it had already closed up. Apparently, the hand which had opened the gap could only do so once. Countless vengeful souls on the battlefield had been destroyed, and the ones which remained behind had been thrown into such chaos that the necromancers couldn't control them, and some even began to flee or attack the wildlanders. It was the perfect opportunity for the 5 legions to make their move. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Lin sent out orders to counterattack. The shield once again began to advance, the cultivators of the 5 legions moving with it. Zhao Long and the other members of Bai Xiaochun's battalion were like razor-sharp blades that slashed through the enemy with reckless abandon. In response to everything which had just occurred, Bai Xiaochun frowned. Even he hadn't been aware that the detonation of his soul convergence pills could be so devastatingly effective. Weird, he thought, blinking a few times. I never thought they would be so powerful. He could also see numerous leaders among the savage giants glaring at him in hatred. If looks could kill, then he would definitely have been chopped to pieces and boiled to death on the spot. For the first time, Bai Xiaochun actually felt a bit guilty. At the same time, he felt more in danger than ever. Sadly, they were just on different sides, and there was nothing he could do about it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 494, Not the Time to Fear Death. Chapter 494, Not the Time to Fear Death. As Bai Xiaochun's anxiety mounted, the twists and turns in the battle down below caused the red-garbed young woman fighting Chen Hetian to frown. However, the intensity of the fight she was participating in ensured that she didn't have much attention to spare. The blood clouds surrounding her seethed, and rifts snaked out into the sky as a result of the attacks being unleashed. As the cracking sounds rang out above, some of the rifts even reached down to the ground, almost like lightning bolts that caused huge explosions when they touched the soil. Bai Xiaochun's scalp prickled in fear as he watched one of those rifts hit a soul cultivator who was comparable to the nascent soul stage. As soon as the rift touched him, he was ripped to shreds, destroyed in body and soul. Deva, he breathed. This was his first time witnessing the true power of Devas, and it left his mind reeling. The level of power on display far surpassed that which a human body could handle. It was something completely beyond what ordinary cultivators were capable of dealing with. Merge oneself with heaven and earth, he murmured, and borrow their boundless might. From his perspective, everything around Chen Hetian and the red-garbed young woman became weapons to use at their disposal, whether it was the wind, or the clouds, or other things. Anything in heaven and earth could be used like divine abilities, but there were also illusory forms which took shape around them, figures from ancient times which began to battle each other. Thankfully, the Great Wall still had the overall advantage in the battle. The cultivators of the 5 legions continued to advance, and the tide of souls was pushed away. Without the vengeful souls to protect them, the army of 700,000 savage giants had to fight the 5 legions directly, and were suffering one setback after another. Bai Xiaochun felt quite relieved because of that. After all, despite having participated in quite a few wars, this was definitely the largest one he had ever been part of. However, in the exact moment in which Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief, the over 100 necromancers among the Wildlands forces suddenly looked up. Because of how the necromancers had just lost control of the vengeful souls, that meant that they now had attention to spare. One by one, they began to settle down cross-legged, after which they pulled out black sticks of incense, the smoke of which they inhaled deeply, causing them to instantly slip into deep trances. Moments later, even as large groups of soul cultivators approached to guard them, shadowy figures appeared above the heads of the necromancers. They were the necromancers' own souls, which emanated shocking auras as they then shot toward the Great Wall's shield. Although the shield could keep most wildlanders out, with the help of the incense they had just inhaled, the necromancers could now pass through it, but this was almost the same thing which had occurred during the assassination attempt on Bai Xiaochun. As soon as Bai Xiaochun saw the souls flying out of the necromancers, he backed up again. As he did, the souls became beams of light that shot forth and pierced through the Great Wall's shield. Without hesitation, the 5 generals of the various legions, Bai Lin included, flew forth to meet the necromancer souls in battle, followed by the various major generals of the armies. The souls of the necromancers were thus prevented from reaching the Great Wall itself. Furthermore, the huge eye also began to shoot out terrifying, destructive beams of light. At the same time, the savage giants received new orders from their tribal chiefs. Eyes turning red, they howled and began to charge toward the Great Wall, disregarding all danger to themselves. Booms rang out as they began to self-detonate, throwing themselves fearlessly at the shield, which began to distort and weaken once again. The wildlanders were making a major offensive. Tens of thousands of giants blew themselves up, instantly shoving the shield backward across the battlefield. Many of the cultivators of the 5 legions who weren't quick to react were caught up in the explosions and died screaming. However, such screams paled in comparison to the screams of the cultivators who the giants managed to grab a hold of. Xiaochun's face went pale when the sounds reached his ears. He even personally watched as 2 of the giants ripped a cultivator in half and began to eat him alive. As a result, both giants clearly began to head toward a cultivation base breakthrough. The savages also practiced cultivation, but instead of using spiritual energy, they absorbed soul power. However, that didn't mean that they didn't desire to absorb spiritual energy. In fact, they found spiritual energy to be delicious. Eat them. It's been a long time since I dined on a cultivator. Ha ha ha. Now that's the flavor I'm talking about. The savage giants charged forward with madness, grabbing any cultivators they could get their hands on and devouring them as ravenously as wild beasts. Some of them continued to self-detonate, explosions which not only weakened the shield, but also completely destroyed any cultivators unlucky enough to get caught up in them. Xiaochun's ashen face began to flush in response to what he was witnessing. Although he had heard that the savages ate human flesh, this was his first time seeing it actually happen. Now is not the time to fear death. He growled through gritted teeth. Although he had felt a bit guilty earlier because of his soul convergence pills, now that he saw the brutality of the wildlanders on full display, his heart suddenly turned cold and grim. After a moment of silence, he spun and shot back down to Great Wall City, transforming into a beam of bright light that headed directly toward the armory. Back in the armory, numerous pill furnaces were set up in concentric rings. Although the 10 300-meter-tall furnaces weren't being attended by the nascent soul cultivators anymore, they were still bright red, and were emanating intense heat waves. Xiaochun quickly examined the 10 huge pill furnaces, then took a deep breath and waved his sleeve. In response, all of the huge furnaces rumbled up into midair and then began to circulate around Xiaochun. Then, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing numerous sealing marks to fly out to the furnaces, backed by the power of his gold core and filled with a Heaven Dao aura. As they sank into the pill furnaces, muffled sounds like thunder began to echo out. Although the huge pill furnaces had not quite reached the point of detonation yet, Xiaochun was a skilled apothecary, and naturally had his ways of forcing them to explode early. By relying on the external power of the sealing marks he had just unleashed, he could prematurely destabilize the medicine within the furnaces. Although the resulting detonation would be slightly less effective, a huge amount of power had already built up in the furnaces during the past several days. Having placed his sealing marks onto the furnaces, he shot back up toward the Great Wall, furnaces in tow. When he returned, quite a few cultivators of the 5 legions noticed him, as did many of the wildland savages. After all, the 300-meter-tall furnaces were completely eye-catching, especially considering that they were all bright red, and emanated shocking fluctuations. Those are Grandmaster Bai's pill furnaces. Expressions of excitement and profound anticipation appeared on the faces of the cultivators of the 5 legions. Similar expressions could be seen on the faces of the generals and major generals who were fighting the necromancer souls, especially Bai Lin. As for the faces of the necromancer souls, they flickered with shock, and the wildland savages gasped. The tribal chiefs were especially astonished. They're so huge. Heavens, dot. Before anyone could recover from their shock, Xiaochun flew up into the air above the Great Wall, howling as he hurled the 10 enormous furnaces out over the battlefield. They were like 10 burning suns that pierced through the air, sailing right into the army of countless savages. In that instant, the entire battlefield went quiet, and all eyes came to be fixed onto the burning, sun-like pill furnaces. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 495, Devil Buy. Chapter 495, Devil Buy. The chiefs of the more than 100 wildlands tribes were all completely shaken. During the course of previous skirmishes, the power of the exploding pill furnaces they had seen left them completely shocked. Now, the sheer size of the furnaces they were looking at left them incapable of even breathing. They're so huge. If those 10 furnaces explode. The chief's eyes went wide as their hearts were slammed by waves of shock. And they weren't the only ones. Upon seeing the furnaces, the tens of thousands of madly charging giants were suddenly overwhelmed by painful memories. Devil Buy. Damn it, it's that Devil Buy. In their terror, countless numbers of giants tried to retreat. Devil Buy was the nickname the wildlands tribes had given to Bai Xiaochun after the appalling scenes of devastation he had wreaked upon them. Not even Bai Xiaochun was aware that he had been given that nickname, and yet, it was already widely known in the wildlands. In that moment in which all eyes were locked on the pill furnaces, a shrill cry suddenly rang out from within the wildlands forces. Pay any price to lock down those pill furnaces. Instantly, numerous soul cultivators and tribal chiefs all drew upon the full power of their cultivation bases to summon a massive, all-encompassing net. The net shot across the battlefield with incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, had reached the pill furnaces. Although the net managed to block some of the furnaces were moving so quickly that 4 of them managed to slam into the ground, instantly crushing the giants who had been too slow to evade them. As soon as they touched the ground, a deafening boom rang out that could shake heaven and earth, a sound that surpassed everything else on the battlefield, a sound that rose to the highest heavens and the furthest reaches of the earth. As the first of the 300-meter-tall pill furnaces filled with cracks and exploded, lands shook and mountains were rocked. It was like the end of days as a blue sea of flames erupted out from the location of the pill furnace, instantly spreading out to fill an area 10 of thousands of meters across. Wherever the blue flames passed, agonized shrieks rose up as the giants were incinerated. In addition to the flames, the shrapnel from the furnace itself became meteoric blades of flame that slashed through everything in their path. And things weren't over yet. There was also a shockwave which spread out, picking up the burning giants and hurling them violently across the battlefield. The boom of the explosion made it seem like heavenly lightning was crashing into the earth in an unceasing waterfall. Simultaneously, tendrils of 5-colored smoke spread out rapidly, boring into the bodies of the giants, provoking blood-curdling screams as the giants' flesh began to rot and decay. Others amongst the giants were seemingly struck senseless, and simply stood there unmoving as the flames burned them away. And yet, things still weren't over. The second pill furnace cracked and exploded, then the third and the fourth. One by one, massive explosions ripped across the battlefield, filling an area 300,000 meters across, and transforming it into little more than rubble. And that was only 4 of the pill furnaces. The other 6 had been wrapped up by the huge net and sealed. Even still, the explosion of those 4 pill furnaces was a devastating blow to the wildlanders. Vast numbers of giants were burned alive. Meteor-like shrapnel pierced bodies left and right, and the shockwave sent countless savages tumbling across the battlefield. Most calamitous of all was the 5-colored smoke. That smoke didn't leave a single living thing in its wake. It was the result of countless types of strange pills whose medicinal effects touched the savages in ways that not even Bai Xiaochun could have anticipated. Agonized shrieks continued to ring out as blood sprayed out of the mouths of the soul cultivators, many of whom were sent tumbling backwards. Furthermore, those 4 pill furnaces had not only killed countless savages, but they had also wreaked incalculable damage on the survivors. Those surviving giants had their will to fight destroyed. Their determination was cut away, and as they backed away, their eyes were filled with fear, astonishment, and utter incredulity. Devil! Devil! Buy! Chaotic cries of alarm began to ring out, as if they were the only way to dispel the terror felt in the hearts of the wildlanders. When their horrified gazes turned toward Bai Xiaochun on the Great Wall, he could sense how fearful they were. Actually, it wasn't just the savage giants who were reacting in such a way. As of this point, many of the cultivators of the 5 legions had forgotten to breathe, and were looking over at Xiaochun with looks of extreme reverence and awe. He had created the original exploding pill furnaces, and he had concocted the soul convergence pills. As for the supernova-like detonations just now, they had also originated with him. He had crushed the enemy with impunity over and over again, to the point where every last individual among the 5 legions knew his name. As the effects of the explosion began to fade away, it became clear that the space in front of the 5 legions on the battlefield was almost completely empty. There were only 4 enormous craters and 6 ruined furnaces that had not exploded. The battlefield was almost completely silent, the only sounds to be heard coming from the Deva battle, and the fighting of the souls of the necromancers against Bai Lin and the other leaders of the armies. Everyone else on the battlefield was simply staring in complete and utter shock. Further off in the distance were the 5 altars in pentagram form and the black beams of light. The black-robed old men sitting there chanting scriptures were trembling as they looked out at the battlefield. Then they glanced up at the Devas fighting, and then looked silently over at Xiaochun standing on the Great Wall. Despite how far away they were, it was almost as if he were standing right in front of them. Currently, Xiaochun was staring with gaping jaw at the battlefield. After a moment passed, he remembered to breathe, after which, his heart began to thump in fear. At the same time, he realized that his battle credit was rising at shocking speed. At this rate, I'm definitely going to be promoted to colonel. Even as his heart began to swell with excitement, a gaze was suddenly leveled upon him from within the blood cloud. At the same time, a stream of blood mist shot out in his direction. It was none other than an attack by the Deva realm young woman in red clothing. However, there was no way Chen Hetian would simply allow that to happen. Laughing loudly, he blocked the attack, and then, the fighting between the two of them resumed at even more intense levels. At first, Xiaochun was startled, but seeing that the attack couldn't reach him, he sighed in relief. However, before even half of that sigh could escape his lips, more gazes fell upon him from within the Wildlands army. Those gazes came from the numerous tribal chiefs, all of whom were now staring fixedly at Xiaochun. The ferocity and madness in those gazes completely surpassed anything from before. What are they all looking at me for? Well, I think my work is done here anyway. This place is way too dangerous now. I'll just head off the wall. Having made his decision, he was just about to leave when, all of a sudden, a howl rippled through the air that seemed intense enough to shred the heavens. As it did, the rifts which had previously opened up in the heavens were completely ripped open, creating a pentagram-shaped hole. Muffled cries could then be heard. Hungry, so hungry. At the same time, one terrifying ghost hand after another stretched out, which quickly grabbed the black-robed old men and dragged them up into the rifts. The old men didn't resist at all. They simply allowed the ghost hands to drag them up, whereupon sickening crunching sounds echoed out. That strange scene instantly caused the cultivators of the 5 legions to stare in shock, and threw their breathing into chaos. As for Xiaochun, his eyes went wide as he looked at the pentagram-shaped opening up in the sky, a bad feeling rising up in his heart. Even as he began to race backward toward the city, an incredible rumbling sound erupted from the pentagram, revealing a gargantuan mouth. Apparently, that mouth existed in some location beyond the heavens, and was so huge that the opening could only reveal part of it. It was greenish, with black teeth that were stained with blood and gore. Almost as soon as that mouth appeared, more words could be heard. Hungry, so hungry. Even as everyone was shaken, the mouth shifted to face the direction of the Great Wall and then began to inhale deeply. Heaven and earth dimmed, and everything began to shake as an indescribable gravitational force erupted from the mouth. Not even the spell formation shield could do anything to stop it, and within moments, many of the cultivators of the 5 legions were shocked to find themselves flying up into the air, their bodies completely beyond their own control. Whooshing sounds could be heard as more than half of the 5 legions' cultivators were suddenly sucked beyond the shield and toward the huge mouth. There were quite a few cultivators on the Great Wall itself who were affected, even by Xiaochun. Trembling, he found that he was completely incapable of retreating. A scream escaped his lips as he was sucked off of the Great Wall and out onto the battlefield beyond the shield. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 496, I'm friends with your commanding officer. Chapter 496, I'm friends with your commanding officer. New by Xiaochun screamed. However, the incredible gravitational force simply plucked him off of the wall and sent him flying out into the air and past the spell formation shield. A sensation of profound crisis filled by Xiaochun, rumbling in his mind like heavenly thunder and causing his face to drain of blood. Even as he screamed, he looked around and realized that there were many other cultivators of the 5 legions who, just like him, were being sucked toward the enormous mouth behind the Pentagon. Some of them had already reached the mouth itself, and were being shredded into masses of blood and gore. The entire battlefield was shaken by their screams. This was a huge blow to the forces of the Great Wall. The mouth was like a hungry ghost, and the gravitational force exerted by it caused heaven and earth to grow dim. The screaming winds swept the cultivators through the air, who were now calling upon all sorts of techniques to try to protect themselves. Some used secret magics, others used powerful magical treasures. Some combined the two. A few even called upon their powerful trump cards. Some succeeded and some failed. As for Bai Xiaochun, he was so scared out of his mind that he could only think of one thing. I can't let myself reach that mouth. Gritting his teeth, he opened his heaven-span Dharma eye, whereupon intense fluctuations of spiritual power erupted out, transforming into a restrictive spell that instantly tried to lock him in place. However, it wasn't very useful. As he watched himself flying over the heads of the savage giants, and as the enormous ghost mouth grew larger, Bai Xiaochun truly started to get anxious. Eyes completely bloodshot, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture and then slapped his hands onto his chest. Living mountain incantation, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Instantly, his body began to expand, almost as if he were being surrounded by countless boulders. As the boulders merged together and swirled around him, he flew along another 300 meters or so, whereupon Bai Xiaochun wasn't visible anymore. Instead, he had been replaced by a huge stone golem. He was now 300 meters tall, like a small mountain, and also much heavier than before. Even with the gravitational force tugging at him, he suddenly lurched to a stop, and began to fall downward. Then, he landed on the ground with a boom, causing shockwaves to roll out from the point of impact. However, despite being on the ground, he was still being pulled toward the mouth. Bai Xiaochun's stone golem face bore the same features as his normal face, except that they were twisted ferociously as he threw his head back and howled. Shoving his hands forward, he stabbed them into the ground in front of him, causing everything to tremble. Using all the power at his disposal, he shoved himself like a nail into the ground, ensuring that, no matter how wildly the gravitational force tugged at him, he didn't move. The gravitational force didn't last for very long, only about 10 breaths of time. Then the mouth behind the pentagram rift closed, taking the blood and gore that remained of the cultivators it had sucked away with it. Then, the rift slowly began to close up. Bai Xiaochun was shivering, his breath coming in ragged pants as he reverted from his living mountain incantation form to normal. Seeing the huge mouth fade away, he felt as if he had just passed through a deadly tribulation. Bai Xiaochun wasn't the only one among the cultivators of the 5 legions to have resisted the gravitational force exerted by the mouth. After all, considering that there were hundreds of thousands of cultivators among the forces of the Great Wall, it was impossible for the mouth to have affected them all. Furthermore, many of them had trump cards of their own to use, and as such, had been able to pass through the tribulation. However, there was no time to rejoice. As the surviving cultivators looked around, they realized that they were surrounded by numerous wildlands giants, whose cold eyes seemed to flicker with ravenous hunger. The truth was that the wildlanders didn't necessarily care whether or not the huge mouth actually consumed many of the 5 legions' cultivators. They simply wanted to get them outside of the shield. As long as they were outside of that shield and within reach of the army, then most of their lives would be within the hands of the wildlanders. The generals and major generals of the armies were in the middle of fighting the necromancer souls, and were unable to do anything other than shout, "Fall back immediately!" At the same time, more beams of light began to shoot out from the enormous eye to attack enemies on the battlefield. Simultaneously, the spell formation shield began to advance, hoping to bring the exposed cultivators back under its protection. Some of the cultivators who were close to the shield to begin with were able to retreat behind it with reckless bursts of speed. However, there were at least 200,000 who were too far away to make it, or who were blocked by the vast numbers of giants. "Kill them!" the tribal chiefs shouted. The truth was that the savage giants on the battlefield didn't need any orders to do just that. Roaring, they began to charge the nearest cultivators. Hundreds of thousands immediately intercepted the cultivators who had been pulled beyond the shield, making it impossible for them to retreat. Lingering fear could still be seen on by Xiaochun's ashen face, and he was still trembling. His heart felt cold as he looked around at the battlefield, almost on the verge of tears. Moments ago, he had been safe on the wall, relishing the sensation of having so much battle credit being added to his name. But now, he was now surrounded by the enemy, and in mortal danger. This turn of events was too sudden, and he almost couldn't accept it. However, as he looked around at the scores of savage giants, he realized he had no choice. All of them were glaring at him with madness and greed as they rushed in his direction, cackling madly. "Devil Bai's here! Kill him! Ha ha ha! I can't believe Devil Bai is right in front of me. He's mine! I'm gonna eat him!" Bai Xiaochun almost felt like his head was going to explode as the giants sneered. They were so close that he could smell the rotting stench that came from their mouths. His eyes were bloodshot, and the sensation of deadly crisis was like a needle slowly poking into his mind. However, it was in that moment that, all of a sudden, his veins of steel began to pulse, and a murderous aura erupted out. "Hey, I'm friends with your commanding officer," he said. However, the clever words which came out of his mouth did no good. This was not a situation in which he could retreat, and as such, his fleshly body began to pulse with power. "My flesh belongs to me, not you people. You want me dead? Well, you're gonna regret it." With that, he slapped his bag of holding, causing numerous suits of armor to fly out. Most people would, at most, wear a few sets of armor at the same time. But somehow, Bai Xiaochun was using a strange method to don far more than was normal. Plus, he was putting them on with blinding speed. Flying swords flew out to surround him, as well as magical items. Within the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by scintillating, multicolored light. And yet, things weren't over yet. Stacks of paper talismans appeared, which he slapped all over himself, then activated, creating a glittering shield with more than 1,000 layers. Quicker than words could describe, Bai Xiaochun was armed to the teeth, which was when the dozens of incoming savage giants slammed into him. These giants all had profound cultivation bases that were comparable to core formation. However, they were completely incapable of penetrating Bai Xiaochun's defenses, and in fact, were hit with a backlash that sent them stumbling backward, blood spraying out of their mouths. The other nearby giants stared, dumbstruck. "Damn it, I can't believe he's wearing more than 10 suits of armor. How do we pierce through that? And look at all the paper talismans. Even one of them alone would be very expensive, and he's using more than 1,000. Heavens! He's like a living bag of holding." Considering that he was temporarily invincible, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and mustered his courage. Seemingly ready to put his life on the line, he charged toward the nearby giants. "You people push things too far," he roared. Although some observers might think that having so many suits of armor, defenses, magical items, flying swords, and the like would be very cumbersome, they didn't affect his speed at all. In the briefest of moments, he was upon the nearest savage giant, whom he slammed into before a reaction was even possible. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 497, Going All Out. Chapter 497, Going All Out. Even as the savage giant was shoved away, Xiaochun's right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and he pointed out, sending a dozen flying swords out at top speed, completely cutting off the giant's path of retreat. There was no time for the giant to even react. In the blink of an eye, miserable shrieks rang out as the flying swords slashed him to pieces. He died so quickly that he didn't even have a chance to self-detonate before being destroyed in body and soul. Xiaochun didn't hesitate for even a moment. After cutting the giant down, he exploded into action, bearing down on the next giant and waving his hand to send his flying swords forward. The giant wanted to evade, but Xiaochun was too quick, and within moments, the giant's head was flying through the air. As that happened, more giants closed in and prepared to attack. Xiaochun looked up, simultaneously reaching out with his right hand and then slamming it into the ground, causing rumbling sounds to echo out, as well as a gale-force wind. The savage giants' faces fell as Xiaochun unleashed incredible speed to fight back against more than 10 of them at the same time. Although the scene playing out now didn't count for much when considering the battlefield as a whole, in that particular area, Xiaochun was like a god of death. The giants in the area couldn't do anything to stop him or even obstruct his path. However, overall, there were just too many savage giants. It didn't take long before more than 100 of them were unleashing deadly attacks. Xiaochun's defenses were beginning to crumble, one layer at a time. And yet, his eyes were completely bloodshot, and even gleaming with madness. What a bunch of bullies! I can't believe all of you are ganging up on one person. Both offended and enraged, he shot forward like a meteor, then slammed into the chest of one of the giants, who flew backward uncontrollably. However, the rest of the more than 100 giants were circling around him, cutting off all avenues of escape. Finally, Xiaochun slapped his bag of holding and tossed out a big handful of medicinal pills. As they flew through the air, they exploded, sending streams of hallucination smoke out in all directions. As soon as the smoke poured into giants' bodies, they began to act very strangely, giving Xiaochun the perfect opportunity to break past them. However, even as he did, hundreds more howling giants poured toward him, their killing intent surging. There were even a few in the lead position who reeked of the aura of self-detonation. Xiaochun's eyes widened. By this point, he couldn't evade even if he wanted to. More than 10 savage giants all self-detonated simultaneously, sending corrosive blood out in all directions. Xiaochun's face fell as a huge portion of his defenses crumbled. And yet, he borrowed some of the force of the momentum to flee. Unfortunately, the battlefield was huge, and he was a great distance from the spell formation shield. There was no way he could make it to the shield in any short period of time, and furthermore, hundreds of savage giants were swarming forth to surround him. "You're dead, devil bye. I'm gonna eat ya." As the giants closed in, more fierce fighting broke out. The madness in Xiaochun's eyes burned hotter than ever as he waved his hand, causing roughly 30% of the magical items swirling around him to explode. The shocking force released by the detonation of the magical items sent hundreds of savages tumbling backward with blood spraying out of their mouths. However, before Xiaochun even had an opportunity to flee, more giants began to close in on him. Shockingly, they appeared to be trying to bury him with numbers. Cold grins appeared on the faces of the distant tribal chiefs. As of this point, they were certain that as long as nothing unexpected happened, Xiaochun would be killed beyond the shadow of a doubt. However, some of the chiefs even began to head in his direction. As for the other chiefs, they headed in other directions to start fighting the 5 legions colonels who had been pulled out past the shield. As the battlefield sank into chaos, Chun Hatian's anxiety began to mount. Never before had the Wildlands used tactics like this, and it had caught him completely unprepared. Unfortunately, considering how he was being pinned down by the red-garbed young woman, there was little he could do to reverse the situation. Although Bai Lin and the other generals and major generals were still inside of the protection of the spell formation, the necromancer souls they were fighting were extremely dangerous and vicious. The entire tide of battle had been reversed in the shortest of moments. The shield continued to advance, and more cultivators were returning to its safety, but too many of the 5 legions' forces had been separated, making it difficult for them to extricate themselves from danger. Because of the recent turn of events, the battlefield had quickly become a sea of blood. Bai Xiaochun's throat was already hoarse from the shouting. He was completely inundated by a sensation of deadly crisis, and was spattered with blood and gore. Considering how he was being completely surrounded, he finally had to abandon his idea of trying to use frigid qi to teleport to safety. Although he had put on an impressive performance so far, the truth was that up until now, he had mostly been relying on fleshly body power. After all, he was outside of the Great Wall, where there was almost no spiritual power at all. If he used magical techniques, he would not be able to replace the spiritual energy they used, and would quickly drain himself. Once that happened, death would be just around the corner. Therefore, he could only use spiritual power in the most critical of moments. Gritting his teeth, he decided to detonate another large portion of magical items. An earth-shaking explosion rang out, and more savage giants were seriously injured. However, the bloodthirsty madness in their eyes shone brightly as, instead of retreating, they lunged forward and self-detonated. The booms sounded like drums of death that finally battered through the remaining layers of Bai Xiaochun's personal shields. His armor could only hold out for so long, and even the detonation of his last group of magical items barely allowed him to break through. By that point, his armor was crumbling into dust. Behind him was a pile of corpses. In the short amount of time that the fighting had been going on, Bai Xiaochun's strength and madness had shocked the nearby giants to the core. I can't believe Devil Bai single-handedly killed so many of us. Damn it! Not only is he shockingly skilled at concocting medicine, but his battle prowess is incredible. He can't be left alive. I'm definitely gonna eat him. He has shocking levels of defense, but at the moment, is right out in the open. He's definitely going to die today. Roaring, the giants once again raced to surround him. Among the group were 3 who were larger and fiercer than the others, and also faster. They were the first to close in on him. Bai Xiaochun's face was ashen, and he was stooped over, panting for breath. The giants were closing in on him like a rising tide, and it almost seemed impossible for him to kill all of them. When he heard their roars, and smelled the reek of blood in the air, his eyes turned crimson. You think you can kill me just because I ran out of defenses? All of a sudden, he started laughing, a laughter that contained no small amount of madness. By this point, he had already decided to throw caution to the wind. It was obvious that he was in a deadly predicament, and if he didn't go all out, he wouldn't even have a chance of making it out alive. Continuing to laugh, he stood up straight, and his fleshly body power began to thrum. Then, a blast of wind shot out in all directions as his skin turned completely golden, and the illusory image of a heavenly king appeared behind him. Simultaneously, numerous complex magical symbols that resembled hexing marks appeared all over his legs and arms. His undying live forever technique was now on full display. With that, he took a step forward, and then unleashed the mountain-shaking bash. The sudden development happened too quickly for the 3 of the fastest giants to react. A moment later, a string of afterimages stretched out as Bai Xiaochun shot forward toward the nearest of them. That giant had originally been grinning in confidence because of his own incredible fleshly body strength. However, when Bai Xiaochun slammed into him, his eyes went wide, and before he could cry out, he was launched into the air with a bang. The cracking sound of breaking bones could be heard, and blood spurted out in all directions. Finally, the giant screamed, and yet before he could land on the ground, a pop could be heard as he exploded into a cloud of blood and gore. A single move on Bai Xiaochun's part had killed him in body and soul. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 498, Who Else Wants to Die? Chapter 498, Who Else Wants to Die? After exterminating the first giant, Xiaochun spun to face the other two incoming giants. Just when they were about to unleash attacks, Xiaochun grinned viciously and lifted his right hand. Even as the second giant was striking out with his fist, Xiaochun's hand moved as quickly as lightning to grasp onto his throat. His hand wasn't even big enough to wrap around that throat, and yet his hand still contained incredible destructive power. In the blink of an eye, his two fingers clamped down with crushing strength. Black light spread out, and the giant's throat and neck were crushed. It was none other than the throat-crushing grasp. Things weren't over yet, though. After killing the second giant, Xiaochun's right foot swept through the air toward the third giant, who was just preparing to slash at him with a serrated greatsword. However, when Xiaochun's right foot slammed into the sword, cracking sounds rang out as the sword shattered. Then Xiaochun's foot contacted the giant's arm, reducing it to a haze of gore. Even as the giant screamed, black threads spread out to completely seal him. Apparently, the sealing was an indescribably painful one. Continuing to scream, the giant dropped to his knees, unable to move. It was none other than the undying Hex. Who else wants to die? Xiaochun growled. His skin was gold, his hair was flying in the wind, and his murderous aura was as explosive as ever. He looked like some sort of god. As he glared at the other savage giants in the area, his eyes radiated madness and ferocity, causing the savages to hesitate, their eyes shining with disbelief. They had just witnessed how powerful he was, even when surrounded by more than 1,000 giants. Before, they had assumed he was impressive only because of his defenses, but now they had watched him kill 3 of their own in a row, even without any defenses to back him up. Not a single one of them dared to respond to his challenge. He had killed 3 giants with precision and ruthlessness. However, it had not been a simple task. They had not been ordinary savages, but rather, had cultivation bases comparable to the Great Circle of Core Formation. They were actually half a step into the nascent soul stage. So far, Xiaochun's undying live forever technique was the key to everything. Because of how it helped him recover quickly, it ensured that his battle prowess remained very potent for a long time. In fact, although his murderous aura made him seem very threatening at the moment, he was actually taking time to relax and build back some energy. It was in that moment that a voice rang out from off in the distance. "Here I come." Then, the ground began to tremble, and Xiaochun looked up to see a 300-meter-tall giant running in his direction, clad in beast pelts. The giant's hair was flying about crazily, and a ferocious expression could be seen on his scar-covered face. He made a very impressive sight, and clearly possessed massive amounts of power. As for the other giants, they rushed to make way for this newcomer, expressions of reverence on their faces. As the giant got closer and closer, the other giants began to howl excitedly. "King! King! King!" Xiaochun's heart immediately started pounding. It wasn't quite clear what the other giants meant. Was King this giant's name? Either way, the simple wave of his hand knocked all of the other giants out of the way. Almost in the same moment that Xiaochun looked over at him, the giant glared at him with vicious rage and then lifted his foot to stomp on him. Time to die. Both in terms of size and speed, this giant was completely shocking, and fairly radiated intense fleshly body power. Xiaochun's eyes nearly popped out of his head, and yet he knew that he wouldn't be able to evade this attack. If he even tried to, he would quickly be surrounded and overwhelmed by the other giants in the area. "You'll be the one dying," Xiaochun yelled, his anger burning. Instead of trying to avoid the giant's descending foot, he clenched his hand into a fist and struck out. From a distance, the two opponents were so mismatched it almost seemed like a joke. The giant was 300 meters tall, whereas Xiaochun was like a tiny ant. And yet, he was relying on his fleshly body power to fight back with a fist strike. A deafening boom filled the sky, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. At the same time, a shockwave rolled out in all directions. When Bai Xiaochun's fist made contact with the giant's foot, he began to shake. Howling, he poured all of the power he could into the fist strike, causing his skin, his bones, and even his blood to begin to vibrate. It was almost as if his life force and body itself were about to be destroyed. How could I possibly die in this place? Bai Xiaochun howled. Pulses of boundless power rippled through him, originating from his own flesh and blood as it created a powerful energy to counterattack. Die, die, die. Bai Xiaochun roared as he punched out again and again. The power of his undying skin, undying heavenly king, and undying tendons all merged together, making a black glow that spread out from his fist to cover the huge giant. The 300-meter-tall giant began to tremble, and then let out an agonized howl as his right leg collapsed into a mass of blood, ripped flesh and shattered bone. Then, the black light continued to spread out, doing the same thing to the giant's other leg, his torso, his arms, and finally his head. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was reduced to a mass of gore. Blood splashed down like rain in all directions as the giant was destroyed in body and soul, leaving Bai Xiaochun standing there completely alone. Silence spread out as the surrounding giants stared in shock at what had just occurred. Their minds felt as if they were being struck by countless bolts of lightning. King is dead? How could this be happening? King. He was king. The boundlessly powerful king was actually killed by Devil Bai's fist strike. How is this possible? Heavens! Is Devil Bai a holy tribe warrior, or are we? That fleshly body power, it. All of the savages were shaking in terror of Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun had clearly proven that his power came, not from his defenses, but from his fleshly body. Not even the boundlessly powerful king had been a match for him. As the rain of blood spattered down onto the surrounding savages, their hearts drained of the desire to do battle. At the same time, that figure standing in the middle of all the falling blood became like a thing of nightmares. Bai Xiaochun wasn't affected at all by the corrosive rain of blood as he looked around coldly at the rest of the giants in the area. Who else wants to die? Not a single giant responded. Instead, they just stood there, panting, their expressions those of terror. Who else wants to die? Bai Xiaochun repeated, his murderous aura raging. Then he took a step forward, only to find that the ashen-faced giants stepped backward in response. You want to kill Bai Xiaochun? Well, let me ask you. Who else wants to die? The thunderous roar of Bai Xiaochun's voice spread out across almost half of the battlefield, reaching the ears of many of the other savage giants as they fought with the cultivators of the 5 legions. As for the cultivators who heard, they trembled and looked in the direction the voice came from. Some of them had strange expressions on their faces, but most of them gritted their teeth and began to head in his direction. Before long, more and more of the scattered 5 legions cultivators began to close in on Bai Xiaochun. They were wounded and bedraggled, and yet none of the giants dared to block their paths. Before long, a group of hundreds had gathered around Bai Xiaochun. When they saw him, and the mountains of corpses that surrounded him, their hearts were filled with complete and utter shock. Our respects, Grandmaster Bai. Our respects, Grandmaster Bai. As their stunned cries rang out across the battlefield, it became clear that all of these cultivators now viewed Bai Xiaochun as their figurehead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 499, Frigid Domain. Chapter 499, Frigid Domain. When Bai Xiaochun saw all of the cultivators gathering in his area, and how the suddenly cowardly giants were doing nothing to stop them, his heart quivered with an anxious feeling. For some reason, the current situation seemed like a great opportunity. The larger the group, the stronger we are, he thought. The expression on his face remained as cold as ever, and his energy continued to surge as he waved his hand and called out in a hoarse voice. Let's go! I'm taking you back to the Great Wall. As his words entered the ears of the surrounding cultivators, they began to tremble. In their moment of helplessness, surrounded by savages and faced with the prospect of almost certain death, what they wished for more than anything was to get back to the Great Wall. Of course, all of them knew that doing such a thing on their own was virtually impossible. That was especially true when they saw so many of their comrades falling in battle. To be in a situation like that, only to have someone offer to lead them back to the Great Wall, someone who the giants were terrified of and who seemed actually capable of following through on his words, led to a sensation they would never ever forget. The gratitude which rose up within them was intense to an indescribable degree. Who else wants to die? The words so recently uttered by Xiaochun were still echoing in their hearts, which were now pulsing, not with anxiety, but with anticipation. Without any hesitation, they began to form up protectively around Xiaochun, their eyes shining with hope and the desire to live. "Let's go," Xiaochun said. "We kill anybody who tries to get in our way. Join our voices together so that more cultivators can join us on our way back. Even if we don't make it all the way back, we'll make sure that everyone in this part of the world remembers our battle cry for the rest of their lives." Xiaochun's voice was like the last bit of hope in the world, and it caused the surrounding hundreds of cultivators' eyes to shine bright red. After Xiaochun was satisfied that the cultivators were sufficiently worked up, he waved his arm, gritted his teeth, he stepped forward to lead the formation, which was the best way to control the power of the group. And then, even as he and the rest of the cultivators hovered right within the jaws of death, he shouted out at the top of his lungs and burst into motion toward the distant spell formation shield. "Advance!" The rest of the cultivators also began to shout out. "Advance! Advance!" Hundreds of them clustered around Xiaochun, adding their power to the formation as they shot like a deadly spear across the battlefield. As they moved along, the savage giants immediately backed up, convinced that if they didn't, they would die. That feeling was especially bolstered by the savagery Xiaochun had just put on display. All of them knew that if they simply fell upon him with wave upon wave, they would eventually overwhelm him with numbers. And yet, not a single one blocked his path. The hundreds of cultivators shot across the battlefield with Xiaochun in the lead, who relied only on his fleshly body power, and didn't draw upon a single magical technique. Of course, there was a reason for that. In his opinion, there were obviously a lot of people who were aiming to kill him, and thus, he needed to keep his spiritual power in reserve as a trump card. Thankfully, his undying live forever technique came with shocking restorative powers, and as such, he was able to lead the cultivators forward without any resistance. They crushed anything in their path like a hammer crushing an ice cube. As for the cultivators he led, they had grasped onto that last bit of hope, and were willing to give their all to make sure that no one even got close enough to take it away. As they barreled forward, their voices rang out for everyone to hear. "Who else wants to die? Fellow Taoists of the 5 legions, join us and get back home." More and more cultivators who were locked in deadly combat on the battlefield did everything they could to join the group, which was now growing larger and larger. Soon, it didn't number in the hundreds, but rather, the thousands. As a result, their momentum picked up, and they became even harder to resist. They were now a major focus on the battlefield, to the point where the cultivators who had managed to stay in place on the Great Wall could see them. Even Chen Hetian caught a glimpse of them, and was instantly moved. "Unleash all the power of the eye," he bellowed. "Focus the spell formation shield to extract Xiaochun." In response to his words, numerous beams of light shot out from the enormous eye, screaming through the air to clear a path for Xiaochun. As for the spell formation shield, it trembled as a small section bulged out and began to spread across the battlefield toward the group he was leading. By this point, more and more tribal chiefs were paying attention to what was happening. Finally, the red-garbed young woman fighting Chen Hetian suddenly shouted, "Kill him!" Chen Hetian roared in anger and attacked with full force, but other than that, could do nothing but watch as the thousands of soul cultivators who were standing guard over the necromancers suddenly turned their heads in Xiaochun's direction. A large number of them then rose to their feet, becoming beams of light that shot toward Bai Xiaochun and the cultivators he led. They moved with incredible speed, and despite the fact that they were made up of all sorts of handsome men and beautiful women, from the mysterious light that shone in their eyes, it was obvious that they possessed powerful soul magic. Bai Xiaochun had heard Qin Hatian's words earlier, and saw both the beams of light shooting out from the enormous eye and the spell formation reaching out to meet him. Even as excitement rose up in his heart, the red-garbed young woman called out her orders, and whistling sounds filled the air as numerous soul cultivators shot in his direction. Complete and utter bullies, he thought, his anxiety mounting. Just when the chance to escape was right in front of him, these people were rushing to block his path, and as a result, his anger began to burn. Brothers, cut down those soul cultivators. With them out of the way, we can return to the Great Wall. The surrounding thousands of cultivators could see exactly what Bai Xiaochun meant, and all began to shout out battle cries. Unfortunately, the soul cultivators didn't come alone. By utilizing some unknown technique, they forced the retreating giants' eyes to suddenly turn blank, as if they had suddenly lost their ability to think. Then the giants roared and joined the charge. It was the same with the various battle beasts. Thankfully, not all of the giants were affected, only some of them. Even still, the group that did join in the attack was not small compared to Bai Xiaochun and the cultivators he led. In the blink of an eye, the soul cultivators were on them, some of them focusing on Bai Xiaochun, and others attacking the men with him. Almost immediately, the troop formation began to fall apart. A middle-aged soul cultivator suddenly faded into being right in front of Bai Xiaochun, his eyes shining with cold light as his right hand flashed with an incantation gesture. Instantly, green strands of flame sprang into being in his palm, which shot toward Bai Xiaochun. Behind him were 7 additional soul cultivators, none of them slower than him. Apparently, all the first soul cultivator planned to do was slow Bai Xiaochun down to give his fellows time to finish him off. Further off in the distance were even more soul cultivators, dozens of them, spreading out to try to cut down all possible paths of escape for Bai Xiaochun. "Wanna kill me?" Bai Xiaochun shouted, his eyes flickering with madness. Instead of trying to dodge out of the way of the expressionless middle-aged soul cultivator, Bai Xiaochun charged forward, seemingly oblivious to his own life or death. He slammed into the man, instantly causing blood to ooze out of his own mouth, but then didn't hesitate to unleash the mountain-shaking bash. Instantly, the man was shoved backward with deadly force into the group of 7 incoming soul cultivators. This sudden development caused the 7 soul cultivators' eyes to flicker. Without any hesitation, they shoved their hands out, sending 7 illusory soul dragons roaring toward Bai Xiaochun as if to consume him. "Just what I'd been waiting for!" Bai Xiaochun roared. Instantly, blue light appeared in his pupils, and before anything else could happen, heaven-shaking, earth-shattering frigid chi erupted out. Frigid School will evolving incantation. Although the frigid chi was not quite at the frigid paragon level, it was very close. The frigid chi instantly spread for thousands of meters, causing all savages and soul cultivators within that area to begin to tremble as they iced over. The giants were especially affected. As for the soul cultivators, their expression flickered. This turn of events completely surpassed their power of prediction. Especially shocked were the soul cultivators closest to Bai Xiaochun, who were stunned to find that their cultivation bases were freezing up. In the blink of an eye, an area thousands of meters across had become like the dead of winter. Icy coldness filled the area, as well as astonishing frigid chi. Everything was frozen over to the point where blue snowflakes appeared and began to fall. Although Bai was trembling with fear and anxiety, he was also grittily fierce as he said, "Time to do some killing." He had no desire to die, and therefore, the only option now was to kill the enemy. This was a frigid domain. This was Bai Xiaochun's world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 500, Battle Prowess that Shocks the Masses. Chapter 500, Battle Prowess that Shocks the Masses. Within the frigid domain, giants and soul cultivators alike trembled in fear as their cultivation bases were seemingly frozen solid. Not a single person under nascent soul could escape its effects. Even people in the great circle of core formation, or quasi-nascent soul experts, were by no means exempt. The shocked giants and soul cultivators' first instinct was to flee. However, thanks to the frigid qi locking them down, they were incapable of doing so. Xiaochun took a step forward, and with the wave of his hand caused the middle-aged soul cultivator in front of him to explode to bits. The other 7 soul cultivators were howling in rage, and yet couldn't do anything to fight back. Moments later, booms filled the air as the 7 core formation soul cultivators exploded to bits, sending frozen chunks of blood and gore out in all directions. "This is my world," Xiaochun said, his eyes shining with fierce light as he waved his finger down at the ground, causing the frigid qi to surge out again. This time, it didn't spread out for thousands of meters, but rather, for 30,000. The 30,000-meter frigid domain was a tool of the frigid master. Within that area, everything was frozen solid and couldn't stand up to Xiaochun any more than dried twigs and limp weeds. Each and every attack he unleashed cut down another core formation soul cultivator, one after another. Everything was happening too quickly, nothing could prevent the slaughter from being carried out. A savage giant shivered, and then his head exploded, sending frozen chunks of flesh out in all directions. Xiaochun burst through him, hand flashing in an incantation gesture that caused a dozen nearby soul cultivators to explode to bits. However, there were so many savages and soul cultivators that even with the help of his frigid master powers, Xiaochun couldn't wipe them all out in a short period of time. As the moments ticked by, the terrified and despairing soul cultivators looked around with flickering eyes, hoping to find some way of extricating themselves. Soon, some of them began to twitch and move. When Xiaochun saw that, he snorted coldly, performed a double-handed incantation gesture, and then stretched his arms out wide. Domain projections. Instantly, what appeared to be a dozen human-sized mirrors appeared in the area, from within which stepped a dozen shadowy figures. Shockingly, all of those figures looked exactly like Xiaochun. These clone-like entities were frigid domain clones who immediately began to slaughter the enemies around them. Giant after giant, soul cultivator after soul cultivator, one by one they were destroyed in body and soul. Even those who were regaining their ability to move couldn't do so quickly enough, and died screaming. Booms rose up as the entire frigid domain became like a terrifying hell. Unfortunately, to use divine abilities and magical techniques in this way would quickly drain one's cultivation base. Were Xiaochun back in the lands of Heavenspan, it would have been easier to use and easier to recover from. But he was in the wildlands, where there was no spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Whatever spiritual power he lost was lost for good, and therefore, he was being drained of energy at a rapid pace. As such, Xiaochun could only keep up the current action for the space of a dozen breaths of time or so. After that, his right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and the freezing domain around him began to melt and fade away. As that happened, screams began to ring out. Some of the soul cultivators and savage giants had been smashed to pieces, but because they were frozen in place, hadn't been immediately killed. But now, blood and gore filled the 30,000-meter area, and the ground was littered with the corpses of hundreds of giants and roughly 70 or 80 soul cultivators. The other soul cultivators and giants who hadn't entered the freezing area earlier were now left gasping in horror and disbelief at Xiaochun. How is this possible? How could he be so strong? He's not a core formation cultivator. That was obviously the power of the nascent soul stage. He slaughtered those core formation experts as easily as if he were stomping on ants. Not only were the giants and soul cultivators shocked, but the cultivators of the 5 legions who had remained within the freezing area but weren't affected by the coldness were also dumbfounded. As they looked around, panting, their eyes began to shine with passion, and for many, worship. In an era where the law of the jungle prevailed, powerful experts always gained respect. That was even more true in the cultivation world than the mortal world. As of this moment, the way that Xiaochun had dominated the battlefield ensured that a deep impression would be left on the hearts of all present. "Come with me," Xiaochun said loudly. "We're going back to the Great Wall." Xiaochun's breath was coming in ragged gasps, and exhaustion gripped him tight. He had already drained much of his cultivation base. However, he still threw his head back and roared as he led the cultivators of the 5 legions charging across the battlefield once again. The way the cultivators clustered around him protectively caused him to sigh in relief. Despite the carnage he had just unleashed, he was jumpier than ever. Only he could truly be aware of how nervous he was at the moment. However, he didn't think it was appropriate to let anyone know how afraid he was, which was a skill he had long since mastered. As he sped along, he pulled out a bottle of spirit alcohol and guzzled it down, sparing some to give to a few of the surrounding cultivators. At the same time, he surreptitiously pulled out a godly vestige pill and tucked it into his palm in case he needed it later. His godly vestige pills were his trump cards. One such pill could completely heal any injuries in the blink of an eye. Although it wouldn't restore his spiritual power, he did have plenty more spirit alcohol in his bag of holding. Everyone in the group around him was getting excited as they charged viciously toward the shield. At the moment, the savages and soul cultivators were powerless to stop them, and by now, they were only about 3,000 meters away from the shield. However, there were also hundreds of soul cultivators speeding in their direction. Further off in the distance were numerous tribal chiefs who radiated shocking auras. Clearly, they had the battle prowess of the nascent soul stage, and yet, under the command of Chen Hetian, the enormous eye within Great Wall City continued to send destructive beams of light out to prevent them from getting closer, but unfortunately, there were too many core formation soul cultivators for the enormous eye to do anything about them. As they closed in, they unleashed wave after wave of soul power which forced the giants to join their attack. The giants' eyes would turn blank, and then they would howl as they lurched forward and self-detonated as soon as they got close enough. From the look of things, the giants and soul cultivators were going to throw everything at their disposal toward Xiaochun to prevent him from escaping. The power of the detonations rippled out, and corrosive blood splashed everywhere. Many of the group of thousands of cultivators were injured, and tumbled backward as a result. At the moment, it seemed like the troop formation they had created would fall apart at any moment. Anxiety mounting, Xiaochun guzzled down another mouthful of spirit alcohol, then burst into motion, unleashing more frigid qi. However, as the frigid qi spread out, the soul cultivators' eyes flickered, and all of them quickly responded by sending out clouds of black mist. Within those mists were soul shadows that screamed through the air toward Xiaochun, fighting back against the frigid qi and simultaneously providing the soul cultivators with a measure of protection. Theoretically speaking, all Xiaochun had to do was unleash slightly stronger frigid qi, or keep the current frigid qi roiling out for a bit longer. If he did, then his opponents wouldn't be able to do anything against him, at least not for the following 10 breaths of time. After all, the soul cultivators from earlier had been powerless to resist, and the current batch were only just able to fight back on a small scale. However, Xiaochun could do neither of those things. Not even relying on spirit alcohol could negate the fact that there was no spiritual energy in the wildlands. There was only one thing that Xiaochun could do, and that was rely on his veins of steel to go all out to fight the soul cultivators, even if he got injured in the process. And that was exactly what he did. He quickly closed in on the nearest soul cultivator, ignoring the divine ability being unleashed against him. Grabbing his opponent's arm, he unleashed the mountain-shaking bash, crushing him to pieces. Things weren't over yet, of course. He took another step forward, placing him right in front of a soul cultivator who had just summoned a pitch-black soul sword. Allowing the sword to bite into his shoulder, he grabbed the man's neck with his left hand, then crushed his fingers down viciously. Without pausing for a moment, he continued forward, using violet qi cauldron summoning as well as a host of wind blades to destroy everything in his path. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.